morning, good morning, good morning. It's Friday. Friday. Finally, it's August 29th. We're at the end of the month. It's a long weekend for everyone here in the U.S. There is much to do today, but it is time. It is day 6, trial day 6 of, well, Florida versus Donna Adelson. What did Donna do? That's the question that I am waiting to see if the jury answers, because we have been going through quite a lot of wiretap calls. And for those of you that are like, why are the wiretap calls needed? Well, this is a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy to commit murder charge. It is a solicitation of murder charge, and it's a murder charge. But at the heart of it, it's a conspiracy charge. And you need to show what the different conspirators are doing, and you need to show the conspiracy, the agreement to do the thing. You need to show that agreement, and then you show what each member of the conspiracy is doing. And so the train cars, as the prosecution called them, that are bumping from, Katie to Charlie, Charlie to Donna, Donna back to Charlie, Charlie back to Katie, Katie back to Sigfredo, who we know was the gunman. That starts to show you what Donna knows and what she's doing. And honestly, do you think Charlie's a little salty that it was Donna who completely made the wire and the bump operation? Like at one point, Donna's like, everybody else is saying they're going to get it done. I'm just going to get it done. And though she tried to leverage the I'm just a little old lady. My grandkids had my phone. She didn't really buckle. She was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. But it was that call that really ended up being the end of the fruitful wire. Because Donna just kept leaning in and kept the undercover on the phone for like 8 minutes and downloaded that app on her phone to record that call. That's weird. Donna also said, I'm not in the loop. She talked about how she doesn't know certain people. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know that guy. I don't know who you're naming. Your family had a problem taking care of up north. I don't know those people. So today we're going to get to court, and I am optimistic. It's Friday. I have a pumpkin cream cold brew. I am optimistic that today we will get that open line jail call where she's talking about fleeing the country. I'm ready. I'm ready for that jail call. I'm ready to hear it. And we've got to be getting towards the end of the prosecution's case because the judge wants this case done by next week. Let's go. So, let's go. Law Nerds, you ready? I'm ready. You're ready. We're ready. Everyone's ready. Maybe not. Wait. We added it to the soundboard.
Why is no one ready?
But we're ready. So, let's go to court. Well, things won't click. So is there going to be an intro? No. Why? Because it won't click. So we're just going to go to court. We'll fix it in post. Intro. Just pretend it happened. Let's go to court, shall we? All right. It sounds like everybody's coming in.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning. Court started
we are getting started a little bit
late today.
We are going to continue with the
court started late today.
Examination of Special Agent Sanford at this time. Student Ms. Kappelman, is he on his way to the stand?
Another day. A lot of you in the chat are asking, is Charlie going to testify? I don't know if Charlie's going to testify today. I don't know if Charlie's going to testify at all. We'll see.
Tell the truth and not want to swear you in again, but please answer all matters truthfully during the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
I see good sound sync on my end. If you're not seeing it on your end, I would refresh YouTube. That's been an ongoing issue.
So we concluded the wire calls yesterday. When, in relation to that wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia. When was he arrested?
It was May 24th or 26th, somewhere around there, of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct. He was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Catherine Magbanua? When was she arrested?
Did you see his face? When was she arrested? You can see the heaviness. We are getting closer then to Charlie going to trial and the rest of it, because they must be almost done with the wires if they're not entirely done with the wires.
Okay, and what about Catherine Magbanua? When was she arrested?
I don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
You can.
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
I did.
Okay.
And then for those of you asking about the closed caption, it's live closed captioning, non-live court, so it is a little behind.
10/1 of 16.
Okay. And then do you have the exact dates on the other two in there as well?
Oh, I didn't realize she was arrested later. Catherine McBanawa was arrested October 2016. Sigfredo and Rivera, May of 16.
Mr. Adelson was arrested on 4/21 of 22. And
Garcia and Rivera was.
oh, Garcia and Rivera, yes. Mr. Garcia was 5/25 of 16.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date of when, actually, it was the 6/3 of 16, I believe, is when we went back to interview him with the warrant.
Okay. So Garcia, 5/25 of 16. Rivera, 6/3 of 16. Magbanua, 10/1 of 16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Catherine Magbanua ultimately went to trial and was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and post-conviction, did she offer a proffer?
She did.
What is a proffer?
A proffer is an agreement with the defense and the prosecution to where she can come in and talk to us and tell us.
I'm going to try to gain this up just a little bit.
It being used against her.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22.
That's correct. That's the first proffer, yes, ma'am.
Were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay, was there anything that Ms. Magbanua revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was
Right.
able to give us the actual date that that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct. She's
All right, Jack, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to try to gain this up just a little bit better, which I think I can do as we are rolling here. So give me a second. Let's see if we can get that just a little bit louder for y'all as we are in court. And
What was the date?
She
There
said
we
it was
go. That's
October
now too loud.
31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder,
I think that's a bit better though.
on Halloween.
Right. And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
There we
She
go.
did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
And were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes, I was familiar with Lincoln Road because it's a popular road in South Beach. So we looked back and found a text message where Mr. Adelson said that he was on Lincoln Road on Halloween.
I'm going to show you where we marked this 86B. you recognize 86B?
I do.
Is that the text message in question?
It is.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that text message?
It is.
All right. Judge, I'd move into evidence 86B, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
86B is admitted at this time.
Who is the text to and who's it from?
It's from Charlie Adelson. And it just has a number,
Unknown number.
an unknown number.
And what's the content of the text message?
The text message says, "On Lincoln with my friends, come meet us."
And on what date and time was that message sent?
It says 11/1/13 at 1:04 a.m. UTC.
So just after midnight on Halloween night.
That's correct.
Oh, yes, I was singing after midnight. Yes, I was.
And was there something else that you learned from Ms. McBannell that you hadn't known before?
Yes.
What was that?
She told us about the time that she, the night
Oh,
of the
my live
homicide
trial's
that she
missing.
was
Thank you,
going
chat.
to,
I can't
Mr.
click on
Adelson's
things very easily
residence.
this morning. I don't know what's
She
going
believed
on.
that the Adelsons had been there.
So she admitted that she went to Charlie's house to pick up the money,
That's correct.
but then didn't end up leaving with it until the next morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the bit about Donna Adelson or Donna and Harvey Adelson having brought the money, that was new to us.
That was new, correct.
And then we've seen Sergeant Corbitt's presentation, and I'll publish a slide from State's
Oh,
Exhibit
I had it and then it disappeared.
73 at this time.
There we go.
That's the slide where we were able to find the text indicating that Donna Adelson said she was outside Charlie's house that night.
That's correct.
All right. When was the defendant arrested?
The defendant was arrested on November the 13th of 2023.
Okay, and I think you told us when Charlie Adelson was arrested. Will you repeat that, please?
I believe it was
April.
10/1.
No.
22.
You said April. You said 4/21/22. You said Catherine was 10/1/16.
It was 4/21 of 22.
4/21/22 for Charlie Adelson's arrest.
That was Charlie Adelson's arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And shortly after Charlie Adelson's trial and conviction, was there a recorded call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna
Ooh.
Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in
Jail
that
calls.
call, did something happen that caused
Jail calls, jail calls, jail calls, jail calls, jail calls, jail calls. Jail calls.
the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie? Can you just sort of explain? She thought she hung up, but she didn't hang up, right?
Correct.
The call
There was a
disconnected.
Jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and didn't hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118, the recording of that call?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118.
Any objection to
Are you going to play it?
Status 118 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish?
Yay! I've been waiting for this call. I covered this call. I don't think we've heard the entirety of this call, but I've been waiting for this call, y'all. If you are new to this case, this call after Charlie got convicted was a moment for me when I finally went through it. I was like, oh boy.
I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things through Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. It was just, Jazz been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I told her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, I don't know, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So we're working on that, and
Pause it. Sorry to do that to y'all with the headphones, but a couple questions just to follow up on what she said so far. She says she's taking care of a couple things for Roman. Who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
And she mentioned Susan and Rick
Oh.
on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay. Sorry. Continue publishing.
just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay?
Dan's Charlie's attorney.
Sorry, one more time.
Who's
She
Dan?
mentions Dan here.
I had no idea Charlie had a
Obviously
kid.
not Dan Markell. Do you know who she's referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
What Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
So, and then I'll let you know what time to.
Here's the brilliance of I'll tell Dan. Attorney-client communications are privileged. So attorney-client information isn't on recorded jail calls. So if Donna needs to pass information, it won't be recorded.
Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
I'm sorry, the fourth time that they cut the line each time.
Thank you for not speculating any further. The information I know about Charlie Adelson is what I've learned in this court. I don't care who he had kids with. I was surprised he had a kid. We're just going to move on. Thank you. I don't know who the mother is. I don't really care. I feel for them. I feel for that kid. But thank you for not speculating. Thank you for not putting information in the chat that we don't know because it's not in court. And we will figure it out later because otherwise the entire chat is going to be flooded trying to figure out who's the father, like a game of Maury Povich. So I appreciate it. There's so much in this call. I don't want chat distracted trying to figure out the, 20 questions with who had kids with Charlie. I feel bad. There are so many kids involved in this. It's so sad how many kids are in this without their parents. So it's really sad. Harvey's in the background of the house.
They pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen, it's that he's in this room that. So the psychologist, they want to make sure he can kill himself. So the psychologist finally came. And he said to her, if you leave me here like myself, with no light, no nothing, I'm in a cement block, let me go back to the see where I am. Please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit. She said, no, you're going to be fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got to do these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he was just going back like in an hour. But then she said, okay, that thing does, because I'll lose my mind with me. It's all spirit on the inside. The point you see is yourself. The light never shows.
So at this point, just in case there is any confusion, Charlie was on the jail call with his parents. Charlie got disconnected. Donna is now talking to everyone in the house, and the line is still open. They have not gone through who everyone in the house is yet. I will let them do that in a minute. I'm sure that they will. So Donna is talking to the other people at the condo or at the home, but she's still holding the phone. You know why she's doing that? Because they were talking about it a few minutes ago or a few moments ago, saying, okay, but it's like an additional $5 or whatever every time we reconnect. So she's hoping Charlie will come back onto the call, because if she hangs up and calls back, it's going to charge the reconnect fee. And yes, my understanding is that jails calls charge the reconnect fee and then every minute, because it's on like collect. So it is expensive to keep reconnecting the call. And if the call drops, she's optimistic he'll come back. So her phone line is open and she's waiting to see if Charlie's coming back on the line. I think she argued in court that she thought she was disconnected. I think she didn't disconnect on purpose based on the conversation above but it's like $5 every time we reconnect, so we don't want to disconnect. That's what I think from the transcript. So now she's talking about how hard and frustrated Charlie is in custody and the fluorescent lights and the rest of it.
Day or night, the fluorescent lights, he says, all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. But this, I know people, I can see people. He says, here, I'm in a box. And he's just...
Yeah, you're in a box, Charlie.
I'm sure he'll call back, we're just getting disconnected.
She said, I'm sure he'll call back, we're just getting disconnected. Donna says, I haven't even offered you a drink. Do you want some Diet Coke or a glass of water? To the others at the house. She's saying, or text us where we can go. Donna sounds like she's starting to get upset just based on the change in her voice. Donna said, I think it would be a nice way to just leave me alone, say goodbye. I'm going to lose my son who's going to prison for something he didn't do. I can't function. I'm not that strong. And I also know he is a year ahead. His body, everything, his clothing started to deteriorate. I'm old. I've had a life. So now she's talking about whether she will continue in her corporeal earthly form or not. So she is frustrated. But Charlie just got convicted when this call happens. That's why she's saying he's going to prison.
I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything just slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I really am not unhappy. And I want to just say goodbye.
The audio is tough. She said, I'm old. I had a life. We had a great marriage. Happy. We traveled. We lived good. I really am not that happy. And I don't want him to leave, to just say goodbye and let me lay down something nice. It's nothing painful. I just want to go to sleep. We bought our cemetery property a few months ago. She's like, I'm good. I'm done.
Painful. It's a good place. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. But when I did this weekend, because I said something that made her feel like
She was talking to Wendi and she said, Indiscernible, know what Wendi did this weekend because I had said something that made her feel like I had enough and I'm not going to watch. If the court or trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. And then Harvey saying, so Wendi came out all
I'm not going to watch.
concerned, I imagine.
I know what I need to do. No, something was wrong because
And then Donna, so now they're talking about Wendi. Donna says, now we know something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. Harvey goes, yeah. And she's never once just come over and says, I need to talk to you. Harvey said it sounded like she, and then he goes on to say, I'm worried. Well, yeah, if you're talking about if things don't go well in your brother, in Charlie's court date, you would like to no longer exist. Yeah, I'm sure your daughter was worried.
they're not here. She's never once just come over. I keep going. I'm sure. Probably. Make sure they won't. She sat down on the couch right there. I used to be.
Donna's now no longer sounds upset to me. Donna's voice has changed again. She is, or her tone of speaking, and she is talking about Wendi coming over. She sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she said, look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on trial for his life. We're all aggravated, but this is what she's talking a lot about. So now, if I remember this call properly, I think Donna starts to shit talk Wendi. Stay tuned.
Here, and she didn't say, this is a horrible night for all of us. Charlie's not fighting for his life.
Oh, my bad. I read that wrong. My apologies, chat. I put a comma in the wrong place and changed the meaning completely. Emily, not everything's a Hamilton quote, isn't it? She sat down right there. I was sitting here and she didn't say, look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on trial for his life. We're all aggravated, but this is what she's talking about. Just sit. So Wendi didn't say that. Okay. She wants Wendi. Well, there's a lot you didn't say either, Donna.
All aggravated, but this is the thing that's just sat there.
Oh, she sat there and said, if you are contemplating harm, I'm going to Baker Act you. Wendy's like, I'm not laughing at the Baker Act. I'm laughing at the practicality of Wendi and how Donna is like, have some empathy. And she's like, if you are contemplating harming yourself, I am going to put you on a psych hold. I am going to hospitalize you.
I'm going to take correction. I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. The voice tomorrow night? Yes, something I should do.
I mean, I know how a lot of you feel about Wendi, but I mean, fair. Wendi kind of needs to know if Donna's being hyperbolic or if Donna's actually a danger to herself. Wendi is just like, look, you keep saying, I know what I have to do. So if I need to put you on a hold, I'm going to put you on a hold. And Donna's like, where's the empathy for me? Why? Your brother's on trial for his life. It's like, Mom, this is what needs to happen. I mean, fair, Wendi. Okay, so now Donna's upset that Wendi wasn't comforting her. And she goes, I don't need that to happen. I'm not there. And then they're talking about the grandkids. Are we going to see the boys tomorrow night? And, if she's here on Sunday, and she says, yeah. So now whoever is at the home with Harvey and Donna is getting this whole story about Wendi coming over and apparently not saying the right things, but being like, Mom, seriously though, if you need help, I'm getting you help. Donna's like, no, I need your attention.
Now, I have to decide now. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do.
So Donna goes on to say, no, I'm fine for now, but do I actually want to go to sleep and never wake up again? Yes, I do. I mean, Wendi, maybe you should have called. But anyway, no, I'm fine for now. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. Wendi was asking the right questions.
Perfectly honest, I do. And what we do, we do it together. Make a note of the Wednesday coming together.
Harvey said she didn't want me to do it yet. So they're still talking about whether or not they're going to need to use their burial plots. And Donna's continuing to discuss that, saying we can do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come get us.
And we'll do it together. The boy. Look, they're making a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and doing...
This is why law enforcement knew they needed to pick her up at the airport. She said, we got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan, the attorney, this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, the cops in Tallahassee, I don't know if we'll make it out in time. Now she's talking about traveling. I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, Dan, the lawyer, said, quote, you might, or you might get all of it. Get to the airport and they'll stop you. And that could happen. It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try. So now she's talking about fleeing. So this is her talking to Dan, or her retelling everybody what Dan, the lawyer, said to her. So now we've gone to flight.
What they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and that could happen. It could happen, I don't know, but it's worth a try.
Dan was Charlie's lawyer. There's some dispute about that because he was a family lawyer to Donna as well before his trial, and it caused issues before this went to trial. But Dan is the criminal attorney. I don't know if that's always what he practices. Don't really care. But he's the attorney that represented Charlie at trial. Donna and Harvey don't have any travel restrictions. No travel restrictions. If they want to leave the country, they're allowed to. But he's telling them it's worth a try. You never know. We know how that ended. So somebody says something. Harvey says, yeah, he said to get a visa. Donna said, I tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. I've lost it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we have to do this stuff for Roman. So now she's going to start talking about settling her estate.
I don't know what we're doing. But I don't know what we're doing. And we have to look at stuff for Roman so that what we had, what was in place. How was it more than done? What stipulations, which are who's in charge?
Now she's talking about settling her affairs. To me, I read this as if she's never coming back into the country. Mr. Chagrin says, how is it you want me to? And Donna said, with the stipulations as to who's in charge. Miss Brotman, I think is the wife of Chagrin, says what's best for him is to go ahead and sell him a trust or set up a trust as a trustee or whatever. So now they're trying to figure out how they're going to set up trust for Charlie's kids, and then they'll get to talking about Wendi's kids, I think. And then they are mentioning Bree, who chat indicates is the mother of the child, but continuing on.
Byrd establishing a trust, and everything for going in, finance, and under Informant, and the trustee. And so the trustee and the guardian, is the other, then the trustee, by 30 this somebody would be blushing. I know it's not going to take care of that. So, I would make some effort to respond and to call.
They tuned away from the transcript, unfortunately.
It can't because, here we go.
I'm going to see if I can read the part that they skipped. They're talking about George. They're talking about Wendi. Still haven't heard from George. Don't know who George is. And Harvey's saying, no, I don't want to get a hold. And then Donna starts saying, I don't know how to get in touch with them. So, continuing on. Oh, that was my fault. They're talking about setting up stuff for all the kids. So the kids...
I don't know how to get in touch with them. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with them. Well, she told me my lawyer is her lawyer is the judge. And it was not about the case.
They're referring to Wendi. They are trying to set up their affairs so that if they never return to the country, Wendi and the kids are taken care of and Charlie's kids are taken care of. So, and the money is somewhere where I imagine somebody can get it. If it's not already offshore, somebody can get it offshore so they can access it. That's what they're talking about. Strategy. So I said, let me ask George. So I texted George. I can't get in touch with her, honestly. And she told me, my lawyer, this is her lawyer, if it's about the case and it's not about the case. So it sounds like Wendi said to mom, if this is about the case, just talk to my lawyer. Don't talk to me.
When I said, I just got over Charlie, he's worried.
So Donna says, and this is now Donna circling back to talking about Wendi. Donna says, when I said, I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know. Oh, because I said, yeah, we know you never ask anything about your brother, and she doesn't. And she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask. So now she's like, Wendi, why aren't you checking on your brother? And Wendy's like, my lawyer said I shouldn't ask. So we're back around to like, why isn't Wendi behaving the way we want her to? That's my interpretation of that.
About you. He wants to know yeah. We know you never asked anything about your brother, and she doesn't. And she told me it's her lawyer that she shouldn't ask. That's all we should do. We found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him.
Harvey says, unfortunately, and Donna says, we found out it's not true. What, did you call up her lawyer and ask? We found out it's not true. And Harvey said, I asked and Donna said, we just got off the phone with him. Harvey said, I asked my attorney. He said no. And he asked her attorney, and her attorney said, so now we're just putting out what everybody's attorney's talking about. Wendi said her attorney said she shouldn't. So we asked our attorney to call her attorney and ask her attorney if that was true. Let's continue.
Yeah, her attorney said, I never told her that. I never confronted that. No.
So now Donna and Harvey are talking almost overlapped animatedly about Wendi. Donna says that Wendi's lawyer told her lawyer, quote, I never told her that. Harvey said, but I never consulted that. The lawyer shouldn't be telling them any of that, first of all. Donna said no. The lawyer should have said, this is my interjection. I can't tell you what I've discussed with my client. Donna says no. Harvey said, I don't want to. And then it continues.
Wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother.
So Donna's now telling everyone at their little clandestine meetup. So I wrote this last night. So Donna's talking about a text or an email she is sending or sent to Wendi. Quote, we know you never ask anything about your brother. This is at 8:00 last night. But we just got off the phone with him. And the first thing he asked was, how's Wendi holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said you weren't up for phone calls right now. Oh, the emotional manipulation. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. Listen to this. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. I'm going to let that play in full. Why are y'all protecting Wendi? Why does she need a big hard think about why you're protecting Wendi?
So I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendi holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that he never called up or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone wants to protect you. I bet you've got lots to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie. And I said, just got off the phone with Charlie.
I bet you've got a lot to think about. Donna goes on. Donna's still shit talking Wendi. Donna goes on. But then she didn't answer. So Donna's relaying her own text messages and her frustration with Wendi. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie at 2 o'clock at night. So 2 a.m. And I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we don't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. Dan's the lawyer. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us is the truth. Charlie gets convicted. Wendi talks to none of them. There is an entire psych textbook in these conversations. We're just going to let it roll because I cannot diagnose folks. The chat is not diagnosing folks. This is not a healthy dynamic, and I'll leave it at that.
He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she said this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night.
You hear what Donna wants? I'm going to read this whole transcript. Donna's talking pretty quickly. Donna is relaying to whoever's in the room listening. So she says this morning, Wendi, and Donna takes an aside and said, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Oh, so you actually hoped that her response to your text would be to come see you? Yeah. Donna goes on to continue with what Wendi said back to her. Quote, dear mom. Oh, the formality. Wendi trying to set some boundaries here. Dear mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger, but we don't. I am not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong. I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. This is the text from Wendi back to Donna.
Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger there is. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. So she was. When I was interviewed,
I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. The aside Donna gives there was, I didn't say she was. It continues, and then I'll let you hear Donna's dramatic reading of Wendi's text. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth. If we quibble over that now, we're going to end up here for 7 hours. As I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement for Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't, and Donna says, again, I didn't say that. It goes on. Wendi writes a whole book to mom.
by the police and testified in court, I told the truth as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement for Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true, we've never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about.
There's a lot happening here. I'm going to back up so we can read it. Donna says, relaying text from Wendi, also, as you know, and then the aside from Donna is, I do know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else. Whoever's in the house, Mr. Chagrin, who I think is an attorney based on the motions, says she's lying. Donna continues to say, on the advise me not to talk to my family or anyone else about the case. No, about the case. And Donna says, which is true. We've never done it. And then Wendi continues with the text. I've followed his advice.
Anyone else about this case? No, about the case, which is true. We've never done it. I've followed his advice despite your disagreements.
I've followed his advice despite your disagreements with his guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore.
With this guidance, please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I.
So Donna's going on to explain it's not about the pasta. Donna says it's not about the case, is it? Now what I said, not what I said, that her brother, that he wants, how are you, Wendi? How's my sister holding up? Brotman says, yeah, exactly. Donna goes on, she can, quote, if you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Wendi is like, go to the lawyers. Talk to my lawyers. Do not talk to me. If you have anything further to say about this case, please go through our lawyers. Oh, not even talk to my lawyers. This is the day Charlie's convicted. And Wendi is saying, if you have anything to say, have your lawyer contact my lawyer. Please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. Let's see how Donna takes that.
That's her brother. Then what? How are you, Wendi? How's my sister holding up? If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right?
What's interesting for the jury not only is the back and forth between Wendi and Donna, but also Donna's demeanor, tone, and the way she is speaking about this. Because the Donna that the jury is seeing in court, and even when she tries to answer questions for the judge, she is using the meekest voice that she can muster. That's not the Donna that is talking to everybody about Wendi. Let me count the reasons why Wendi might want to not talk to Charlie. First of all the shit Charlie said about Wendi and all him and his mom plotting about her relationship would come out by now, right? Wendi would have seen all of that. Charlie, can you just handle your sister? Yeah, Mom, I can handle my sister the best. Let me go tell her that she's an over-the-hill heifer. Let me go tell her that. And nobody wants to date her. Let me go convince Wendi to do things my way. And Donna's surprised that Wendi's not checking in on her brother after all of that came out during his trial. Huh. I wonder why Wendi doesn't want to talk to Charlie at the moment. But aside from that, and I actually meant that in the literal sense of like, a cow that was big. You get what I mean. Either way, I wonder. And they're trying to, again, manipulate Wendi into having a conversation with her brother, who did nothing but try to manipulate her. Continuing on. So Donna is now just given the what's for. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? Quote, we will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. And then she goes on, I have a safe here. I want to give her the code for the safe. I want Wendi to take care of the things here.
We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a safe here. I want to give her codes. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the.
A number of you in the chat just said she's talking exactly like Ramona Singer. She is. Her inflection is dead ass Ramona Singer. The way that she punctuates her sentences, it so is. Very different than how she talks in court. We're going to be gone. Hold on. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. For those of you that don't watch Real Housewives, no worries. We're going to be gone is the key phrase here. Because if Donna testifies, she is expected to say, based on all of their motions, she's expected to say, we were going on vacation. I mean, with a one-way ticket to a non-extradition country, we'll get there. We're going on vacation. We're going to be gone. I need my daughter to have the business information, and the safe is not we're going on vacation, is it? We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information.
Cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. But no, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help.
It needs an immediate response so I can start asking other people to help. Remember, she was just talking about Dan Rushbaum and having a short window of time, and I don't know if we're going to get out on time. I don't know if we're going to get out on time is get out of the country on time. On time meaning before they arrest us.
And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys, like you told them. So when I got George before, I said to him, because I was over there that night, I said, well, that's Wendi, but it hasn't got any word from her, so did you tell the boys? And he said, he did. Now I know Ben was very close. His lighting patrol over. So I said, how are they?
There is something very dark that I just don't have time to explore about Ben being very close to his uncle, who was just convicted of the murder for hire of his father, and writing to him while he is in prison. And I feel for those kids. I tremendously, because they were so young when this happened. And at some point, the realization that those who were supposed to love and protect them didn't is going to be incredibly difficult. But she did tell them that Charlie was convicted.
He's very quiet. He didn't really talk much. It was Lincoln telling faithful.
That's Lincoln, not Nathan.
He was never coming back. And so he did it for 10 minutes.
We're now into Donna getting all choked up. I actually think that's probably genuine emotion about the boys. I do think she cares about the boys. And that's not Nathan. That's the other child, Lincoln. And she's getting choked up talking about Lincoln kind of faced it and said, so he's never coming home. He's never coming back. And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball, which is fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable or upset. That's not my goal. I just want them to know. And then she's continuing on. But again, with Donna thinking like they're kids. They're kids. They'll be fine.
And he was into basketball. It's fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know how hard it is. So that's what I said earlier to do it, because it's technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer, and just they were out of it. So I gave the computer text to the person. So I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls and said that he texted me just before I could meet at maybe 5:30. Now
they're talking about the computer guy and they need some computer guy help. We'll see if anything comes of that or if there's any indication that the computer guy came to help or what he came to help with.
That'd be good. I think yes, but if I can get stuff done, then it's enough. I totally we have the photos. We have to get them downloaded, and the other thing I don't understand, I'm going to help me with it.
Donna's talking about her devices again. We have to get them downloaded. Every other thing. I don't know if they're talking specifically about all the devices or just the photos on the devices. What, Donna, you're worried about your iCloud? Every other thing I don't understand, though my daughter could help me with it. She continues, we've been looking it up over and over because things change. If there is extradition from Vietnam, because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. And we're looking for places where there's no extradition. Extradition meaning that if you are charged in the United States, that country does not have an agreement with the United States to send you back. Remember what Wendi works in? Wendi was a clinical professor in immigration law. Continuing on.
We've been looking it up over and over because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. Who? Really? Maybe she knows that. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste our time. She can tell me that my parents are taking in the country. I'm a lawyer.
And then she's talking about whether or not Wendi will look up the information about the extradition. And whoever's in the house with them says, is she going to tell on you that my parents are thinking of leaving the country?
If you mention it to Wendi, is Wendi going to tell somebody? You tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk. It has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her.
And now Harvey and Donna and the friends are discussing if they should tell Wendi that they're fleeing the country because Wendi will tell. And Harvey's like, yeah, I wouldn't tell her then. Donna's like, well, I know you want me to bring her up and show her where everything is, the safe, the wills, the trusts, the rest of it. Well, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. If the plane crashed, no one's going to know where anything is. They're not talking about a plane crash. We're never coming back.
It is. Because if the plane crash, no one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you do this?
And now it's, we ask Wendi for this one thing, and she's not playing ball, but every time Wendi asks us for something, we drop everything and do it for her. Boundaries work both ways, Donna, but it's a bit late for that conversation. Donna says she doesn't live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you? And the family friend that's there says, right. Donna says everything. How many times do we have plans? I really can't. I have to counsel. Wendi needs us for this. Wendi needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies. Continuing on.
Sometimes we have plans that I know we can't cancel. Wendi needs us for this. Wendi needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is done. Because now we're going older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need them with grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. That's one son that I'll speak with.
Donna's starting to get choked up about her life circumstance again, and she says, pretty hurtful. Like Wendi doesn't need them anymore. Pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son whose hopes seem dead, Charlie, and my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I think Chad gets it. I said to Harvey, I swear to God, our family was cursed, absolutely cursed, and I don't know how to take care of it anymore. I don't know how to take care of it anymore. Because you tried to take care of everything else?
What does something dead? And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this.
Hold on. I'm going to back up because I did interrupt her soliloquy. The emotion was ramping up. I apologize. I didn't give you the full force and effect.
I know it's cancel Wendy needs us for this. Wendy needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now we're going to older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma's grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son that's supposed to be dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to Mother, and please God, our family was cursed. So we cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So.
It's a very quick ramp up, which is good for the jury to hear if Donna does testify. Donna then says, visas, Rick, is it better for you to sit at a table than a chair? And now they're starting to chat about visas. They've completely switched topics. Our family is cursed, but about those visas. Oh no, there she is upset. There's a little upset. I'm cold again. This isn't fair. She's saying this isn't fair. This isn't fair. I have a list of shit that's not fair for you, Donna. The phone's on the recording because somebody else's phone is ringing. I know it's painful on the ears. Harvey says records kept. We missed a bit of the transcript to look at Donna trying to control her face. Because they put the phone numbers and those emails up under our faces. Oh, she's talking about the trial. She's talking about the PowerPoints. They put the phone numbers and those emails up under our faces. So I have to, at night, shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. Oh, that sucks. Donna's still using that phone number because she's not in custody yet. So in the trial of Charlie, all the phone numbers are doxed in court and people are calling them. Don't do that. Law Nerds would never. Well, she's in prison. She doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Or she's in jail. She doesn't have to worry about it right now. But because they put our phone numbers and those emails up under our faces, so I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'll show you. I'll show you what we did for a hotel because you need to have an address to put on the visas. So now they're back to talking about getting the visas.
Emails up under our faces. So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'm sure you what we did. I'm telling you, you need an address to put on the visa.
This is still going on the recorded line. The transcript says, I thought there was, my position is that and then it gets really choppy because I just want a place to stay. Where does it tell you what the prices are? They're now talking about the visas. And Donna ends up paying for the emergency visas. Not the $5 for the reconnect with the prison, which might be more than that, but not the reconnect for the prison, but the extradited visas have to cost just a fuck ton of money. And they get the extradited visas, they get the plane ticket, and they get to the jetway. I have not heard this part of this call. I don't think this was released. They're talking about the visas. They're talking about LLCs. And I think they go. A number of you have popped in while this call was playing, so let me just answer the question I'm seeing the most in the chat. First, yes, I misspoke. She's not in prison yet. She's just in jail. She'll be in prison if she is convicted. And this is not a wiretapped call. Donna called Charlie after his conviction. All jail calls are recorded. They say, this call is being recorded, or some variation of that. Charlie got disconnected. Donna did not hang up. They were talking about the reconnect fees. It is my impression, speculation, thought that when they are talking about the reconnect fees, that they think if Charlie goes to call them back, the call will just pick up and it won't need to be reconnected. I think based on their conversation, they were waiting for Charlie to reconnect and maybe then forgot about it. Donna said in motion she filed with the court that she thought she had hung up but hadn't. So it is an open recorded call because Charlie got disconnected on the jail end. But Donna still had her cell phone open and they were just talking and talking and talking and talking. They had motions about it. I covered them. They'll be on the playlist. But the lawyers fought to keep this out, saying it was a warrantless wiretap. The court found that it was not. And the jail call does not disconnect till both sides hang up. But she was advised it was a recorded line. That's why it's coming in at trial. This is, if any of you were talking about Bruce Rivers in the chat, this is the definition, the pinnacle, the cherry on top of self-snitching. The very top, the tippy top of self-snitching.
Attorney's complete approach, Richard.
The attorneys are going to approach. I imagine they're going to tell you to fix your face. Because the judge doesn't want to yell at her to fix her face in front of the judge. Thank you, Chad. Everybody's like, I remember. Yeah, it's yesterday numbed my brain too. And what I've noticed about this trial is there's hardly any sidebars. We have Zoom room, but nothing to Zoom. Because they are getting so much done in their court days.
All right, so are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after the conviction on 11/7.
Okay.
November 7th.
I thought it was the same day.
In
She asked if it was the same day. We love the blue today, counsel. She asked if it was the same day. I thought it was also the same day. So next day, November 7th. I wonder if we're going to see the beginning of her arrest. We won't see her get put in cuffs, but we might see her at the airport.
we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you do some investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay, and what
did you
learn?
find?
We didn't hear the call for a couple of days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel planned. And ultimately, on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that, yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay. And were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai, then to Vietnam.
And is Vietnam, in fact, a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct, it is.
Okay. And when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
On the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to?
They learned about her travel plans on the 13th. That's why the warrant was signed like barely 5 hours before the flight was supposed to take off. They were told the 13th that she was traveling. Then they get a warrant, like literally hours before she is setting foot on a plane to get to Dubai. This all goes down the same day. That's quick. God, to be a fly on the wall. They brought the warrant for arrest at Miami International Airport to this judge. With that 24-page PCA that we went through, they brought all of it to this judge. They almost made it.
You taking off on that airplane?
I was.
And where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
And that was on November 13th, 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time?
I'm going to just point out
Of her arrest.
one of the things that law enforcement did. I don't know if we'll see the video, but I'm just going to point out one of the things that law enforcement did here. They waited until she scanned her ticket and got her on the jet bridge. Why? Because if she was just in the airport, she could have said, you know what, we had changed our mind. We weren't going to board the flight. I mean, they would have argued it. They would have said, but your luggage is already on the flight, yada, yada. But they waited till she scanned her ticket to show that she was boarding the plane. And they scooped her up after she scanned her ticket at the jet bridge. And when you see the video, you can see law enforcement turn around and there's a bunch of other people waiting. I don't know if they'll show the arrest video. It's on my playlist.
I did.
All right, and did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
Please approach.
They're approaching about was she cooperative about giving over her cell phone? This all goes to consciousness of guilt. All of you are like, does this go to consciousness of guilt? Yes. Flight goes to consciousness of guilt. Look, I was critical of arguments of consciousness of guilt in the Karen Reed case when they were trying to say Karen Reed and her dad taking her car up to her dad's house was like removing the evidence and flight and the rest of it. I was like, we got to have a combo about that. In this circumstance, I am not critical of them arguing consciousness of guilt. I think that phone call, in addition to having the one-way ticket, gives it away. I mean, have some of you one-way ticketed for vacation? And if so, was it like a months and months and months long like trip where you were like a one-way ticket, but because you were going one way to one country and then another country, and then you were going to work your way back around the globe? I mean, I've never done that, but I know some people do. This was not that case. This was not we're going to go to Vietnam, and then we're going to go to Bali, and then we're going to go to Australia. This was not that. If you're going on vacation, not like a walkabout, if you're going on vacation, you're not booking one way.
And answer the
generally.
question if you recall what it was. Question being withdrawn, Agent Sanford, you can answer the question if you recall what it was.
I'll re-ask it then. When you seized the defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me.
It was literally like a game of keep away. She's like, no, don't take my phone. I mean, she didn't punch him in the face. She was just like, this is not fair. And she kept trying to move her phone away. He was like, ma'am, for real. They were so patient with her.
Another officer who was they're arresting her, actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right, and pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
Okay, and did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another police department handled it locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay, and was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized?
Don't tell me that your planner is being used against you. It's going to happen in the Corey Richins trial too. A number of you asked what happened with the objection. It was withdrawn. So that's what the court said, that the defense withdrew their objection. The court was going to overrule it anyway.
Pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at the search warrant, no ma'am.
That planner was provided to the state attorney's office by the defendant's prior counsel, though. Do you recall that?
That's my understanding, yes.
And did you review the copy of the 2014 planner, at least whatever was provided to our office by Ms.
Prior counsel gave Donna Adelson's day planner to the state's attorney's office? I love a day planner, by the way. 2014 day planner.
Adelson's attorney.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as state's exhibit. 142.
Ma'am.
Some redactions have been made based on the parties' agreement, but other than that, I would ask if those excerpts are fair and accurate.
Yeah, I've got questions about her attorney turning it over too, but that attorney was also...
Yes, they are.
142.
Good objection.
Let me turn this down. That attorney was also the attorney for Charlie.
In the 2014 planner.
Oh, that's too quiet now.
Did Mrs. Adelson keep a lot of personal information and identifying information for members of her family and even, I think, some friends in there too?
She did.
Okay. And as part of that information in the 2014 planner, did you locate any information specific to Dan Markell's vehicle?
We did.
What?
What information was that?
Is the 08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the 08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan Markell's tag number at the time?
No. Wendy's car is the '08 Odyssey. Dan's car is the Accord with his license plate number. And then they redacted out the kid's social security numbers. Well done. It looks like she's got Charlie's VIN number written down over there somewhere. Like, my mom doesn't watch the streams. Mom, I'm happy when you have your passwords kept somewhere digitally and safe. My parents are not keeping my husband's license plate number. But that could have been provided to Charlie, couldn't it? Oh boy.
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
The flight that the defendant was attempting to board at the time of her arrest, is that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Megalina, will you let the app know that we have finally gotten to cross-examination of Special Agent Sanford? Donna, you have your ex-son-in-law's license plate number in your day planner. However, I imagine the defense is going to argue she had everybody's information in there, and it's a fair argument. She had her grandkids' social security numbers. She had Charlie's fucking VIN number for something. She had Wendi's driver's license number. She had Wendi's vehicle make. She didn't have Wendi's license plate number. That would be the sticking point for my curious little ass. And it's a lot of info, isn't it? Okay, let's get to cross. And yes, all of you are pointing out, 2014, they had been divorced for 2 years at this point. Your ex-son-in-law's license plate number is in your day planner. That doesn't look good. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Oh boy. Chat, you guys are so smart. I love you. Were you guys dropping your favorite planners in the chat? Did I miss it while I was buffering? I want to know. I'm a planner girly. I love them. I've moved to digital, but I still miss a good washi tape, a good marker, a sticker. I miss it. I do. I grew up back in my day. Let's zoom. Back in my day though, we did keep like photo albums, you know, the old ones with the sticky on the back and then the sheet over it, and share our stickers with each other at school. Like, I know kids today are just, well, they're banning phones everywhere, which I'm a big fan of, but kids would like scroll and show each other TikToks. We used to show each other our sticker collections and be like, look at what I got. Mm-hmm. Council looks exhausted.
Why is no one ready?
He's been on the stand for 2 days.
Cross-examination, does anyone need to use the restroom? Jury, before we move into the cross-examination, does anyone need to use the restroom? No hands have been raised.
The jury's ready too.
Recess, please.
It's fine.
The defense is asking for a brief recess.
No hands have been raised.
We would request a brief recess, please.
It's fine. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Even though not requested, please use the restroom at this time.
The judge is like, okay, kids, I know you might not need to potty, but everybody's going to try. Judge is like, we're on a road trip today. Everyone's going to try to use the bathroom. The defense had everything except maybe the planner page that they redacted forever ago. If the defense had the benefit of going back, if they wanted to go back and watch how this was used at Charlie's trial, the defense could have gone back and watched exactly what the prosecution did at Charlie's trial. They could have literally run the tape. There's no surprises in this cross-examination. There's no surprises in the wiretaps. The judge's face. However,
Opportunity at this point. We'll take
I want to hear what the judge says.
a break for a few minutes until 10:20. If anyone does need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity at this point. Bailiffs, if Mrs. Adelson does need to use the restroom as well, please take her at this time.
The judge is going to give the defense the time that they need. The defense is not going to be able to come back and say, that's a long break. The defense is not going to be able to come back and say, we didn't have enough time, we didn't have enough this, we didn't have enough that. The judge is not pushing on them. The judge is just giving them the, that's fine face. They should be quaking, but he's not going to push them. A few of you asked where the clip is from.
Why is no one ready?
Devil Wears Prada. That's from Devil Wears Prada. We've got a few new additions to the soundboard based on this trial, as you guys have asked. So
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Let's go to court.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
there were just some things that were needed. We just needed to add some stuff, you know. So you can all, the inner thoughts can be properly explained. A number of you have asked, I will say, because the mods, I'm sure, are tired, and they have been amazing. We do have pretty strict rules about staying on topic. Why? Well, Emily's incredibly ADHD. The more tired I am, the worse that becomes. And so they really try to keep me narrowly focused and let me focus on trial because I will tangent like a motherfucker. And we are trying to stay focused. There are other trials going on. I know that they are just popping. We'll get there. But you can only ride one horse. You can't ride two asses. No, you can. Damn it. You can't ride two horses with one ass. That is the quote I was going for. We can't ride two horses with one ass. We have been in trial for 10 hours a day all week. So we will take a poll about what parts of other trials we will watch. We will not leave Cardi B alone. Don't worry about it, chat. We'll get to it. Please, no spoilers. But we literally can't side quest into it. And I have not watched a thing because what I want to do is do a first look with y'all. But we're doing this trial first. We got to be done here before we tangent into anything else. So thank you, mods. I'm sure the mods have been just being like, stop. But after 10 hours a day, everyone's exhausted with this trial. And Judge Abby's like, what happened today? Because she's in court in her own trial. So thank you, chat. I appreciate you. Don't worry. We'll get to it.
Seated. Members of the jury, before the cross-examination begins, the state is going to ask one additional matter or a few additional matters to Agent Sanford.
Oh no!
Inquire.
We've reopened direct.
Agent Sanford, apparently I managed to confuse and or misspeak regarding the planners. So the planners are...
That's a fair reopen. Let's talk about the planners.
a physical book that contain handwritten notes, correct?
Correct. It's like a yearly calendar that has days, individual days on it that you can write notes under each day.
And the planner that was seized, or at least one of the planners that was seized at the search warrant in 2023 was the 2023 planner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's an item that was seized by another agent, not you.
That's correct.
Okay. But you also came into possession of the 2014 planner, which is the planner from the year of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some or all of that planner was provided by Mrs. Adelson's prior attorney,
Correct.
not pursuant to the search warrant.
That's correct.
Okay.
And it is in that planner from 2014 where Dan Markell's tag number was recorded.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And on that exhibit, states exhibit 142.
Okay. That was clear to me. But I loved talking about planners. I was like, planners, tell me more. I want to know the weight of the paper. Do the pens
Very
bleed
small,
through?
but I am able to see
What pens are we
the year
using?
here on the
Do we
front
love a
page,
flare?
2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 14. That's showing you like the next upcoming months.
Correct.
This is for June.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay. But in the very back of that planner, there's a place for names and addresses and notes. Is that where you located the information regarding?
I'm glad they redacted
Dan
out
Markell's
the
tag number?
That's correct.
eBay-
It's after all the calendar
the eBay account.
months. It's the note section in the back.
Right. Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Cross-examination.
The 2014 planner is the one that had Dan Markell's license plate number in it. That's what's the most relevant. That's the year of the murder, yet 2 years after the divorce. I love that you guys are loving the stationary talk. I know. Emily, you just said you try to stay on topic. I feel like there's a thread that relates all of this together, and the thread is that Donna is a planner girly. But it's real weird to have your ex-son-in-law's license plate number in your planner for 2014.
Trip over that. I try to approach you, so I'm trying to get in front of it. Good morning.
Good morning.
You've been testifying for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a
Objection.
lot of phone calls.
No question pending.
Now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
There are defense attorneys who I find charming, who do great work, who I very much like. I don't know if her jokes are hitting. And chat, is the joke landing for you? Or are you just like, ma'am, you're not funny? I think I'm still mad at her for being rude to Poppy. I think I'm just still angry. Am I being too critical? Let me know. Because she was picking on our Poppy, and I was not happy about it.
We have.
Now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We
Some of
may
you were like, I
replay
thought it
all
was
of them.
funny. Fair.
I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room.
People did chuckle along.
But I do have some questions.
She's trying to be
I
charming.
can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the
Part of the problem is that I'm not seeing a binder or a folder. I'm seeing a lot of loose paper with Post-it notes on them. And that's deeply concerning to me. Because I am not seeing a methodical organization. And I don't like it.
Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly. I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markell was killed?
Ma'am, ask a
I believe
question.
the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
Okay.
around the 21st.
Thank you.
Why was the FBI called? Ask that.
And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got?
Counsel, we really want to know. Just ask him. Because I understand if the state's going on for a year and they don't have anything and the FBI's involved, how did the FBI get involved the day after the murder? They did. That's real fast to bring the feds in. I'm real curious.
And to discuss with you your input of where it should go.
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
Okay.
That's why.
You're obviously here testifying for the state,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails and you listen to the
Compound.
phone calls and text messages,
No question.
et cetera.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind, she writes about it, and she writes a lot about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever.
Well, ma'am, we can agree on that. Facts, counsel. You're just spitting facts. That's true. That's true.
Of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, 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 and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
It's a fair direction of
And when
argument.
they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that
See, I agree with you, chat.
sometimes
That was funny because she was just speaking the truth and she wasn't trying. That was funny. Here's what she's going to point to. Donna's just going along with Charlie. Charlie's a talker. Donna's just going along. She's just, yeah, Charlie, yeah.
if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is. Is that fair?
It's a good argument.
That's sometimes fair, yes.
Okay. You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect to folks who were outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Brian, I know
And
it's
I don't
800
wanna
years
put
later,
words in your
but it's
mouth,
cross.
but,
She can lead.
Were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius. So
Was it Jeff? Was it because Jeff was in Tennessee? Is Jeff the reason that the FBI got involved? Which means the reason that the FBI got involved is really because of Donna and Wendi. Is it because of Jeff? I think it's because of Jeff.
there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida. Is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
They just needed more resources.
Let's see here.
And they did need
Some
more
notes
resources.
about Some of the calls.
And yes,
Would you
Chad, I have
agree
my
that there
Dave
were
Matthews
several
shirt on.
times
It's
in those calls where people were talking about
Labor Day
traffic,
weekend.
how heavy the traffic was in one location or another?
And I'm here.
I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking about traffic in South Florida.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
He's like, ma'am, is water wet? Like the money? Oh.
Now, during the calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck's going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this. Correct.
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but
You asked.
He was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
But you're asking.
I don't think he was, in my opinion, that's what you're asking me, is my opinion.
It is.
I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right,
Correct.
he was showing that.
Yes, he was being, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done, so he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
This is
I
all
agree.
When
speculative.
they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County.
This is
and now she's
argumentative.
getting concerned, right?
Argumentative,
she's
compound,
concerned.
speculative.
I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera,
Right.
but he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And
Donna
his
nodding
discussions about
along.
being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages, but he's telling his mother there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
He's reassuring her. Throwing Charlie under the bus is a smart plan for them because Charlie's already in custody. Charlie's already been convicted. Charlie's appeal
All right. So
has
this
run.
investigation was pretty
No,
lengthy.
been denied. I don't know if
Fair
he's
to
already,
say.
That's
if
fair
he's
to
out of
say.
all of his
All
appeals.
right, and you were involved in the investigation, I guess would be the Monday after the homicide through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We want to talk about the period from when Danny Markell was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to
Ugh.
from the date that Danny Markell was killed through
enough
the date of her
exposition.
arrest.
Okay.
And I know you got records, some people's records, phone records, et cetera, that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
Correct.
Emails, et cetera.
Correct.
And,
He's
and
got
my questioning will address those as well.
The receipts.
Okay.
Also,
I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a
it's cross-examination, ma'am. You don't need to clarify that you want to ask him a question. You should want to ask him a whole bunch of questions, like a bushel, a bunch, and all of them. But I will say, in most criminal cases, especially if there's co-defendants, the number one defense, especially if they're not being tried together, is the other dude did it. That chair, somebody else should be sitting here, not me. Other dude. Look at what all the other dudes did. So her cross should focus on what everybody else did. They all did that. Donna didn't do that. The conversation then becomes, but what was Donna doing? Because you need one overt act. And Catherine McBanois testified that Donna brought the money, so that's an overt act. But yeah, some other dude did it, empty chair, whatever you want to call it. That's where they're going to go. That should be their focus.
wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct.
One was obtained in this case.
That's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to
The murder of Dan
there's a lot of
Markell.
co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct.
And wiretaps were approved by the court for two people in the case, correct?
No
Yes, ma'am.
question pending.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markell's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Catherine McBanois, right?
The only ones we got on this case were. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean,
There might have been other
you
wires.
testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And he entered a plea deal.
Separate case.
Correct.
Okay, and Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
That's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got who? Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, right?
That's correct.
And then you have Mrs. Adelson who's been charged, correct?
Correct.
So of those five people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, correct?
That's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay, all right. When you say
I like that argument. Y'all weren't tapping Donna. Why? Why weren't you tapping Donna? You were focused on Charlie and Katie. Right.
previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
Okay. So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap that were investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for.
Okay, not for this case.
Not for this case.
Okay.
Correct. But there
Oh,
were
so drugs.
available recordings that we reviewed
Okay.
of his wiretap
Okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay,
Right, that has
thank
to be
you.
drugs.
And to get a wiretap.
That's speculation on my part. I have not gone and looked at Rivera's prior, but wiretaps are most commonly used in narcotic cases. And the feds do a lot of wiretaps in narcotic cases, especially large trafficking cases. So I'm not surprised that they learned things on the wiretap with Rivera that brought them to the rest of this. That's very interesting. So Rivera's wiretapped. Rivera goes to federal prison. And then the rest of it. Elizabeth, no, I was talking about the undercover. Emily, you're a little too protective of the convicted killer. No, I was talking about the undercover. I thought this defense attorney was incredibly rude to the undercover agent.
There's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court.
Yes.
And the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case, it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
2 days
Working
ago, Kate.
knowledge.
Yes, sir.
It's timestamped.
It's evidence that is built upon, that is shows a pattern of what can be beyond a reasonable doubt. Not beyond a reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. Is that kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it, yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
I don't know if the jury cares. Does the jury care about what the standard is for a search warrant when the search warrant's not for your client? I think but you didn't think my client was involved. You didn't have probable cause to get a warrant on her is the better argument.
Now,
I think you can do
I don't
that.
think you were asked about it
That's true.
specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to
Because he
his
was
home.
in the shower?
That's correct.
Okay. And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think
We saw that.
the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel, he leaves a voicemail for Wendi that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not, were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about
That calls for
he
speculation,
and
but I would
Wendi
leave it if I was the
potentially
prosecutor.
getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even
Yes.
suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school.
They go for a
and take
walk.
a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then?
Nope.
I might not be able to. You can try.
You should ask
You got
that
other
Western.
witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
You should ask that witness about it. You should ask that witness about it. So you're saying Danny's just being a great guy.
Based on all of the evidence.
The jury's
in the
going to turn on you
case.
calling him Danny nonstop, though.
Mr. Markel didn't
It's
know
weird.
what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am. I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that.
No, ma'am. We do not believe that.
Okay, and you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare.
Where are we
at
going
the
with this?
Gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare one.
Okay, I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
But Mr. Markell, being unaware of what was going to happen to him
At
that
least Mr.
morning, he was
Markell.
just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When he took his children to the
What
preschool
is
and
this?
hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, he didn't know that was the last time he was going to see them.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow.
I'm really confused. I've never seen a defense attorney do this. I've never seen a cross-examination like this. We were in a good place earlier. I thought the pointing out that the wiretaps were on other members of the conspiracy, I think there's room to try to argue there. I don't know how much that's going to help, but I think there's room to try to argue there. Some of you are saying she sounds like a prosecutor. A prosecutor, I think, would be objected to as a play for sympathy. I don't think a prosecutor could do this in this way. But she is walking through, like, minute by minute, the emotion leading up to the murder. But I'm very confused as to whether she is trying to make, is she trying to mitigate a potential conviction? Or is she trying to make the jury fucking hate her client? Talking about the victim hugging his children for the last time. The play to emotion is inappropriate. If I'm the prosecutor, I'm sitting there and being like, I don't know what you're doing, but go for it. But it's wild. It's uncomfortable to watch. And it's sad. But this is a strategy. I don't understand the strategy. But this has been this is not an oopsie. This has been a consistent choice that started an opening.
Follow Sigfredo Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera.
We know.
Follow him in their car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markell in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running. Mr. Markell is still inside of it. And from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markell twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
It broke his glasses. It broke his fucking glasses in
So the
half.
investigation really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what
I'm gonna eat
transpired
breakfast,
that made
so I
him
don't
make
yell
that
at
call
her.
to 911. But as soon as 911 is
time for
called,
food.
the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, and law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so
Yeah,
that
Wendi would
the
have seen
crime
it.
scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markell's house, right?
Oh, we gonna get after
It depends
Wendi?
on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really
Have you
testify
reviewed-
to that.
Okay,
Should ask
have you
that
reviewed
witness.
the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay.
You should have asked the witness who was sitting there what could be perceived, because if he wasn't on that street, he can't say where on the street you could see that there were all of the law enforcement at the scene. But if you're going to go after Wendi would have seen it, I just have at you. I'm very curious where that's going to go.
Now, I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendi Adelson
TBD's not a real time.
having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Okay, and they took her.
Emily, that's your mistake. My mistake. Unnecessary snark. She's talking about Tallahassee PD, not time TBD. That's on me.
back to TPD, and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview.
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay.
Let's talk about Wendi.
And during the course of that interview,
I'm
which
with you
is
for that.
several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he detective, investigator, Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator
yes, ma'am.
Isom comes in and speaks to her some, right?
Correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And Wendi Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs. I'll give their first names, okay? Wendi Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And during
We
the
definitely
course
want
of
to talk
her
about
being
Wendi.
interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markell's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then
They should have asked
she starts
Isom.
answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markell, and she gives lots of choices. Maybe it's an angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
They become persons of
It
interest.
depends on whose definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markell was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
2. They were in the
Suspects,
car.
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest. We had-
I'm sorry, we'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
I would say suspect 1 and suspect 2. Well, he's identifying a person. They wanted to know who was in the car.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Yeah.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that
You asked if there were many persons of interest. He said there were many persons of interest. You asked when he became focused on the Adelson family. He said it was about a year in before he focused on the family. They were persons of interest, but they needed to narrow down the information. Ma'am. And Chad, I don't know if her earrings are hidden Mickeys or not. I have no idea. They look like it from here, but when she turns, they're different. I don't know. I have no idea.
Wendi started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
They were
Those were
persons.
updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated. After they became main suspects and we identified Luis Rivera, we definitely did then.
And
When did they become
starting
suspects?
on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Sorry, counsel. That was rude. That was a rude pause face. Oh, and I meant investigator, not counsel. Okay, hold on. I'm just putting it out into the universe while we're going through this cross. I really want her to ask Is Wendi Adelson still a suspect in this case? Counsel? Counsel. Please ask, is Wendi Adelson still a suspect in this case? Please. Oh, you guys, hold on. Forgive me my pause. We're going to take a quick ADHD detour because I needed a magic 8-ball, but I didn't have one. And so we have a Mystic Pickle instead. So hold on for a second. We're going to ask the Mystic Pickle because we haven't had a chance to do this. I want to know. I want counsel to ask. Let's see if the Mystic Pickle thinks it is likely or not. We have not. Sorry. That's crackly. All right. We're going to ask real quick. Will counsel ask this investigator if Wendi is still a suspect in this case?
As the Pickle's destiny is being jarred, signs are positive.
Signs are positive. Thank you, Mr. Pickle. Let's see how it goes. Continuing on.
You're invested in the case.
Signs are
because
positive.
You're the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Not a suspect, no, ma'am.
No? Not a person of interest?
Maybe a person of interest, yes.
Person of
Not a
interest gets
suspect.
ruled out.
You've been
Suspects
right from the
don't.
time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested. Not made a mistake.
As a suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay?
Right.
All right, so not just TPD and not just you with
Chat,
the FBI.
here's a link
There
for the
were
Mr.
several
Pickle. It's my
agencies
Amazon
who were
link.
involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation, I would disagree with that.
You
There
would,
was-
so the state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation? Of this
Later on he was, but
It's
there's
in
not
my Amazon store.
several agencies. There was just a few that assisted, yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade, There's different agencies down there, so
Yeah.
different agencies would assist when we needed help, yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest?
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There
I
were
mean,
several that assisted.
There
yes.
are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes, correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us, yes.
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
That's correct.
And so, fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markell has been gone for, is my math right? 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You know your mouth's right, counsel.
And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No,
trial.
I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that.
No, you
there
asked
were
if a witness
hundreds of
said it.
thousands.
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And in addition to having these emails, you also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were
What
a lot of
tea?
people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay.
That person already testified.
And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state, and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence.
Correct. Sorry
right?
about that.
That's
That was
correct.
me, chat. I was moving things.
And also,
I don't know where she's going
in
with this
addition to
either.
that, there are even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first.
Well, they had Rivera's
When I say
calls.
recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look
Please
at my
do.
notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
Give me those dates. He's like, ma'am. Give it to me. Y'all, I just realized that I hadn't pinned the duster onto the video. I'm doing it now.
It looks like
You can just
4/8
grab
of
it.
16 is when we started the wire.
That's my fault.
Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Catherine McManwell.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him, he went and bought 2 burner phones, we went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him, and then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie,
Okay, I don't know where she's going with this cross, but I do love hearing more about the investigation because I was curious too. I don't think this helps her client. But that was totally user
Adelson
error.
and Catherine McBanois, those ended around
My
June
mouse
the 7th,
is
correct?
fighting with me
Yes,
today.
ma'am, I believe that's correct.
Okay.
And
In
again-
addition to those
You did hear that they wiretapped all the burner phones, right? The FBI is going to get you.
recorded calls that you have,
He tried.
you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markell was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right, all their phone, it's their phone records, there's no content, is what it is. It's the
Correct.
call detail records. Yes, ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
Terry asked if I'm using the new keyboard today. No, I didn't have time to set it up. I had meetings after a stream yesterday.
You talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails.
Worky work.
How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those
Which recorded calls?
for the bump?
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, we had people who had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to
Right.
minimize them as they go.
They have to dump.
Well, let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not relevant to your investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click. We're not recording that part. We're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time. They go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant
Okay.
to the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period of time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's that officer who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example.
Sure.
There's a call on April the 15th of 2016, if you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m.
Now I'm curious. Where are we going with
And it
this?
says it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th, you had the call number?
2016. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am, I see it. 50 minutes long, yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes. Fair to say?
Fair.
Fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual, I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50...
No, counsel. What you just said to us is that Charlie wants to become a professional go-kart racer. That tracks. That tracks. Mm-hmm. Okay.
minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay, so we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to those entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay, but most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay.
Did anyone think that though? Was that confusing to anybody? I mean, he just popped the water bottle. I guess it's helpful to clear up to the jury
I
that
know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong. So I'm not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember if it's
the attorneys look at the prosecutors. They are just doing the Lord's work, not facing more. They're sitting there going, I mean, this entire strategy is wrong. But look at them. This is why I like not being in the courtroom, because when you're in the courtroom, you're sitting behind the prosecutors. You're sitting behind all the attorneys. You can't see their faces. When we are watching, we get to see different angles on the courtroom. I love.
Jeffrey Lacoste, something?
I say Lacoste, but
Okay,
I don't know
Lacoste.
either.
All right. Was he a person
You
of
know
interest?
Jeff's name.
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him, so
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
at some point I'm sure he was.
You still
Wendi
going after Wendi?
Adelson,
Ooh!
in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
I don't
He
know
doesn't
what you
remember.
mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You
She
don't?
phones a
Okay, that's
friend?
okay, we'll get him to play it. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacoste.
I don't.
That's okay, we'll
Sorry.
play it.
This is not the right witness for this.
How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No.
Less than 50?
Less than 50.
25?
He doesn't know, ma'am.
Witnesses? Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay, and what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally,
Yes, sir.
just a handful.
Handful.
Counsel.
There was a call, RR, and there's so many calls, that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary, it's going to ring a bell.
Counsel with
But
the
you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
exposition.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016 between Catherine Magbanawa and
Night 01007 said, EDB, why do you think the state isn't objecting? Because none of this helps in any way, or is it something else? There's no point to objecting. They could object to a ton of this, but the prosecution does it too. The prosecution also has asides and a little bit of exposition and time where they're like, on this call, this was said. Is that correct? Yes. The defense is doing it too. But they can see how the jury's responding. And it's like we're walking through a stream of consciousness cross-examination. And it's really hard to follow. And so I'm sure the jury is just like, I don't even know what you're talking about. It was like when Lally was doing direct examination and I was sitting here going, well, wait to Cross to figure it out. Cross isn't confusing the issue in a way that's helpful for them. It's just making people just tune their brain out. So yeah, if the prosecution objects, it's gonna wake the jury back up and have them engage back in. Just counsel's just counsel and just let her go. So there's improper questions, but it's not in a way that is going to be prejudicial or damaging to the jury. It's at this point stylistic, and it's just like everyone's just checking out. Right. Are you guys checking out listening to this? Because you're interested and you want to be here. You've chosen to be here. And I'm glad you've chosen to be here with me. But you're just like, counsel, the fuck? That's why they're not. Objecting would break up the pace.
Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and they're
Now she's jumped to a different
pretty
topic.
Inappropriate comments about her breasts. That's not how he or she referred to them, but remember that call?
I do.
Boobs?
And at that time, Catherine Magbanawa is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 12-14, and that.
Is this after she spilled coconut water? Or are we going to get to questions that Charlie thought she was wearing a wire? Why are we getting to her rib tattoo?
Happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
I'm going to let her play that again.
At that time, Catherine Magbanawa is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 12-14, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Well, that's a coincidence. Your son, Donna, I don't think
Is it fair to say that the information...
Chad, I don't think she tatted his garage code. I think she tatted something that meant something to her, and then he made it his garage code. I don't think it's the other way around.
That was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person or not. Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Okay. Charlie Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And
I mean, it's not his garage anymore, so I'm sure the code has been changed.
A recording inside the restaurant where they're talking. I guess there's some pictures also, right?
There's
Inside the
video.
restaurant,
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk, yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After,
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time. Is that fair to say?
correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full-time, so you're going to get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did, yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Honestly, the most real thing with Katie was when she was on the phone with Charlie being like, don't you ever fucking work?
Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD was responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
It was, TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts,
Okay.
monitoring the calls
And they did-
live.
Live, they did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well,
that-
I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have, I don't remember.
Okay, many, many hours a day.
9 years
They're
ago.
listening in on all the phone calls of Mag Banois and Charlie Adelson. Is that
Yes,
fair to
ma'am.
say? Okay.
Imagine for me a
And
moment
these people who are listening in,
the TPD officers that are tasked with listening live to all of Charlie Adelson's phone calls. TPD, I hope you provided them therapy. I hope they all went out at some point for a night out and just talked about Charlie Adelson the way I would love to be a fly on the wall, because they've got to talk about the wiretaps. What did you hear on this call? What did you hear on this call? What are you doing here? What are you doing? They have to keep in communication about what's going on. Can you imagine? TPD, that's some difficult work, because they've got to be like, this dude. WTF.
how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something that they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or Investigator Ison would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there
a
where
physical
they're listening
room.
to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida.
He's working.
During a lot of the wire.
Okay.
I would go in there and review calls, because we can go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded, and that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
Okay, and when you say mark permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent? You said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database, that we could go in and log in and see these calls.
Are you trying to figure out how this
And so
investigation worked right
yourself
now?
and Isom and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes, usually. We left them instructions
Okay.
to do that.
And
Yes.
something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. and
No,
during that
that's not
period of time,
accurate.
Yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you,
I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
including the individuals who went in and did the recordings? Is that fair?
That's correct.
Like, is there a
And
point, or are
said
you
were
just
there for
curious?
some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were recorded.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there. I was in South Florida the whole time, whether I was physically at the meeting It's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I had already been close to Mr. Adelson and Mrs. Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not.
Didn't
So I
want to be
go
observed.
back in and get close to them again after that. So I
Fair.
did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, but not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't know if they had seen him. It gets real weird if you start seeing the same guy everywhere.
Also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts. Was that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the projectiles came from the same weapon, right?
I don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. If you don't recall it, we'll
'Cause we
talk about that
didn't-
from somebody else. Yes,
We
sir.
didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a
You
weapon
didn't
to
have the weapon,
compare.
right?
Right, to
But
compare.
you can compare to projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the
You
same
could.
weapon. Okay.
Correct.
Ma'am,
All right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym?
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
Of which point?
Any point in this
The
investigation?
whole investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
tell her you need to go through your
I know we had
notes.
some traffic cameras from the time of his drive.
You're talking about when...
Mr. Markell was driving the kids to the
She
daycare.
literally
and
wants him
when
to
he was
name it
driving
all.
to the gym.
Okay.
We had bus surveillance video.
Okay.
Parking lot.
You referred to surveillance video. We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita.
Is she just
along with the
curious?
recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. That's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more.
Probably more.
Possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I
Are you
located
learning new things
Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia
during your
going
cross,
to the
ma'am?
bank, immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee. They stopped at a bank and an ATM.
Right.
I got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right. Let me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been
'Cause they're
tried and
co-conspirators.
convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
Yes.
The ones, which ones?
Not Rivera.
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted?
Followed prior to their arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest or
No,
any
before-
time?
Anytime before that.
Yes, Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McBanwell, I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
They set up a poll cam. They're not going to get much more into that, I imagine. They're going to say, nah, we're not going to tell you how we do that, but they set up a poll cam, which can be somewhere on the street. Leave that alone, but they set up a poll cam.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't want you to...
And we also did some
They're not gonna
surveillance
disclose
on
how they do that.
Catherine McBanwell when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. We did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We
Monica,
were
it's
already
the
up on the
point.
wire that
Okay.
week prior.
It's
And
the
that's
point
photo that was
that
shown
Donna
to
wasn't
me
followed.
earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks.
Yes, ma'am.
The check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson.
He gave her the check that day.
It didn't come
Correct.
from him. So they had video on their houses. They had a tail.
Pretty
And they had the
incredible
wires.
that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee on bus cameras? Is that what you used? You said you used?
That wasn't me particularly. That was TPD.
That
TPD did
witness
a great
did.
job. They
Yeah.
did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything. And once they saw the video at Premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames and they went back and got all the video.
They did a great job.
Outstanding job on that.
Yeah.
They did a great job on that. That wasn't
the
him.
people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the
TPD
people
is
who've
Tallahassee
been
PD.
convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her
Oh, here's
comings
the point.
and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life so we could find out where she was going,
Right.
so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct a bump at.
Okay, and that was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markel's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time.
Oh, investigator,
every day
I
that she
like
went
you
to go pick the children
so
up from
much.
school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because
He didn't say her grandchildren. He didn't say Wendy's children. He said Mr. Markel's children. Investigator, just a fucking 10 out of 10. Just a 10 out of 10 in the way that you are answering questions. Yes.
we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right, and was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life, where she walks her grandchildren to the school.
See, counsel tried to
before
shift
school
it.
starts and then walks back to pick them up. Were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
they already
So if
testified.
the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear. You can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification, yes, ma'am.
That's
Okay.
what clarifying audio is. That witness already testified.
And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were recovered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well, correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part,
No, ma'am.
but you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in
That
prosecuting
noise is
these
in
individuals
court.
came
It's
from
not
those
you.
phones and computers, right?
I am.
Okay. Now,
He's
you
like,
never
"What
got a
are we doing?"
wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
Didn't need
And
to.
1 year into it, you decided that did she move
1 year
from a
into
person
what?
of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym, and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records, and that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested. I guess it would have been.
I got the feeling maybe Donna just wants to know and doesn't know. And Donna's like, how did y'all figure this out? This might just be client directed. This might just be like Donna wants to know. These might just be Donna's questions at this point. It's the only thing that makes this make any sense. The only thing is Donna's like, I want to know this and this and this and this and this and this and this. So maybe. A lot of you in the chat are like, that's Lakshmi, I hope I pronounced that properly. I have terrible phonemic awareness. So that's what I've been saying. And a number of you are just like, I think that makes sense.
apprehended Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
It makes
That's
sense
correct.
that they
We
asked for a
still
recess
visited
to get
him.
Donna's questions,
And
though.
He was,
That would make
I
sense.
can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and his assistance was taking you places, explaining things, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon, that's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes, ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon, was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in a river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did you?
Yes, ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
But you didn't locate it?
No, ma'am, we did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes,
A
ma'am.
revolver.
And what was that gun? What type?
It was a .38. I don't remember if it was a Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, revolvers don't eject casings. It was a, yeah.
You recall that in around June
The
of 2016.
disgruntled moderator in the chat said we need Jennifer Adelson.
So after
Jennifer
this
Adelson.
bump,
Damn it. I apologize to Jennifer Lawrence. We need the Jennifer Lawrence What Do You Mean clip from Hot Ones. We really do. We do. 100%.
period and the ending of the wiretap, that the probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Sigfredo Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure.
been a
and
while.
It's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes, ma'am. And that's not the press conference, though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included
Okay.
them both, and
Okay.
obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked up on. So that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Laura asked why wasn't Harvey arrested at the
Now,
airport
from
too?
the
They didn't
time
have an
that
arrest
Mr.
warrant for him.
Markell was murdered
They didn't have a warrant
to
for him.
the time that Donna
might not.
Adelson was arrested. Fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dental.
Okay, before we get to Donna Adelson's Just Like Us, Bubbles in the chat asked a great question. Can Donna selectively take the fifth on cross? If Donna Adelson chooses to testify, which her lawyers have indicated she will, she waives her Fifth Amendment right when she takes the stand. So no, she cannot. She has waived that right when she takes the stand. The court will give her a waiver and advisor when and if she takes the stand. So we will see.
History there, right?
Thank you to everyone who
correct.
gifted
You
memberships.
learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and
We have
worked
questions about that.
some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
He traveled.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did, yeah.
I'm
as a
sorry if I
periodontist.
misspoke. I thought
It's-
surgery was the periodontist. But
I don't know either.
whatever. He was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he
He says he was. Nobody can really find where his perio residency was, though. Dr. B and I are trying to be over it, but after Dr. B did his prosthodontic residency and then a maxillofacial residency, we're real hung up on the residency part. So I'm still questioning. And the fact that he was on the phone saying, well, 50% of the case took, I'm like, I know a fair number of periodontists. I have never heard a periodontist say, well, a 50% failure rate's fine. Periodontists are way, way more particular than that. So I still have questions.
Did that work for several different dentists, correct?
He did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices.
Okay.
Is what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During appointments, sometimes too, it sounds like.
Yep.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Charlie was never fucking working.
During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that...
Also, what periodontist is in the middle of whatever he's doing and steps out to get on the cell phone? Charlie was like, I'm in surgery. Dude, what? Donna, Emily, we need to focus on Donna. Charlie has lost his license.
after Mr. Markell was murdered until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the United States several times to travel, right?
They did.
Oh, that's a great
and
question.
they returned each time, right?
They did.
Okay.
Each time that they left the country to travel and they returned, excuse me, did they have round trip tickets? Just a question.
Back in 2019 is when the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Somebody else does.
Probably.
Well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Yeah,
re-ask that
sure. I
question?
mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Okay.
It's possible that things were said when you weren't listening. Yes, it's possible.
Now, all of these calls that have been played here today, they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces.
Sure.
Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that.
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
We considered it bullshit. That's what his face is saying. We considered it.
And on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And
Sabina,
there are times that Mrs.
100%.
Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone, and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation,
Oh boy.
Do you have evidence?
Agent, she opened a very big open-ended question to let you say what you think. Based on your investigation, what do you think? Go ahead and tell her. Just where is Bethany Franco when we need her?
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Go for it. He's like, He's wondering if I do it or not. Because she just, what do you think?
Okay. Do I have evidence? No.
Okay.
He was restrained. That was restrained.
Now, Catherine McBanawa, well, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera, after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So
It's fine.
well after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
And he got
based
a
on federal
19-year
charges,
sentence.
right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case.
He got a deal.
For a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
That's
so
what
the
he said.
additional time that he got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And
Well-
Mr. Garcia.
Actually, that's not correct. Sorry to be all actually about it, but Rivera had already started serving his sentence. So Rivera was in custody prior to 2016. So when he was sentenced, the time he spent being sentenced before he got arrested on this case, he wouldn't have gotten back time for that. So his 19 years that run concurrent wouldn't have started at the beginning of the 12. The 12 would have started when he was sentenced on that case. And then his time in custody on this case would have started when he was indicted on this case. And so it doesn't line up equally to only be an additional 7 because it just overlapped because he had already served part of the 12, if that makes sense. So it's actually, he's got a longer tail than that, but federal time also has way less like work time. So federal time gets served at a higher percentage than state time. But anyway, it's more than 7 years is my point.
Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the
Yes.
first one that was convicted.
Okay.
He was tried together.
Right. But that first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Catherine McBanawa has a trial, and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is.
I am concerned with this focus that counsel is trying to indicate to the jury that if Donna is convicted, she will get life. The jury is not supposed to consider sentencing. They are Floridian jurors. They probably already know that, murder being the case that they gave you, you're going to get life. But you are not allowed to ask the jury in any way to consider, hey, this little old lady going to get life. I worry that they are trying to harp on everyone tried for the same cases got life. The prosecution already introduced the other trials, already introduced the other convictions. That's all been introduced. She is bringing it up multiple times, what everyone got. I'm concerned that this is for improper purpose.
So we've got the first 3, life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to Charlie Adelson, and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
And his
I worry about
defense,
that.
if you will. I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
Was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted?
Yes, I did.
You heard that.
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So Then comes Catherine McBanawa after she's been convicted, and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
That's not legally possible.
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay, and when she gives these 2 proffers, it's before she testifies
Parole's not an option. Parole doesn't exist. I don't think she's going to get resentenced.
against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far. Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
This is not proper impeachment.
I would agree with that.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She on because I believe she was minimizing the first 2 proffers, which is very, very common
She
for
did say that at
defendants
trial.
to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right, so when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I misunderstood what you said
didn't
about which trial.
No, I'm sorry, I can't speak over you and I talk way too fast because the court reporter can only get.
What you don't do is talk too fast. That is definitely what you don't do. What you're not doing is moving fast. Let's not get it twisted. All of us fast talkers are objecting. But no, you are asking bad questions. It's why you're getting bad answers. But Katie said that she downplayed her role in it when she testified, and she became more forthcoming as time went on.
One of us, so I apologize for that. It's not intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
She did.
So-
Okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
okay.
she, basically, when she testifies in those first 2 trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right.
That's
She
what she
lied
said.
in the first 2 trials.
She lied, straight up.
Correct.
Okay. And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
She's not being fully forthcoming, is
Okay.
the way I describe it.
All right, and you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newland, Investigator State Attorney's Office, and Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out.
He didn't storm out like he was at a Real Housewife dinner or reunion. They left to see how she would behave when she was in the room alone.
I'm done with her.
Well, you weren't done because she came back and then she gave another proffer,
Correct.
right? And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay? And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial, and by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
In her trial, correct.
Well, she testified twice. There were 2 trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first 2 trials. Absolutely.
Okay, and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer,
Correct.
and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
Why are
And
the
she
air quotes
comes
around
into
completely?
The third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Yeah, she was like, who's coming with me? Yeah, Katie realized she messed up. I understand why she did
And
it,
then
but she realized.
she's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Regrets, I've had a
Right.
few, Katie.
Under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Or watch other witness testimony.
Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No.
You're not?
Not real familiar?
Yeah.
No.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you?
Because he's not the witness impeaching Katie. Katie testified. You asked Katie the questions. You just impeach Katie when Katie testifies.
Real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information and get it to the jury.
Wrong witness.
May I have just one moment? I left something on my table.
Okay. I'm zooming while she's fiddling with papers. You know, I will say we've gotten to watch a variety of different styles on this trial. Some are a bit smoother than others. But if you are going to go the I'm just a simple country lawyer route, you need to be sharp as a tack. It needs to be strategic. The actual bumbling just pisses off a jury. They want you to do something.
There was some testimony about Mrs. Adelson making arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam.
She's had a few good points, and that was it.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Oh, she didn't hang up.
I
Is
was
the reason.
only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Donna, did you hear him? They didn't even know about the call till 5 days later. If she had gotten on a plane in that window, she would have been gone. They would have probably tried to go get her, but she would have been gone. Oh, that's got to be frustrating.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call,
Yes, ma'am.
and you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday, and at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home, here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
You better not.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to. And he checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased. And he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay, so this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows.
Hey, ma'am, they're the FBI, so they can call up TSA, NSA, DHS. Ma'am, it's the government. They're not calling MIA to check if Donna has flights. They're using other government agency because you have to fly under your own name, and Donna was not sophisticated in identity theft. All of you are like, they're calling the FAA, PSL, WTF. Also, I feel like I'm going to see if EDB Air will play just because we need a moment. But yeah, do I love the fact that Miami International Airport abbreviations are MIA? Yeah, because that's what Donna wanted to be. She wanted to be MIA. Uh-huh. She sure did. Donna wanted to get the fuck out of town.
people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay, so they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay. And you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking.
She was aware the call was being recorded. It tells her it's being recorded.
And you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Trishan,
you knew
all the seats
that
on
there's
EDB
not
Air
a
are first class,
treaty, I
and
guess.
they're the
There's
same
not-
rate.
There's not extradition happens in different ways.
We all
correct?
want to be
That's
comfy.
correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much
But-
more difficult.
Right, but they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do, yes.
Right. It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
It is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You
I'm
didn't
not sure.
investigate that?
I didn't investigate that now.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Don't recall?
It could have been that morning, it could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
This is the part I'm most
And
interested
all
in.
you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they've booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea, besides that phone call, what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation.
They were planning on getting a one-way ticket to the motherfucking airport, ma'am. After they talked about making sure that all the arrangements were made for the kids. You don't know what they're going to do. They're going to get a one-way ticket. They were literally leaving on a jet plane.
Before we sit here today.
I'll back this up. This line of questioning, this is where she actually needs to do something. She needs to do something in this line of questioning because the consciousness of guilt is literally fucking screaming in this case, and she has to try to mitigate it. Whew, it's not going to work, I don't think.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they've booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
I backed up a little bit.
You don't have any idea, besides that phone call, what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah, and they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
I don't believe that at all. That wasn't in the call.
And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
One-way ticket's
Are you
not
asking
in
my
air
opinion?
quotes.
I'm
One-way
asking
ticket's
if you
true.
believed at the time that you decided to assist
He's asking for your opinion. They were going to FaceTime into that bar mitzvah.
in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant Because she has a one-way ticket.
Yes.
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I
Did
was
you
not
give input?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am, that's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You
I
told me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markell was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes,
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markell and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been
Counsel, are you arguing that they should have gotten a warrant earlier? Interesting strategy.
watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says, outside your house, no warrant.
Correct.
You got Catherine Magbanawa, who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time.
Katie didn't really bring all of the smoke until November 2023, October 2023, when she testified at Charlie's trial. Donna gets arrested November 2023.
Time that she has this trip, that she's going out of the country, that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's
There was
free
no
to
ticket.
travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware
Why
of.
didn't y'all ask Newland that?
You knew that.
I thought you knew that. Maybe you should ask Jason Newland.
In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to his mother, and that's call G, you've never hurt or threatened anybody. And she says, I know.
Yes.
You at least considered that, right?
Sure.
So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant. And they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to...
I'm real interested because she's going to ask for his opinion, but he keeps saying he wasn't the one who got the warrant. I think the argument will be in all this time, they didn't have enough information to get a warrant. I don't think that's going to fly, but we'll see. But there's nothing wrong with her traveling legally, but it goes to her state of mind that she's trying to flee because things very much changed during Charlie's trial, which is what the prosecution is going to be able to point out. And the defense had argued to not bring in Charlie's defense and the things Charlie said during trial and the text between Wendi and Donna about Charlie's trial. I think counsel has kicked that wall down at this point. So more of it's going to come up, but yeah, they had time. They get to make a strategy. So I'm real interested if she's going to ask him, why'd y'all decide to get a warrant? He's going to say, I didn't make that decision.
leave
I imagine.
Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's they?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done,
Yes,
and you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
that's correct, because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made up a decision, or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning,
Okay. And what time did you arrive in Miami?
around 6,
Ooh, that's close.
6:30, somewhere around there.
Flight was at 8.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop and get gas?
Definitely,
Maybe something to eat?
possibly.
Okay.
Coffee.
So when
a
you drive from
donut.
Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami?
Yes, sir. I'm
Went
sorry.
to the
That was
airport.
That was a very open-ended, I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami Airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went.
It is.
Donna was
Okay,
probably
when you
already in
got
the
there,
lounge.
Had you been communicating
A
on
glass
your
of
trip
champs.
with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Sure he was.
Yes.
He had a
And
cell
about
phone.
what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant?
That they were going to try and get one. That decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant, did you discuss it?
From my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock,
When they obtained it or when they decided?
when they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant, but that was the decision, I thought, at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock. So you're still traveling at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually there.
No.
Okay. And they know that someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two, yeah. Either calling me or I called them.
Okay, so there was a phone communication?
There was.
Yeah.
Who
Yes.
spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right, so he says
I wanna
we
know,
decided
too.
we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So
I wanna
you
know.
keep going, and when you get to the airport
I want to know
in
why they arrested her
Miami,
too. Why they waited.
Where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously, you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So
Who worked there.
An agent from the FBI?
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him and just
Not unusual for large international airports.
to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
There already was.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes,
Yeah.
this is happening. This is where we're at with it, yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told her.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just
Airport police.
Miami, I believe it's the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I didn't talk to him, the other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you,
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
the U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Have just 1 second, please.
I'm really just waiting for her to ask, is Wendi Adelson still a suspect in this case? That's really just what I want. I like the gray of the water bottle. I'm a big fan of a dove gray. All right. Counsel's conferring with counsel. Counsel's conferring with client. Counsel's conferring with counsel. I'm zooming.
At
'Cause
the time
Lord.
that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Oh, you can't do that. Counsel, you can fucking not. Ooh. Were you aware that Donna asked if she'd be allowed to turn herself in? Ooh, definitely not. That's a big old nope-a-rooski. She knows, too. You can hear it in her voice. She knows she can't ask that question.
She'd be allowed to turn herself in.
Sustained. Please approach.
Oh, ma'am. Did you hear the judge's voice? Improper question. That's not for the jury to consider. I don't think the jury, it's probably not as big of a deal to the jury as it is to us, because the jury's sitting there going, oh, the police can lie to you. Shocking. This is a bigger legal issue between the attorneys because the judge is mad that she asked that question. There at sidebar, I'm going to zoom. Zoom. On top of it being hearsay, it's an improper question. Her relative ability to turn herself in doesn't change any of the situation. And if they're going to start going down a line of like entrapment or something like, oh, they told her she could go to the airport and they were doing, it's improper. That's all pretrial motions. You could hear in the judge's voice that he was not happy. Oh, they're still at sidebar. Defense counsel's walking away. Looks like she was laughing to me, but the judge's voice.
Okay,
Move on.
might have lost my train of thought.
She's shown something to the prosecutor, which before she puts it up, she needs to.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Agent, special agent,
Either or.
titles don't matter to you?
That's fine.
Good
Okay.
God.
Mr. Sanford, I'm showing you what's been marked.
At least she didn't say what makes a special agent so special. That's fair.
For identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 60. Would you look at that for a moment before I ask you questions and just kind of review it?
Okay.
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get out of your space so you can have your own space and I'll ask you questions.
Fucking hell. I suspect that the reason the defense was asking about whether Donna could turn herself in or not is because in their written motions, there was argument, and even when Donna testified at her own hearing, part of that hearing was for her to get released. Donna was arguing that the reason she wanted to go to a non-extradition country is so that she wouldn't, and this is her statement, she wouldn't be stuck in like jail in some third world country waiting to get extradited, that she figured if they didn't extradite her, she wouldn't be arrested in some other country and be stuck there waiting to be extradited. So she wanted the freedom to book her own flight back and choose, you know, how and when she came back. She didn't want to be arrested abroad. So that is probably what she's going to argue when she testifies in this case. So Donna, her attorney's laying that groundwork. Donna just needs to testify to it. She wanted her own ability to be like, I would have turned myself in. I would have come back. I don't want to get arrested somewhere else. And you know what? The jury might be like, I mean, fair. you didn't want to be in jail abroad. But then maybe don't go. But it's an argument. But then why the one-way? But then why the one-way ticket? So, that's where that argument's going to go.
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese. You may.
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information right near the Vietnamese language.
Well,
Do
you
see
can't
that?
know it's
Correct.
exactly the
Yes,
same if you don't know Vietnamese,
And
but whatever.
the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it was until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024. And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right?
I don't think they offer a visa for escape. And she wasn't seeking like a refugee status, ma'am. She wanted a 90-day visa. And on her other calls, she says, we'll figure it out when we'll figure out later. So yeah, she wanted a 90-day so she could quote unquote get out in time.
If you kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay, so it was for
tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
Top. Good for single/multiple entries. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and
He doesn't
once she leaves, she
necessarily
can't
know
come back,
that.
right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach?
He's like, ma'am, I work for the FBI. I have not taken a vacation outside of the United States in years. I don't fucking know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's like, I take road trips to arrest your client.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, that they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably, there might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Because they have guns.
And at some
Ma'am,
point
they
you
have
got to
guns
the
at the
gate where they were
airport.
going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they
The
were going to
fuck?
leave.
I believe so.
Okay, and you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, you saw them.
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airports when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's
We could just
different
roll the video.
gates, and we were.
Counsel, just roll the video. Because the prosecution's not going to do it. But if you need the layout of the airport, just roll the video. You can definitely introduce that into evidence. I think we should just see it. Did he have a body cam? Hey, counsel, I got an idea for you. The jury would understand the layout of Miami International Airport way better if you just rolled the video.
Across the, and there's a middle section too, so we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials, so I figured they knew what I looked like, so I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No.
Did you catch that? We knew they watched the other trials. I had testified at other trials, so we knew that they knew what I looked like because we knew that they watched other trials.
Not necessarily.
All kind of together.
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like, you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are at like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal.
Terminal.
It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
I'm
when
not
you're
sure.
walking down towards the gate.
Stop it right now. Stop. I don't know what airports. What's it? What's an airport? You know it's called a gate. You know it's called a gate. When you get to the gate.
There will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
Correct,
side. Okay,
correct.
all right.
And
Sorry
there is
about that.
there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
Correct.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't remember, it doesn't
recall.
matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay, did you see them?
I did.
Okay, and when you
now I
saw
just want
them,
the
were
tea.
they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean, the
seated or standing, one of the two. But they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
They were
Okay.
queued.
The flight wasn't
board.
scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so you were there for a couple of hours and the warrants issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time.
It's an international
But
flight.
you saw them.
I did.
And were the
I don't know if the boarding standards have changed on internet. I haven't flown international in forever, but wouldn't boarding begin almost 45 minutes prior to flight, if not more than that? So 8:10 flight, they would have been boarded by 7:40, 7:30. He didn't get to the airport till 6. He had to get through all of the security with his sidearms. So yeah, he probably would have been pretty close. So, I mean, on an international flight, a lot of you are saying doors close at least 30 minutes before an international flight. Yeah, so what, an hour before flight time? So 7:10? It's pretty quick.
other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
They
The
did, but
uniform officers
it
from
still takes time to
Miami-Dade.
get through the
Was the
airport,
officer
though.
standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty
I think
sure
they
from
were
where you
flying
are that she would not have been able to see
Emirates,
this group of men?
based
one
on
of
what
them
the
with,
flight attendant was wearing.
I guess insignia and gun and belt and all that. You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been able to
Absolutely.
see.
Yeah. There was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating maybe 20 minutes.
And what do you recall them having with them?
Some small carry-on items. I don't recall.
And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Abraham Lincoln beard.
I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw him for how long?
Fuck.
Maybe 20 minutes. I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and
Excuse me, did you walk with a gang of agents with cop walk all the way through the airport? No, that wouldn't have been suspicious at all. No. Everybody at the airport would be like, why are there a bunch of cops walking through the airport right now? No, they didn't walk in a horde of FBI agents, ma'am. I think what she's going to try to get to is they weren't going to leave the country forever. It's not like they had packed up their whole life. They didn't have 15 suitcases. Ma'am, the mail exists. You're not going to, this jury is after they heard the call of her needing to get everything taken care of, they're not going to buy it.
Me and maybe the uniform officers, I think the customs officers were already there before we got there.
Okay.
There's only like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that what
I
you're
believe
saying?
so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, you know, sections, whatever, you can board the flight. Old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different
Pre-boarding
periods. Is that
Sure.
fair to say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight.
I bet
Is that
they
right?
held boarding.
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
I bet they
got in the line and then
held boarding a little till they were
at
ready.
some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you buy to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to? Is it jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors.
Because international.
And it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane.
What's a
Inside
jetway?
that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Down the jetway.
And that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested.
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway,
Yes, ma'am.
not actually get on the plane.
No, ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line.
Have you ever seen a video of people trying to arrest somebody off a plane? It's a whole ass shit show. Why would they wait for her to get on the plane before they came down and arrest her? They wanted to make sure she scanned her ticket. She scanned her ticket, walked on to the hallway between the jet bridge and the doors and arrested her there. They didn't want to have to go all the way down to the damn plane.
Right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to get them
Scanned
not a crowd
in.
of people right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off, and after they're through the jetway, by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, I mean, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them.
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating
Right.
where they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people. And then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, they all
when
got
they
delayed.
go through, the glass doors are going to open, and that's where you're going to take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past the.
Counsel, you realize that you can just have law enforcement or airline employees hold the rest of the line and pause boarding?
Them where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
People are getting on the plane. They're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
No, they weren't.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you going to take her into custody there too, right?
No.
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken
Well, I don't know what counsel's point is, but for law enforcement, the argument is that you want to make sure she has scanned her ticket or her boarding pass to get onto the flight, because if they arrest her in the airport, she could try to argue, well, I wasn't going to board. I wasn't going to leave. I changed my mind at that point. And then the defense would be arguing, well, how could you know she was going to get on the flight? She was sitting at the airport with a ticket. She had loaded her luggage, but she had changed her mind. So literally, thank you, Chad. They waited till she was past the point of no return, which is a great callback to Crown this year. So we're going with that. But yeah, they wanted to wait until she had scanned her ticket. Now, counsel's going to argue, I don't know what. Entrapment? I don't know what she's going to argue, but.
Taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through.
The little process,
and you
the
said
arrest.
they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
In your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Checked luggage.
right, a couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They
Did
didn't
you
show up
look?
with boxes full of clothes.
No.
Okay. And
Well,
then,
I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
okay. So in your investigation,
Tony.
you didn't learn that.
In my investigation, learned
10
what?
out of 10
That
suggestion.
they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons.
No.
Okay. She obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she'd give you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you.
And she did try to hit me, no, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hand.
No, ma'am. I was very gentle.
Okay. You got the phone.
But wouldn't that arrest video be interesting? And no, law enforcement doesn't want to tackle little old Donna Adelson to the ground because she might break something. No, she was just like, stop it. This isn't fair. Why are you And one of the other officers went, ma'am, and held her still. And then they took it out of her hand. They were so patient with her. She was just like, what is this about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And her husband, Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay.
He wasn't arrested.
Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if they're going to play the arrest video. If they start arguing that something was done improper during the arrest, it might become
I
relevant.
need to ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please, Byrd.
The judge's voice is dripping with annoyance. I was going to zoom, and then I saw the agent's face. He's like, okay. Yeah, he has sat still for an incredibly long amount of time. He has controlled his face pretty well. His butt has to hurt sitting on the witness stand this long. Oh. Agent. God, we appreciate your subtitles. Are they breaking for lunch? All right, the jury's going to the jury room. Jury out. So sidebar, jury out. His face is like, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake.
Everyone can be seated. We will bring the jurors back in the next 5 minutes.
Oh.
If anyone needs to use the restroom.
They're not going out for lunch.
Please do so now.
Are they taking a break so counsel can talk to her client to get some more questions that her client wants to ask? Okay, well, let's zoom. The jury is out briefly. If counsel wants to confer with Donna, they need to do that. That's a pretty decently long break. They need to do that with they can clear the courtroom to do that, or the lawyers needed a minute. I don't know. Let's see. We're gonna zoom. past the break. They've taken more breaks today than I think any other day. It's a quick break. I saw a couple of you asking what I am using for my e-ink. I am trying out the Supernote. I bought it because I liked some of the organizational features. After this trial, I'll let you know what I think.
You may continue with your examination.
Last trial, I used the Remarkable.
Just have a few more questions.
Thank God.
Agent
I
Sanford,
promise.
these questions, I'm not asking for your belief or your opinion. I'm asking for direct evidence, okay?
Okay.
In your
If not asking for belief or opinion, why do you keep asking him his opinion? The problem's the form of the question, not the agent.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie McBanawa has testified that, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it.
Jury's
Katie
back.
McBanawa has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie McBanawa and Donna Adelson,
Well, the
is there?
son
Correct.
is not.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted
The thing is, direct evidence isn't needed because they're charging conspiracy.
Danny Markell to be killed?
I'm going to back that up.
Emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markell to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did she say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirected by the state.
Did she talk about needing to take care of a problem? Did she talk about the kids needing to be in South Florida? Did she send out an evite before Dan Markell was murdered where she referred to his children by the last name of Adelson? Did she speak in code on the phone? Did she tell her son, after the bump, it's about us, the two of us, so you probably know what it's about? I know that counsel doesn't have a lot else that she can ask, but that line of questions is going to lead to, did she bring money to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder that was washed? That then went to Catherine McBanawa, that then went to Rivera, that then went to Garcia? Did she do that? I think if I was the prosecutor, I would go through every single overt act.
Did you have any direct evidence? Did you have any circumstances?
I'm looking forward to redirect, y'all. Hold on. Did you have any circumstantial evidence? They're going to get to lay out they're going to get to put together all of the circumstantial evidence.
Did you have any direct evidence? Did you have any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
Is it up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient?
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest, and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally?
Yeah.
Beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor.
The fuck it is. The fuck it is. The fuck it is. Counsel, I just took a bite of banana bread. Counsel, your questions insinuated over and over and over again. Still no warrant. Still no warrant. Still no warrant. over and over again. The implication was they didn't have enough to arrest her before the one-way ticket. That was the implication, counsel. It sure as fuck isn't outside your cross-examination. The audacity of that objection.
Why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally,
It's beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked your
Hold
opinion,
on.
weren't you?
Sustained, Ms. Scuppleman.
You were not the person responsible for making that decision.
I'm surprised the court sustained that. I think she gets to back up and ask because it was over and over, no warrant.
Decision of when to go to Miami and put handcuffs on her, were you?
no, it was not.
Okay. You were asked
Go do it again, counsel. Just go around another way.
about Charlie's defense. Wasn't Charlie's defense that he was being extorted? And was part of that defense that he and his mother, he brought his mother in on that, didn't he? He told her about it.
That's correct.
Okay, so they were both being extorted over the course of almost 2-year period before the bump, right?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's why she was writing those checks. She was being extorted.
That's correct.
And another part of that defense was that
I want her to go back and do it again.
although they were being extorted, the payroll checks weren't actually going to Catherine McBanois. She was just cashing them and then giving the money to somebody else.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay. And that's needed to explain why he was so friendly with her, both in those calls and on the text and so forth, right?
It's all to explain everything, yes.
You're not typically going to be sending I love you texts
Bless
to your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay. And the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked. Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markell and then
He
hoped
did not.
to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
That is what Charlie Adelson
He did
said.
not.
Okay. And since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night,
Charlie argued that randos did it. The defense was randos? They just decided to go up to Tallahassee twice and just kill a law school professor that they had never heard of. And then, after he was dead, go find his in-laws and ask his in-laws for money. Charlie, that's not how that works, buddy. That's a choice.
and Donna Adelson later.
I had to rehear
That
that.
is what Charlie Adelson said.
I didn't back up far enough.
Okay. And since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night,
I
since Charlie Adelson
I didn't back up enough.
Cassie unsolicited.
I wanted to hear this again. To everyone who didn't watch the trial, we're doing this one more time because I'm stunned.
To your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay. And the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked. Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markell and then hoped to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
That is what Charlie Adelson said.
Okay. And since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night, the killers, through the mediator of Catherine McBanois, agreed to put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a layaway plan for the extortion.
Part of the checks that Donna Adelson signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionist.
Layaway?
That's correct. That's what he said.
For gang members?
And you were asked also about the bar mitzvah. Do you know when the bar mitzvah was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the defendant's planner for 2014?
Yes.
If the Donna brought cash to Charlie's house the night that the murder happened. They wouldn't even have time to put that into the plan. Like, they didn't. Dan Markel wasn't dead yet. He passed away the next day. Okay. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Okay, let's hear about the 2014, the planner.
So January 14th at 10:30 a.m. is Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I'm sorry, I said 2014. That's not what I meant.
Oh, 2023.
sorry.
What year was the bar mitzvah?
Should have been.
This is how I caused the confusion last time.
This
2023?
would have been 2023, I believe.
Well,
No, I can't see it.
No, we're all confused.
let me,
Sorry. Something to
it's
refer
no
to.
problem.
Sorry.
What year did she
Oh,
try to board the plane?
yeah, 2023.
She tried to board the plane in 2023. We now know the bar mitzvah was scheduled to take place in January 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it was a few months after she was scheduled to get on the plane.
That's correct.
And she knew that when she booked the plane because it's in the planner, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she knew if she was coming back for that bar mitzvah, she needed to be back no later than January 14th, right?
Correct.
Got a round
Did
trip.
she book a flight to return in time to attend the bar mitzvah on January 14th?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing inherently illegal about traveling to Vietnam, is there?
No.
She's got
She didn't get arrested for
tickets
going to Vietnam, did she?
paradise.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, the travel's
I
not the
wanna ask you
issue.
about one other thing. The calls. You were asked about the snippets of the calls. That was Ms. Fulford's word, snippet. Did you participate in helping select the portions of the calls that we ended up publishing to this jury?
Some, yes.
All right. And what was the intent or purpose of selecting the portions that were selected?
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
All right, and that was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it. But we made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct, we did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
All right, one moment, please.
Y'all have the full calls. I really want her to circle back to the PC.
Sanford, you may finally step down.
However, she's not going to circle back to the PC, but I wish she would, because I think the defense, I guess it would be kind of argumentative, but the defense really said no warrant, no warrant, no warrant, no warrant. But if the prosecution was making the decision to not ask for a warrant, then she would have to talk about that in argument. I really wish that she had gotten back into it. However, I don't think the point needs to be pushed, but the implication annoyed me and I was ready. I was like, get him. The judge sounds joyful.
Agent Sanford, you may finally step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sounds like the jury
You
laughing.
were called by either party.
Attention, Judge.
You better run while the getting's good.
I'm going.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. At this point in time, once again, I'm going to instruct
The
you
judge is like,
not
flee.
to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any other outside information from the courtroom as well. We will resume with the trial today. Take a look at the clock. We'll resume at 1:45. Please report by 1:40. Enjoy your lunch break.
All right. They are still on lunch. They will be coming back from lunch in just a few minutes. I'm going to take a very brief lunch break. I'm going to see if the lawyers put anything on the record. I'm going to take a real quick restroom break. I've got snackies. I still have the rest of breakfast. And we can see if we can be done before like 9 o'clock tonight.
Everyone can be seated.
I want to see what, if anything, gets put on.
Before
What,
we go
if anything?
into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address.
Is he going to tell her about her face again? Don't tell me. No spoilers. Okay. They do put a lot on the record before lunch, so let's see.
With both the defendant and the attorneys.
Defendant.
Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in.
He's swearing her in? He's going to ask her something. Michelina. What's happening? Tell the app. Donna's being sworn in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrd and Drina Bernhardt, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses.
Yes.
I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
Fucking miss me with the meek voice. Yes. Wait. The jail informants? Oh. After lunch is the jail informants. Oh, with the scripts. That's why they were late this morning. Oh, we're all going to take like a 10-minute break and get snacks, and then we're coming back. Okay, we're going to see what he has to say, but he's swearing Donna in to say, have you discussed your strategy with your defense attorneys? Which means there might be room for the defense attorneys to argue when they are choosing not to do it. Let's listen.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense.
Couldn't hear. Who will fit?
You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously and reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
Guys, we'll talk about it in a sec. Hold on. They're going to approach. I want to see what else they're going to put on the record. This is why they took a while this morning.
At this time, we will have our lunch break as well. The parties will need to report back by 1:40. Once the jurors are ready, we will continue with the remaining witnesses. Ms. Kappelman, as far as the number of witnesses that we still have remaining, the state intends to call them all today.
That's the original plan, Judge. Do what we can do.
Best laid plans.
Get derailed by Long
Assuming that
Cross.
the state's case will need to extend in any way into Tuesday as to the last of the listed witnesses. The defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial motions and have all witnesses ready to begin on Tuesday as well if the state does not finish today.
Yes, sir. I believe our first witness is the one that's going to be flying in from the West Coast. She'll be in town Sunday evening. We'll prep with her Monday, and she'll be here Tuesday.
He's telling you to be ready because you're never ready.
Her flight out, I don't think on Tuesday evening is until after 5, so we'll have plenty of time for her testimony.
All right, we'll resume at 1:40.
Thank you.
Mention it
Why
all.
is no one
Mention it all.
ready?
I hit multiple buttons.
Name them.
Oh my goodness. Chat. Law nerds. Today, we sat through one of the strangest cross-examinations I have ever seen by the defense. There were some very interesting points because you got to argue something. And the defense had a few things. The one question I really wanted the defense to ask, the FBI agent Sanford, who has been on the stand for 790 years, is Wendi Adelson still a suspect in this case? I want to know. I'm so curious. They spent a lot of time going over the murder happened in 2014, and until 2023, there was no warrant issued for Donna Adelson until she booked that flight to Vietnam. We also heard that recorded jail call when Charlie was disconnected. Donna was talking to people in the house with the phone line open. We heard all of her beef back and forth with Wendi, getting her affairs in order, and getting on a one-way flight and talking about not being able to get out in time. Very interesting call. I think it was the clarified one. They had the transcript rolling with it. Once Agent Sanford was off the stand, before the attorneys broke for lunch, after the jury was out of the room, the court swore in Donna Adelson. Why? Because whatever conversations they had at sidebar off the record, the court chose to swear in Donna Adelson and ask if she was on board with the defense strategy for cross-examination of two witnesses. Who are those two witnesses? The jailhouse informants. At the beginning of this trial, I was not sure if the jailhouse informants were going to come in. All the motions regarding them had been redacted to just hell and back. It was just like this redacted, that redacted, this redacted. And then in opening statements, it was opening statements when the prosecution said that Donna wrote a script for the informants to follow to talk about the fact that Catherine McBanawa told them a different story in custody. She wrote a script. And what did we learn from the defense attorney in the cross-examination of Agent Sanford and what she said? She said, well, Donna just writes a lot. Charlie won't shut up, but Donna writes a lot. And Donna said, yes, I'm on board with the defense cross-examination strategy. Yes, I agree. Yes, I understand how it impacts my rights. Yes. What is the cross-examination strategy that requires the defendant to give a sworn statement on the record that she is on board? What is the court worried about? That is not something that usually happens. It is incredibly unusual to see a defendant need to be sworn to say that they are on board with their defense strategy. But the court must be concerned about protecting the record. Normally, you see this when the defendant chooses to or chooses not to testify. That's normally when you see the court ask the defendant questions on the record and then give the advisements one way or the other. We're going to see what that strategy is after lunch. They are taking lunch right now. Oh boy, we're going to get to see the script. And they laid out all of Charlie's defense strategy. The prosecution asked Sanford all about Charlie Adelson's defense, well, his testimony and his defense. I think that's a proper use of air quotes today. That's so many I don't know. His defense strategy, which included, and all of you who watched the Charlie Adelson trial, I am sorry, all of you were like, Emily, see? All of you who watched the Charlie Adelson trial, you already knew. New to me, didn't watch the trial, that Charlie's defense was that he was being extorted and the payroll money was going to Katie and then Katie was paying somebody, and that two randos, my words, just decided one fine day, that's too dark. Song lyric in my brain, but no, murder, decided just one day to drive up to Tallahassee from Miami for no reason and decided to kill Dan Markel, and then after the fact, then extort the Adelson family after they killed Dan Markel. What in the world is that strategy? And how does that even fit with the facts that you asked Catherine McBanawa on October 31st? But I have to guess that they didn't know Catherine McBanawa was going to say that shit on the stand. Because apparently she was much more forthcoming during Charlie's trial based on that cross-examination. And Catherine McBanawa said Charlie came to her on October 31st and said, hey, can you help us take care of our problem? You know, the same day that Wendi Adelson just decided that she didn't want to buy the house in Tallahassee. Wendi Adelson, who told Jeff, who thankfully got the fuck out of Dodge, told Jeff that she couldn't ever leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Not that we're not going to move unless Dan gets another job. Not we're not going to move unless he goes and teaches at a law school. Not, you know, we're kind of going to be in the same place. No, not that. Not that. I can't leave Tallahassee unless something happens to him. He seemed to want to be a professor and professors move through different institutions. I imagine at one point he wanted to go back to Harvard where he loved going to school. That's not what she said, though. So, October 31st, she's no longer buying a house that we learned she could afford. Charlie's asking Katie to take care of her problem. And then we heard testimony that the hitman went up to Tallahassee in June. And they lost Dan Markel because originally he was with his kids and then he was gone and they couldn't do the hit. And then they went back in July because Charlie was getting more persistent about the problem being taken care of. And then the night of the murderers get back to Tallahassee. And Donna brings the freaking damp dollars over to Charlie's house. And then Charlie puts them in Catherine McBanawa's trunk. When did they have time to extort them again? Somewhere on the drive? No, see, we would have known that, though. You know how we would have known? All the phone records. The phone records don't indicate a flurry of calls. There's a very few calls. There is no way you are extorting someone for a murder while Dan Markel is still in the hospital, because he did not pass away till the next day. Okay, Charlie. But it also kind of put a nail in that argument if Donna is going to try to testify about that, because Donna can't testify to any of that because it's all been made to look like a ridiculous argument. And her prison daughters are going to testify after lunch, which means we need to get to lunch, which means I'm going to have to do Q&A afterwards because we are not going to be done at 6 p.m. Oh my goodness. Mom Interrupted said, EDB, I know you like to stick to watching what the jury watches, but Donna's arrest and transportation body cam are a must watch. P.S. Hi to my mom. She's watching live elsewhere. Incidentally, also Donna, we're both big law nerds. Mama Donna, I am so sorry that you share a name with this Donna. Don't let it, many law nerds have had to deal with their name being temporarily tainted by a trial. I am so sorry. Also, there is a video of me covering that arrest video on the channel. We are not going to side quest on it today. We will let all of you guys go watch that because it's already on the channel. Court is going to be back shortly. I don't want to miss that testimony. I'm going to take 5 minutes and run to the restroom and refill my water. I'm going to put on our court lunch break real quick. If you need to step away, get the app. We will send out a notification, but literally like we're taking 5, and then we are going to come back because I want to see all of this testimony. So law nerds, go. Grab some hydration, grab a snacky snack, pop you some popcorn. I'm going to go to the restroom because otherwise I'm going to just not make it through the rest of coverage. So let us get to a quick court lunch break. Just a real short lunch break. I'll see you in just a moment. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days.
Respect my authority!
I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing. You guys ready to go back to court? You guys ready to go back to court? I'm ready to go back to court. Emily, did we eat lunch? No. I grabbed food. We're gonna snack while we do all of this. We're gonna do all of that. We're gonna do all of this. I am just riveted. Again, the motions regarding the jailhouse informants were mostly redacted. So the script was a reveal in opening. And the consciousness of guilt evidence that they are bringing in this case, it really says a lot about a state of mind, doesn't it? See, when consciousness of guilt evidence rings true, you go, what are you doing? When consciousness of guilt evidence doesn't ring true, you look at the prosecution team and go, what the fuck are you talking about? Which one is it for you in this case so far? Because the prosecution's almost done with their case in chief. If not tomorrow, by early on Tuesday. Because Monday's a holiday. Let's go back to court, law nerds. I'm ready. Jury's coming in.
We Everyone can be seated.
Jury's in.
The jury, I hope you had an enjoyable lunchtime. State, please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Grossman.
Detective Grossman. So the next witness. It's been a minute since we've had a next witness. We're on witness number 23. Okay, we love the walk up, but
The testimony
We're gonna
you're
zoom,
about to
zoom.
give will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Sure. Jonathan Grossman, Jonathan, Grossman.
hello, Jonathan.
I'm a police detective with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
Actually, let's
How
just
long
leave
have
that
you
there.
been
That's
with the
easier.
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office since January of 2011.
What about before that?
I was a police officer with the Miami-Dade Schools Police Department since 2004.
And were you called upon to assist in a murder case that happened here in Tallahassee?
I was.
All right. Were you asked to assist with the search warrant of the defendant's residence?
I was.
Where is that residence?
It's located at 2127
This will
Brickell
probably be
Avenue,
pretty
apartment
quick.
1602.
And when was the search warrant conducted?
November 14th, 2023.
As part of the search warrant, did you take photos of the residence?
Yes, photographs were taken.
All right, I'm going to show you some of those, which I've marked as 143 through 163. Just take a moment to look through those.
Informants are coming after lunch. We are after lunch. They're going to go through this witness, it seems, quickly, but the informants are going to be after lunch. He's also wearing his sheriff's star, different shape badge than the FBI. I'm just turning down the court volume while we get the ASMR of photos here.
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the residence as it appeared that day?
Yes.
This time I'd ask to move into evidence 143 through 163.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 143 through 163 are admitted.
May I
Please
publish?
silence all devices. Yes, you may publish.
The defense had a chance to look through these photos. I'm curious. The photos are going to show the state of the apartment when they left. I'm interested to see how the apartment was left when they left the airport to get to Vietnam. I'm curious to see.
Publishing states 144. Is it a condominium located in a high-rise?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
States Exhibit 145. Is this kind of
That was an
the view
exterior
from the
photo.
entrance to the residence?
Yes, ma'am. That would be closest to the front door looking in.
Wait, I want to see them. Cameras. There we go. Oh, that's a choice.
Did you observe some luggage there in the residence? I guess toward the entryway.
Yes, there was luggage.
States 147.
Oh, there was luggage? Like,
This won't focus for us.
was that luggage brought back to their house, or is that luggage that was going to be shipped? I'm curious.
Seems to be better when it's zoomed in.
There we go.
Not. States 148. Use the luggage tags.
Yes.
Because it has tags on it.
Consistent with destination Saigon by way of Dubai.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
so that was the luggage they brought back.
States Exhibit 150. As part of the search warrant, did you see some camera equipment?
Yes, we did.
Interview.
I mean, it's a Nikon
Did you
camera.
also take possession of some visas? Publishing States 149 Vietnam visas?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Approach and show you what's been marked as States 129 and 130. Are those the visas that were seized?
Yes.
In whose name are those visas?
One is Harvey Adelson, and the other is Donna Adelson.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you seized them?
Yes, sir.
Move into evidence 129 and 130, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
129 and 130 are admitted.
Those are the
Publishing
visas.
States Exhibit 146. Did you seize this day planner?
We did.
Is this planner, is this how it was, open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
Ooh, what are the notes in the planner left open?
Approaching the States.
Did it say walk the dog?
59 and 59A. Showing you 59 first. Is that the day planner that you see that's pictured on the screen there?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same?
But if you're on vacation, aren't you going to take your planner so that you know what you're doing? Or did she leave it there for Wendi to come over and then have instructions? I've got questions.
Or substantially the same condition as when you compounded it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 59.
Any objection?
The jury gets her whole planner.
I'm sorry. Strike that. I wasn't moving it in.
Withdrawn.
59A served, showing you that now.
Exhibit.
The intention, Judge, is just to have 59 identified.
They're not moving in the entire day planner. Well, boo. She does have her like highlighters and stuff set up. The fact that the two drinking glasses is strange to me, but the planner is sitting open with quite a lot of writing. I imagine that's going to be entered, and they are going to put in just excerpts of the planner. They're not going to put in the entirety of the planner. There's a lot of stuff just paper clipped in there, so I'm interested to see what else is in there.
And 59A admitted. Sir, 59A, have you had an opportunity to examine it?
I recall part of it from the 59.
Okay, and does 59A contain fair and accurate copies of pages?
I don't know
from
whose phone.
59.
From what it appears, yes.
They'll probably get to
This
it.
time I'd ask to move to evidence 59A.
Any objection?
Objection.
59A is admitted.
Oh, I don't think two glasses is strange. I think it's strange that they're leaving for the airport on an
States
extended trip and they're
143.
just sitting there. That is what was strange. I want to
Was
see
this
the
note
list.
present there at the residence?
It was.
Where was this note found?
It was.
$11, $12, $23. Wendi. This is an M11. Can only be sold with the paperwork enclosed. With a number of who to contact, it is to be sold. Continuing on.
It was found on the floor in one of the bedrooms.
Okay, and it appears to be offering some information about an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
Do you sell your stuff before you go on vacation? Like that? This is all new to
Yeah,
me.
you did say the date of that the search was conducted, but in case anybody missed it, will you say it again, please?
Sure, November 14th, 2023.
She dated the note.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No, the gun, and I saw a lot of questions in the chat just go through real fast. The weapon in the Adelson house is not the murder weapon at all. The murder was a .38 revolver. The M11 is not that at all. It might also be Charlie's. The paperwork was enclosed. I don't know if it's them or not.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Came all the way from Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. You indicated that
For
the search
real?
was done on November the 14th of 2023. What time of day did you get there?
I think we arrived around 1:15, 1:30, and I think we executed the warrant around 2:30.
PM?
Yes.
And who was present?
It was myself,
Harvey? Was Harvey
Sergeant
there?
Michael Scott, Sergeant Paul Villaverdi, Detective.
Is his name really Michael Scott? There's really a Sergeant Michael Scott? Well, I'm delighted.
David Denmark, and there were members of our priority response team.
Okay. Was any of the occupants, were they present?
Yes, Mr. Harvey Adelson was present.
Okay. And you had a search warrant with certain things you were permitted to obtain. So were you involved in the search yourself, or you were just in charge of?
Yeah, our team. I was the affiant on the warrant, and then our team assisted with my team assisted with the search.
Okay. Was it a thorough search?
I mean, well, yeah, we were looking for certain things. We had an electronics canine dog also come to assist.
It might have been Harvey's phone then.
And we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Searches for electronic.
No, sir, don't say it searches for electronics. I need you to tell me that it is in fact an electronic dog. It's canine. No? Bummer. But yes, everything has a scent signature. And if somebody's trying to hide an iPad, Canine's going to find it.
Canine dog also come to assist. And we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Sniff.
Searches for electronic devices.
And did the dog find anything?
I don't remember specifically if there was anything the dog identified to. He may have hid in the closet area where a laptop was.
Okay. And are they trained to get battery operated and like plugged in electronic devices?
I'm not too sure what the level of training. I'm not a handler.
He's not the handler.
Did you see the dog in the closet? You said it alerted to something in the closet?
No, that's not what he said. He
No, I
said
said
might
I
have.
believe he alerted to a laptop that was in the closet. I'm
Did
just
you-
going off of memory.
Did you observe that?
No.
Did not. Okay. All right.
Yes, everybody wants to know if it's a Malinois or a Shepherd
Did you
or a Corgi.
make a
We're
list
curious.
of the items that were seized?
There are a series of property receipts that were prepared after.
Okay. Based on the search warrant that you got, every search warrant has some kind of limitations, although when you read them, it doesn't really seem that limited. But in this case, you were able
That's
to
all commentary,
search
counsel. I'm the one doing
anything
commentary.
that was there, electronic paper, sticky notes, etc. If it had the evidence that you, in your search warrant, you had sought to look at, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been financial records, asset ownership records, et cetera, et cetera.
Harvey
so,
stayed
yes.
in Miami. He did not leave on the flight.
Were you the one responsible for making sure that each area that was within the home was searched?
Ultimately, our team does that. So it's kind of an effort by everybody that was involved in the search itself.
Okay,
So I would say, as a group, yes, the apartment was searched.
okay. And you're allowed to go into, you can open drawers, you can open boxes, you can open dressers, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is not an advanced lesson in the Fourth Amendment, but there are rules and restrictions to where they can go and where they can't go based on what they're trying to search and seize. Yeah, if they're trying to find a refrigerator, they can't open a drawer because a refrigerator doesn't fit in a drawer. But we are not doing an advanced lesson on search and seizure. I have grapes. That's what we're snacking on.
May I approach the witness? Thank you.
As long as you don't try to pet him.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 160. Does that appear to be one of the photographs of one of the closets that was searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And 157 that's been entered of the State's, does that also appear to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at in Exhibit 157, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get in your personal space.
No, you're good.
Okay. In 157, this appears to be female clothing here, correct?
It does.
And on the left-hand side, it looks like blouses on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackets on the bottom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the right-hand side, you can see some dresses that are hanging up, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay.
That's a good question,
And
counsel.
on 160,
Counsel's going through the closet and being like, okay, this is where Harvey and Donna live. Look, there's a bunch of clothes in the closet. She didn't take all of her clothes. Those are good questions. Look, she's just going on vacay. She didn't pack all her clothes. So, that's a good point.
does that, take your time looking at it, but does that show any electronic devices in that particular closet?
If you look towards the end, you see a USPS box, and there will be a laptop underneath.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
There's a laptop under the box. Game of Where's Waldo?
Not that's jumping out at me right now.
All of you are saying she can buy more clothes.
Because I'm old. Is
Counsel's
that little light under there? Underneath that block?
Counsel's got to go with something, y'all. Yeah, we all know she can buy more clothes, but Counsel's got to go with something.
Blouse?
Okay.
Does that appear to be something electronic?
It could be.
Is it a light that's on?
I see a dot there. I'm not.
Okay. Did you all, excuse me,
There's a light
do
in
you
the
recall
closet.
as part of the search going through
Dear
a safe?
Dear counsel.
No.
So there would be no pictures of the safe that was present in the home?
I don't recall pictures of the safe, no.
If there is a safe with your search warrant, you have the right to go into it, correct? To look for the items that are authorized to get in the search warrant?
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. If someone there had located the safe, you would document that with pictures as well?
I believe so. Yes.
Maria, that sounds awesome. Maria said I moved to Japan for 4
And
years
what
and
time
didn't
did
take
you
all
say
my
you
clothes.
left?
That sounds awesome.
I don't recall.
Also,
You don't
right?
recall?
What time we left? It might have been 3 something.
3 something? So you were there at least a couple of hours?
No, they only searched for like an hour.
By the time I believe we executed the warrant around 2:23, maybe 2:20 p.m. So we left probably about an hour later, I think.
Okay. And
Pretty fast search warrant.
Gosh, I just lost my train of thought.
Choo choo.
When you went and executed the search warrant, were you kind of aware about the general facts in this case, what the allegations were?
Yes.
Was this your first assignment on the case?
No.
What else had you done on the case?
In 2015, we assisted with the case.
Okay.
With the
I
arrests
believe you
and
maybe
the
did
following.
some searching of the Prius.
I did.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an allegation that
I heard
there
that sigh from the
were
witness.
stacks of $100 bills that were in groups of 10, which would be 1,000 if my math is still correct, and they were stapled together? Were you aware of that?
I've heard that during the course of the investigation.
If you had found that inside the apartment, would you have documented that?
Yes.
Probably.
Just 1 second, please.
Could they search for stacks of cash stapled together? Also, you can't tell me that after everybody was arrested in 2016 and the news was talking about the stapled cash, that they didn't immediately change their behavior. I don't know if the search warrant asked for cash. I think it was, he said it was for like
Photographs that the state entered, and
electronics.
I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect. You may
Witness
step
is
down,
done.
Detective. Will he be recalled?
No, sir.
You are released, sir.
next witness.
Please call your next witness.
They call Patricia Byrd.
Ooh, informant time. Oh,
Mention it all. Mention it all.
We love your face, Your Honor. We're gonna zoom.
Please raise your right hand.
Hello,
sir.
Patricia.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Tell Brandon if you can adjust the microphone for her if she needs it.
Witness number 24.
Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Patricia Byrd.
Thank you.
P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A. Byrd, B-Y-R-D.
And are you in custody at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Are you in custody for violating your probation on a felony case?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that for that felony case, if you were convicted as charged, that you could receive up to 15 years in prison for that felony?
Yes.
And is that felony that you're in custody for, is that the only felony that you've been convicted of?
Yes. I have a pending case.
Thank you. So do you also have another pending case?
Yes.
That you haven't been convicted of yet, but it is still pending?
Yes.
And that pending case, is that case in Wakulla County?
Yes.
For that case, if you're convicted as charged in that case, could you receive up to 5 years in prison for that case?
Yes.
Okay. And the one that you're in custody on from Leon County is the only felony you've been convicted of then?
Yes.
Have you received any offer or promises in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No.
Were you in custody with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
For about how long?
Maybe about 6 or 7 months.
And was this at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Were you and Donna Adelson in the same pod?
Yes.
What does that mean?
We're in the same, it's a open pod, it's open bay, where a lot of bunk beds are together.
Okay, so a lot of women are in there together.
Yes.
Okay, so you sleep in the same room as some of these women.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how close did you sleep to Donna Adelson?
Right next to her.
Your
All right,
bunkies.
and if you're in the same pod, do you have your meals together with the other women in the pod?
Yes.
Do you have like your downtime where you're watching TV or reading or writing, all those things together with the same women in the pod?
Yeah.
Yes.
Spend all your time together.
When you were in the same pod with Donna Adelson for those months, did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
How often would you talk to her?
Every day, all day.
Who else was she close to in the pod?
Drina, Bernhardt.
Okay. Did she have a
That's the
couple
next
of other
witness.
people she was close to as well?
Yes.
Were you and Drina the closest?
Yes.
To her, I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Okay, so she said she did do it, and she did it.
Oh boy. She asked Donna if she did it, and she said she did to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far. I'm gonna just back that up real quick. Oh boy.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her
I was not
whether
expecting that.
she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Damn.
So she said she did do it, and she did it to keep her grandkids.
Yes.
But she didn't expect it to go this far.
Yes.
I'm interested to see what Cross is going to be like.
Did Donna Adelson ever ask if you were ever in custody with a woman named Catherine McBanois?
Yes, she did.
And were you ever in custody with Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
Was that several years ago?
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you in custody with McBanois for?
About a year or two.
Now, did you tell Donna Adelson that? Did you let her know that you had been in custody with McBanois?
Yes.
Since you had been in custody with McBanois, once Donna Adelson knew that, what did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that McBanois told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Wow, Donna. Wow. Wow, 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 that's unexpected. Donna asks witness if witness had ever been in custody with McBanois. And then Donna tells witness, well, then say that McBanois said she knew her boyfriend's parents had money. This is just trying to get somebody to give testimony.
I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
I back that up just a little further. That's where we thought that was going to go.
What did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that McBanois told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
That's leading.
Yes.
Who did she want you to tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it, and the investigators.
Okay. Did she?
I'm going to game this up a little bit. Who did she want you to tell? She wanted me to tell her lawyers. So she told her lawyers, go interview these two women, and these two women are going to tell the lawyers, oh, I was in custody with Catherine McBanois, and she said that she did this because her boyfriend's parents had money. Donna's trying to get favorable testimony. Oh, Donna.
Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Did Donna offer you anything?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay. So, like, if you got out of custody, she'd help you buy a trailer and land?
Yes.
And that her husband could fix your teeth?
Yes.
Like veneers?
Yes.
I mean, dental work is expensive.
Was any of that true as far as did McBanois ever say those things to you?
No, she did not.
Did Donna Adelson give you other gifts while in custody?
Yes.
Like what?
She would buy canteen, and she would bring it over to my bed.
What's canteen?
Canteen is
Commissary.
food that we buy off commissary.
Okay. It's kind of like chips and candy and other things that
And
you...
noodles and
Soup,
stuff like
yeah.
that.
Okay. But it costs money to buy those things?
Yes.
Okay.
Counsel,
But
you
she
didn't
would
go right for the
buy
noodles?
Those are extra and she'd give it to you?
Yes.
Now, did you ever speak to her attorneys or investigators who came to the jail to see what information that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether you spoke to a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that McBanois said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay, but that Donna Adelson wanted you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate how
Who else
direct
did those
this witness's testimony is.
people for the defense who came to see who may have
Some of this
information?
is
Who else
leading,
did they
but-
speak to?
They spoke to
That's
Lindsay Midnight and Brittany Purcell and Cassidy Conroy.
Did they speak to Drina Bernhardt?
Yes, they did.
Did you tell your attorney what was going on as far as Donna Adelson wanting you to provide this information that was not true?
I'm not sure if I told him.
I'm talking about your attorney.
My attorney?
Yeah,
did you
tell
tell him?
your attorney at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Once you told your attorney that, did an investigator from the state attorney's office come speak to you to get more information about what happened?
Oh.
And did you tell him?
Oh, that's real interesting. She told her attorney what was going on. Probably to say, "Hey, this woman's asking me to do this. Can we get a little bit of a deal? You got any of that reduced sentence? But we got some information here." She told her attorney first. Her attorney then told the investigators, or the state's attorney. And then the investigators came up. The investigators didn't come up and start asking her about it first. I think it's very interesting to know that she went to her lawyer first. She was not being pressured by the state when she brought it up. She brought it up to the lawyer first. And then Donna puts it all in writing. Because sometimes juries are not going to necessarily believe somebody in custody who's looking for a better deal. Sometimes they're going to be like, two things can be true. If you got the information, why not do for you? But Donna puts it in writing. So let's continue on.
Everything that you told us today.
I did.
Just a second.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I do not blame this witness at all for going to her lawyer and be like, this lady's telling me all this stuff. She wants me to do this stuff. What do we do with that? And she got probation on the 15-year case, but then she picked up another case. But then she cooperated. Look, Donna, say it, forget it, write it, regret it, ma'am.
Why is no one ready?
That was a real interesting direct. Now we're on to cross.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that she was white?
Yes. I was confused.
About which investigator? No, I need my jacket again.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
Okay.
Do you think 6 days into trial, the jury believes that she was confused by one of the defense attorney's questions? Because I do. I 100% do. I 100% believe that this jury goes, yeah, I think she probably was confused by the defense attorney's questions. Yeah, 100%. She also doesn't seem necessarily thrilled to be there. But also, look, you got to take care of you.
And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes.
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
To the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking in originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male.
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
Yes.
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator.
I did.
Oh, so they talked to her before she told her lawyer.
So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer.
I did.
Okay. Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss McBanawa was false?
I did.
All of it?
I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that you've also testified that in fact Ms. Magbanawa was manipulative?
I did.
And is that true?
It is.
I believe her about that too.
Now you testified.
Yeah, I believe her about that too.
You testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss Magbanawa?
No.
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
I'm just going to point out,
Haven't you previously said?
because with some witnesses, when they say, I'm not sure, we're sitting here going, you aren't though? With this witness saying, I'm not sure, I 100% believe her. She is not trying to add any information. She's going to tell you what you know, what she knows, what she doesn't know. But there's no evasiveness to that at all. I genuinely believe that she's not sure. There are a lot of other witnesses that play the, I don't know what I'm talking about. She isn't done that at all. So I'm interested to see how the jury finds this witness, but her answers just come across as clear. No hyperbolic additions, no bolstering it. It doesn't feel like she's trying to force more information or she's trying to do anything better for the prosecution. It doesn't feel like she's exaggerating. It feels like she's just telling them what she knows. It comes across very truthful and very genuine. And it also doesn't come across like someone who's trying to add information to get a better deal. And sometimes you will see witnesses where they just keep adding information.
Said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder.
Correct.
Right.
How many times did you meet with an
I'm
investigator?
going to back that question up because he was asking her, did Donna say she planned the murder? It's a conspiracy case.
Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder. Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
How many times did you meet with an investigator from the any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
How many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys' offices?
Twice.
Okay.
Counsel.
Remember previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times?
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
Do you remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice?
If I said that, then that's what it was.
Can I get a page on my number?
I don't have it.
Please show the witness the prior statement or
It is improper
testimony
impeachment.
so she can explain, deny, or admit.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
The prosecutor said, "Can I see where it says that?" And the defense said, "I don't have it." And then the objection was improper impeachment. And so now the defense has to go find where she said it. You can't impeach a witness on a statement if you don't have the statement to confront them with, the exact statement. The question was this, the answer was this. And the jury's just sitting there when he's like, "I don't have it." Okay, well, did she say it or did she not say it? He's trying to control F himself out of this situation. You have to have the witness statements. They knew this was coming. They did hearings about it. You have to have the witness statements printed out, highlighted, and tabbed so that your impeachment is like right there. And then you just hand it to them. I mean, I do like the laptop sticker with the octopus. I don't know how, Octo, how do you feel about it? You let me know.
I'll refer you, I believe it's the April 1st or 2nd interview with Investigator Newland and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center, page 20. And we'll start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you just read that to yourself, please? Did you say something differently when you first met with the representative of the state attorney's office?
I did.
Okay. So, when you first met with the state attorney's office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Did the defense investigators not meet with her 4 to 5 times? And did she not know who the investigators were, whether it was state or defense? And?
Ms. Byrd, you've testified that you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or they
Yeah.
are?
They are, because we were.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ew.
Redirect examination.
You were about to finish your statement.
You're gonna say, please?
We were in 2 different parts.
100%. You can finish what you can go ahead and finish what you were about to say. They moved. And now the prosecutor's like, go ahead.
Because we were.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir. Will you finish what you were gonna say, please?
We were in 2 different pods together.
Okay. So did you sleep together, or I'm sorry, sleep in the same pod as,
Yes, counsel.
as her, sleep next to her in one pod and sleep further from her in another pod? What do you mean?
I slept next to her in one pod, and then we slept in the same section in another part of the jail.
Okay. So when you're sleeping in the same section from someone, are you still in the same room with them?
Yes,
Okay. Despite whether you were sleeping next to her or a few beds over from her, did you guys still have downtime each day in the pod together?
yes,
Okay. And did you talk most of the day, every day, for several months at a time?
on a regular basis.
All right. Regardless of how many times the defense sent investigators to talk to you, you did speak to them multiple times.
Yes,
And you also spoke to state attorney's office investigators, is that right?
yes,
And your own attorney?
yes,
And you've testified at a prior proceeding as well?
yes.
Okay. And did you ask Donna Adelson whether she wrote checks to Catherine McBanois, or did you ask her whether she did what they're accused her of doing?
I asked her if she did what they accused her of,
Okay. And she said yes.
and she said yes.
Thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
Well, that's quite a redirect, isn't it?
Defense.
Potentially, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Byrd, you may be called again by the defense. Please call your next witness.
State calls Drina Bernhardt.
This is the other jailhouse informant, Bernhardt. Even though the testimony is not good for the defendant, and it's very not good for the defendant, being aggressive with the witness who is not being evasive is rarely a good strategy. That witness was not being evasive.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Bernhardt.
All right, next witness.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Yeah, please say your name and spell your name.
Drina Bernhardt, DrinaBernhardt.
Ms. Bernhardt, are you currently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you in currently on 2 different felony cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the first case I want to ask you about is the VOP, or violation of probation case. Is that one of your open cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then also a third-degree felony is also pending, punishable by up to an additional 5 years. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And are both of those cases totally unrelated to the murder case that we're here about in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to ask if you've been promised anything by myself or any member of my team in exchange for your testimony here today.
No, ma'am.
So any leniency or any help with your case, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Okay. Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
No, it's not.
Have you been in and out of jail quite a few times?
I have.
Okay. Do you have 27 prior convictions involving
Ma'am.
other felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you recently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right, were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
Proximity.
We're together 24/7, so.
All right, can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
Yes, initially, it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about personal things, like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes, Sunshine.
No, she didn't.
Did she paint pictures for you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 61.
Well, Donna, you definitely do have a pattern of behavior, don't you?
Letters that she wrote to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge asked to move into evidence, State 61.
Pictures and letters. She called her grandchildren sunshine. just as a callback to earlier testimony, Donna Adelson referred to her grandchildren as her sunshines. So my response to this being the nickname is because it's what she called her grandchildren.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Also notice with the last witness, they didn't ask the last witness about Donna's character. They didn't ask if Donna was nice to them. They didn't ask about Donna. They didn't ask any of it.
Okay, so is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
Dear Drina,
Is there a dog on the
I
note?
hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. Love, Donna. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
Donna has nice handwriting.
And did you return?
I mean, we can say that
this
for her.
favor and make little art and things for her as well?
Probably, yes.
Did she ever talk to you about her grandchildren?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you anything about the type of relationship that she had specifically with the children of the deceased in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay, and
Whoa.
I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay, and was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay, so it was
Of
something
course
that
it
she
was.
was
Doing
talking
a lot.
about daily.
Yes.
Okay, and was it a bunch of
talker.
different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but more that I spent time with Dawn, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay, and are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Donna, what did you do to
Donna
piss this
Adelson
woman
ever
off?
talk to you when she was talking about her case? Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
Okay, so that was something that she brought up often or only
Yeah.
one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanoa somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Miss Magbanwa from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring up Magbanoa to you, or did you bring Magbanoa up to her?
I can't remember exactly how it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanoa?
Yeah.
Okay. And
There are some universal truths. And most that are incarcerated, they are not incarcerated for crimes against children, have very strong feelings about crimes against children. So I am not surprised that she was like, yes, I hoped to get something for me, but also you don't mess with kids. Period. So it does not surprise me that she was like, you know what? We're not doing this.
at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Kay, mostly about Miss McBonlaw.
And Miss McBanawa, you knew her by the nickname Kay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Kay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
Damn. I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 62.
She's already nodding as she's looking at it.
Do you recognize State 62?
I do.
Is this the script that was prepared for you by Ms. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Moving evidence, State 62.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 62 is
All right, they're going to admit State 62. It's part of why they admitted Donna's other writing, so you could see the handwriting. We're also going to see that in Donna's planner. A number of you are like, why is Katie McBanawa in custody? I got questions about Catherine. Catherine McBanawa got arrested in 2016 and went to trial. The jury hung. She went to trial again. All those trials were in Tallahassee. Oftentimes, there are not nearly as many women's facilities. So when she was in local custody in Tallahassee for the number of years it took to go to trial and then go to trial again, she was in custody that entire time. So with this defendant being in and out of custody, they were in custody at local custody in Tallahassee at the same time. Let's look at the script.
Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
And whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
No, go back to the notebook.
And what is it you were supposed to do?
Oh, I swear, if the court camera keeps flipping away from this notebook, I'm going to lose my flipping mind. Okay, we're going to pause to read. Question: how did you know who Donna Adelson was? Answer: everyone knew her. Oh, Donna. Everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about her on some TV, on some TV shows, and read it in the newspaper over the years. Cue popular. Next question: why did you speak to her? I knew I had information about Katie Catherine McBanawa, from being with her in jail. Oh, everyone knew her. After listening to all those calls yesterday, do you believe that Donna wrote this? Let me know in the chat.
With this information.
I was supposed to study it and answer it correctly on the stand for her.
So this is what she wanted you to say in court?
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
Do you read the newspaper?
No.
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am, we in fact did not know who the fuck this woman was. But then she started buying everybody commissary, so then we did. It's more accurate.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
Burn after reading?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't in her handwriting?
And
right.
Did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to the Leon County Jail?
Gave it back to her. 100% you did. 100% you did. 100% you did. Donna didn't know that she gave it to the attorneys because she gave it back to Donna.
I'm gonna go down a paragraph here.
Also, yes,
This says that you
the newspapers. The newspapers also give away that it was written by Donna. They're going down the page on the Elmo, so I'm going to read this. The top of the page is information about Kay from the many times I had been with her in jail. Question, what did you tell her? This is the script. I approached her, told her I had some information about Kay, and did she want to hear it? She said, quote, yes. This isn't even written the way this woman speaks. She said, yes. I told her that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. She asked him to give her the $250,000. This woman is not saying $250,000 in that way, Donna. That's just, okay, Emily, keep going. The $250,000 that he was going to pay, and then it continues, but is blocked.
Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information about Kay that you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
This says that Kay told you.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna still read this because I don't trust counsel to read the entire thing, and I want to know. I told her that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. She asked him to give her the $500,000 or $250,000 that he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that he was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to hurt his brother-in-law, not to kill him. We're going to continue.
That she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the $250,000 that he was going to pay his sister.
Oh, sorry, I kept saying quarter.
So that she could
I meant a third.
relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that he was going, that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
Now I understand that the prosecutors read it. Sorry, I kept saying $250,000, $350,000. Also, nobody would write that. And Charlie, she's still protecting Charlie in this letter, right? The informant witness is saying that Katie supposedly said that money was supposed to go to Dan Markell to let him, to like bribe him, but not to kill him. Well, then that just goes through the lawyers as a settlement offer, ma'am. You don't need Sigfredo and Rivera or Sigfredo and Louis to drive to fucking Tallahassee to give somebody some cash. Also, it doesn't make any sense because you gave them the money when they came back. Also, no one in custody says 1/3,
here,
1/4 expressed as a fraction.
continues, but
It would be $250K
she convinced him that the
or cash. Okay, there's an entire fucking novel here. You should have seen his face. He turned white. He was, quote, scared shitless. But she said she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. What woman are we talking about, Donna? We talking about Wendi? We talking about Katie? Because this is supposed to be what Katie told her. So if this is supposed to be what Katie told her, then the woman would be Wendi? Because this is Katie's story to the informant, but the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't think Katie's paying for it. They don't know Charlie. She, Katie, told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money. Charlie, Katie. Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him, underlined. And then it continues.
Murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. So she was, according to this story, extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his enemy. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be.
All right, and did Catherine McBanowa ever say any of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie?
I bet Katie told you Charlie bought her some boobs and he was an idiot. I bet she talked mad shit about Charlie. But I imagine it was none of this. Right?
Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
No, I
didn't give a fuck. You didn't give a fuck? Oh, Donna's face. Did you watch any of Charlie's trial?
Of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
No, I
She couldn't make this up because she doesn't know.
There's a part on here that says
she couldn't make it up because she doesn't know. That's exactly why the prosecution wanted to get into what Charlie's defense was. And it had gotten shut down and they were going to come back around to it. But who did that? Oh, that's right. The defense elicited all of that on the cross-examination 2 witnesses ago. This jury, myself included, did not realize the importance of this letter until the defense brought that in about Charlie's trial 2 witnesses ago. I would not have known that. I would have not known the story about Katie trying to extort Charlie to keep him safe if the defense hadn't brought it up on cross. This witness wouldn't have known that.
here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is underlined. Did you underline that, or did Mrs. Adelson underline that?
I didn't underline it.
Okay. How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the $1/3 She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did. All right.
No, counsel. And he did! Exclamation point. No one in jail is writing $1/3 expressed in fractions. That is just not the vernacular. Also, these notes, if they were notes passed between prisoners, would have been coded and very short. This is a fucking novel.
So, again,
And
sorry
she's
to keep
never
asking
saying
some
that about
questions, but
Sigfredo,
did
chat. You're
Kay
right.
say any
She
of
hasn't.
this to you?
No.
She would never say that about Sigfredo.
Charlie was scared and easy to
definitely
extort.
wouldn't write it.
What a stupid fool. He believed her.
You gotta be fucking joking me. You gotta be fucking joking me, Donna.
Did Kay say any of this to
No.
you?
You wrote what a stupid fool? Donna! It's not 1950. Katie is not saying what a stupid fool. Katie is saying this stupid motherfucker. If not worse. I'm not going to repeat some of the other things she said in the recorded jail calls. But Katie McBanowa is never fucking saying what a stupid fool. That's just Donna. You didn't even try. You did no research on your characters or vernacular. That fool. But there is a fool, Donna.
Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type,
Would you ever? Would Katie
is that
ever?
the type of language that Catherine Magbanua would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
We heard the jail calls. We heard yesterday when we were sitting there going, we are listening to so many calls. It kind of lays the groundwork that we know exactly what Katie's going to say. We know what Katie's going to say when she's happy. We know what Katie's going to say when she wants money. We know what Katie's going to say when she's pissed. We know what Katie's going to say. It's never fucking this. Ah! Donna. The what a stupid fool's gonna get you.
But that's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, nobody would have believed you.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
Well, I was in jail. I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
Like what?
Type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls?
Ma'am, to be fair, just to be fair, gas station food's always kind of exciting, but I really like the snackies. She's like, it's chips and stuff, but it's better than jail food. We know it's better than jail food. Snackies are always exciting. Also, for those of you that are just watching this trial now, Donna testified that she was being quote unquote extorted for commissary and that she was being forced to give people packages and she was scared. After this trial, I'm going to need to go back and look at the timeline of when the informants started talking to law enforcement and when Donna decided that she needed to move locations and Donna said, I need to get out of custody. They're extorting me for packages of commissary. Donna. Oh boy.
What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you
Let
said
her
she
use your
promised
calling
you
card.
other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
Why?
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
None of that came to fruition?
no.
Okay. And what about
A gram-
pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think, Obed. I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why
No.
would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she
Also, Dr. Obed, we got some fucking questions for you. Second, Donna, way to support somebody's recovery, bitch. What are we doing? There's a doctor you can call to get some scripts. I am so fucking pissed about this. I don't care about the grand piano. I don't care about the money. Really? You are trying to manipulate this woman through her addiction? Come on. I try so hard with the name calling. I have violated my own rules. Nightbot put me in timeout because it's just disgusting behavior. It just really is. Chat, I apologize. I am so mad. I am so mad. It's just, look, I get trying to bribe people. I get trying to offer them money and offer them commissary and whatever. But fucking with somebody's recovery, this woman has been 27 cases. This has clearly been a struggle for her. And you are going to say, look, We can get you money, but what I'm going to offer you is pills. Oh, yes, Chad, it is absolute fuckery. It is absolute fuckery. However, I think it's consistent with what we've seen from Donna. She is going to get people, this testimony, she is going to get people to do what she wants them to do from whatever means necessary. If there is anyone on this jury that is in recovery, has loved ones in recovery, can you imagine how they must feel? Can you imagine anyone whose life has been impacted by addiction? Because I can imagine how they must feel. Because I can see how y'all feel. Ooh, I'm mad. Oh, I am so mad. I am so mad. I am so mad I'm breaking my own rules and now I'm mad again. Yes, chat, code red is granted. It's just disgusting. Also, the medical board needs to have a conversation with Dr. Obed. I've yelled so loud, Dr. B has popped in to see what's going on.
All I heard is, I'm mad! I'm so mad! That's all I heard.
Dr. B, do you want to come in here for 37 seconds? We need a minute because we're about to go to code red.
Sure, 37 seconds. Now I gotta get cheap.
The woman who's testifying on the stand is in custody. Is in custody. Mm-hmm. Was in custody with Donna. Dr. B is looking at the third monitor. In custody with Donna. Donna offered her bribes to testify on her behalf and then wrote her a little script to tell her what to say in court. And as part of the bribery, this woman's been into custody with 27, bless you, felony cases. She is
supposed to be a character witness for Donna?
No. She's a prosecution witness. She's a jailhouse informant.
Okay.
Because Donna was trying to pay her for positive testimony and wrote out a whole fucking script of her telling her what to say. We don't have time for all of it. Okay. But what made me so mad is she offered the other woman some land and a trailer and that Dr. Adelson Sr. was going to fix her teeth and get her some veneers. We're going to put that to the side. She offered this woman who has had 27 convictions, who is in recovery, was hoping to get rehab for her testimony in court, offered her $10,000, a grand piano, which I don't even know where she's going to put it, and we don't have time today. But also told her, that was the other one. Also told her that she could call Dr. Obad, who is one of Charlie's good friends, if she ever needed pills, and he would write her a script. And that's what pissed me off. I'm like, you offer her money, you offer her this, you offer her that, whatever. But you are looking at somebody who's been in and out of custody for a substantial period of time, who is an addict.
Yeah.
This doctor will write you a script for pills, whatever you need. First of all, Dr. Obad.
That's a great name.
If you're going to be a doctor writing shady scripts, yeah, it seems to be. It seems to be a good name for that. Yeah, it's completely against the rules.
Okay. All right. I get
so
it.
yes, I'm mad.
All right. I understand.
It's just gross.
It is so bad. So bad.
He's trying to make the jokes.
Obad.
That is so bad of Dr. Obad.
Remember, I'm the Ed McMahon here. I come in here for the laughs and the highlights.
My audience only partly knows who Ed McMahon is, darling. Thank you, though. Also, if she doesn't stay clean when she's out, she's going to go back to jail or prison. Part of being released on drug cases is recovery. It's just, Emily, you're shocked that Donna's selfish and gross. Yeah, that's a fair point. We're going to go to Code Red, chat. You asked for it. You made a motion for Code Red. Motion granted. So pissed. Emily, you're shocked that Donna's behavior is disgusting. I mean, it is a solicitation for hire case. It just keeps getting worse. If any of you are flash sensitive, the flashing will stop when the music stops. This jury's going to be so mad at her. My Code Red. I'm so mad I couldn't even push the button. This pisses me off. You know what? I'm not surprised this witness is pissed. I'm really not. What did you do to piss this witness off? You tried to fuck with her sobriety. Because I imagine she would like to not be in prison and be sober. Let's continue on with this witness's testimony. I'm gonna try to put myself in timeout.
Tell you that
Paging Dr. Obad.
That I could call a doctor named, I think Obed, I think that's his name.
okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released, that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay, and who
Zelle.
was going to send the money through Zelle?
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay, had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Donna.
Cross-examination.
Yes.
Hey, Harvey. Defense? How are we gonna oh, Donna doesn't know. After some of this testimony, how are we gonna do that?
Your Honor, just a moment.
So before you cross, please.
Why is no one ready?
They're approaching. Of course, Signal is back. I shouldn't be surprised. But the letter in Donna's handwriting is just so telling. It's the letter being written, Donna writing that script out is incredibly telling. And there are things in that script that I don't think this witness would have known. Lucy said, is Harvey there? Yeah, they panned to his face. So, when this witness got pissed, I'm not surprised. And when she's like, no, now it's personal. Now we need justice for these kids. Chet, you let me know if you believe her. Ma'am, you should look at her back. She's looking at you. Just go ahead. What, Donna? Do you know what else makes me believe this witness? Donna's face.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Cross-examination.
Now, you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes,
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
Oh, I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to
I would
a
need her whole
Detective
case file to
Turner,
know if that's true.
in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
She said she didn't know if it was a
I
result.
don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to
I would need to know if she had a
being rearrested
court
in
date.
September of 2024. You knew Patricia Byrd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you'd been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
I mean, fair.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement, or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want to back up a little bit.
No, can you follow the train of thought?
Let's see.
Because the "did I do a good job" is not going to be helpful. However, Donna's handwriting's Donna's handwriting, counsel.
So that violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and I'll have this marked for identification purposes.
All right. I'm going to change our code red. We might need to go back to it, but now we're on cross. It's kind of time to clear our code red. I didn't realize that was going to be at the very end. He's pulling up her legal file to try to indicate she was released on an offer, but it sounded like she was already on a grant of probation. But the script is in Donna's handwriting.
Purposes.
So, you know.
This judgment is sentence that was rendered on September 1st of 2023. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And it indicates that you qualify for PRR sentencing, but the state is waiving it at that time, correct?
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
Okay. And so this is a judgment and sentence or conviction for one count of burglary of an occupied dwelling and one count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And PRR sentencing means that when you commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement.
Yes.
And you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it specifically says if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence.
Right, that's generally the way it works.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No,
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program,
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
and you completed that.
I did.
Okay. Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No,
You started using again,
I did.
and you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but
You did not make yourself available for supervision.
That's true.
no, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions,
I just didn't go.
and you also didn't
The
test.
instruction was to go.
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
Okay, yes, correct.
And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation and the new burglary charge, that point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct,
And then you meet Donna Adelson,
correct.
your get out of jail free card.
I don't see it
answer
like
that.
that. Counsel's trying.
Correct,
And then you meet Donna Adelson,
correct.
your get out of jail free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her.
We became friends, yes.
And you would ask her questions about her case.
No, I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
Okay. So it's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember. I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions, no.
Just a moment.
She's like, I wasn't in her ass about it, sir. We became friends. I didn't know who she was. And then I found out who she was. And then she wrote a letter. And then I gave that to law enforcement. I appreciate that they're showing Dan Markel's parents, but I would like to see the looks.
Please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates.
I would really like to see the looks between the witness and Donna. I stepped on what the court was saying.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Zellman, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay.
There's a ruling
So-
here that he needs to walk around carefully. I don't know what
If you
that
didn't
ruling
reach
is.
an agreement with the state,
Oh no, that was me. I was just trying to pause. Damn it. Actually, I think I do know what that ruling is. Give me 1 second to where they are. No. Where were we in this witness's testimony? I'm sorry, chat. That was me. We saw Harvey writing. I think we are hopefully right around there, close. In the motions, there was argument regarding whether or not this witness would be forestalled for coming because she was improperly acting as an agent of the state. The court ruled against the defense in that. The state and law enforcement can't send somebody in and be like, here's our list of questions. Go ask her these questions. They can't do that. So whether or not she was asking questions is part of previous motions and rulings about whether the state sent her with a list of questions or whether Donna started talking to her about her case and she said, okay, Donna, well, what about this? That's what I was trying to pause and say, and I moused improperly.
lying to them.
I don't think I did that.
Oh, this was she's like, I just didn't show up for probation, sir. I wasn't stringing anybody along. I just didn't go.
Ask her questions.
I can't remember. I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions, no.
Just a moment.
Okay, this is where the court interjects. That's where I went to pause.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Zellman, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay. So, if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial,
Yes.
you would face 15 years, day for day.
If I was found guilty, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a violation of probation. You go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes,
You didn't show up for probation.
correct.
Okay. So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Counsel, you're acting like plea deals in narcotics cases aren't common.
Now, isn't it true that when you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
Oh, no, actually, the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And
She's not new, counsel.
you wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Counsel is leaning into people aren't going to believe her because she is trying to manufacture something, and that happens. Informants do try to manufacture things. People do try to manufacture things to get a better deal for themselves that did not happen and were not said. The problem with this is going to be the script that Donna wrote. That's the problem. Because otherwise, counsel's cross-examination goes to, why should we believe you that Donna said any of this? You know, you're just trying to get a better deal for you. It's harder with the writing.
Why is no one ready?
Did you tell my client she was naive about jail?
That she was naive about jail?
I mean, that's dead ass.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about that video. I believe the state's going to...
That's dead ass, though. No lies detected, counsel. Did you tell my client she was naive about jail?
be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be that my client wrote down the script that they've introduced into evidence.
How it came to be?
Yes.
Donna wrote it, and she and I were supposed to go over it and practice it.
Okay. During that time that
they were
you
practicing
sitting
lines.
There, did you write anything down?
I may have colored or written something, but I honestly don't remember.
Did you take things out of the notebook that you'd already written and show them to her?
Probably, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while.
So you don't remember telling her what to write?
No, I didn't tell her what to write.
Your testimony here today is that you never told her what to write?
Yes.
Okay. That's the one thing you are sure about here today. Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further?
Redirect examination.
He's trying to insinuate, right? He's trying to insinuate that she made Donna do all the things. Redirect?
Were you ever advised to say anything other than the truth here today?
No.
You have a lawyer that's representing you on your criminal cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's working with the prosecutor on that case, not me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To try to get you some kind of deal, not 15 years maximum penalty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and before your most recent release, you had a five-year plea offer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as we sit here today, do you have a plea offer?
No.
Okay, so you're waiting to get a new plea offer.
Yes, ma'am.
From somebody, not me.
Correct.
Hoping that maybe it will be better than what it would otherwise be based on this information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you had already provided that script to us before this most recent release and this most recent violation, and now you're going to have to deal with accountability for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The script was provided to her before she was released and violated her probation. Which means she wasn't facing that much time because she was released. Well, the timing on that's interesting.
And that script, it was suggested like, oh, you told her what to write. Did you even know any of that story to tell her?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
Ms. Bernhardt, you remain under your subpoena and do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes,
Please call your next witness, State.
Next witness. Donna, if you're looking for reassurance from your attorney about how that went,
You may.
not well. There was an objection to something. Hold on.
Kate Butler.
Judge, I advise Ms. Kaplan.
Objection, can we approach?
You may.
Counsel was starting to say, I advised Miss Kappelman of something. And then she said, objection, may we approach? Counsel, stop talking in front of the jury. There at sidebar. Witnesses walking in. Witnesses standing there at sidebar.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need to.
All right, we're on witness number 26.
I did not. I brought my flash drive.
Okay. May I retrieve that from you?
Did you bring a computer? No, brought a flash drive.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Butler, Katebutler.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Pensacola Regional Operations Center and the Forensic Document Examination Section.
How long have you been so employed?
16.
Forensic document examination. Documents, you say?
Years.
What are your duties there?
My duties consist of examining items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, and office machines, in order to determine source or authenticity of a question document.
Law nerds, did you know that was a job? Document analysis, papers, inks, different types of pens, handwriting. I know. Some of you are like, ooh, paperweight, different types of typewriters, different types of printers. All of you who want that job. She is a forensic stationery queen. Yes, chat. Document analysis.
Training and education you have to perform
So handwriting.
these duties?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I completed the 2-year,
Forensic
2-phase
chemistry?
training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the forensic document examination section. This training program consisted of 2 phases. The first phase was mostly
She's
reading
done this before
academic
then.
texts, published articles, and research on all aspects of forensic document examination. Once I successfully completed an all-encompassing oral board and passing all the written and practical examinations, I was then allowed to move to phase 2 of training, which was supervised casework, in which I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of the certified analysts in the section. Once I successfully completed the mock trial at the end of that phase, I was then allowed to move to independent casework, which I have been doing ever since.
And have you previously
So background
testified
training.
as an expert in the area of
Analysis.
forensic document examination?
Background
I have.
About
training.
how many times?
Approximately 25 times.
All right. And what is forensic document examination?
Forensic document examination is a highly specialized forensic discipline in which we examine items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, or office machines, in order to determine the source or authenticity of that document. Source meaning, was it written by a particular person, printed by a particular office machine? Authenticity, is it genuine, is it counterfeit, or has it been altered in some way? When I complete my examinations of the evidence, I then write a report as to my findings and, when necessary, testify to those.
How is handwriting identifiable to a particular individual?
The best way to explain how handwriting is identifiable is to ask each of you to remember back to when you first learned to write. You typically learned in the 2nd or 3rd grade using a copybook. You learned to make repeated iterations of each of the letters of the alphabet as well as the numbers until you had the basic model of each letter and each word, lowercase and uppercase. You learned to put them on a baseline. You learned to make uppercase letters taller than lowercase letters. However, we've all deviated, as adults, we've all deviated from that original copybook style we were taught. And it's those deviations that are the individual handwriting characteristics that I examine in a question handwriting sample and then compare to a known handwriting sample to see if the same characteristics are from the question are present in the known and are similar to one another.
Ma'am, what's
Once you
your favorite
comparison
pen?
between a known sample and a question sample, how do you report your results?
We have several
irrelevant
levels
questions.
of conclusions that we use in the field. We have on one side the identification, and this is the opinion of which the examiner has reviewed all the material and has found that the question writing was in fact written by the known writer. And at the other side of the other end of the scale is elimination, and that's after reviewing all the material, the examiner has found that there are significant differences and that it is not the writer. Down from each of those, we have a highly probably wrote and a highly probably did not write. Then we have a probable wrote, probably did not write, indications may not have written, or indications may have written, indications may not have written, and in the middle is our neutral, could neither identify nor eliminate opinion.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 59, introduced into evidence,
Chat.
59A, and introduced into evidence.
I think sharing your favorite types of pens is completely on topic. Sorry, mods, I know it makes them hard. I know, but I think it is at least tangentially related to topic, and we all need to disperse the energy from Donna nonsense. So it's just all the things. So go ahead and share the pens. I see
Butler
some.
to open your bags.
No, sir, I don't think that would be necessary.
I see some of my favorites in there.
Go ahead.
Showing you States Exhibit 59 for identification purposes only. Do you
I'm
recognize that
I'm
exhibit?
switching my e-ink
And
pens.
what did you do with that exhibit?
Going to the Lammy for a minute.
This particular exhibit, I inventoried to describe the contents of it. I then digitally scanned it and then used it as the purported known writing of Donna Adelson in my handwriting comparison.
And States
I'm sorry, you had an entire planner of Donna's handwriting? Right. We don't see handwriting analysis a ton in cases. You don't often have as many examples, but we've got an entire planner. Yeah, the whole thing.
Exhibit 59A, does that exhibit contain the scanned pages that you selected from 59 to use as your known sample?
Some of the pages, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did have one additional page in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit 62, is this the question sample that you used to compare against the known sample in State's Exhibit 59?
Yes, these are the images of the question document.
Okay. Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to assist the jury in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
You did?
This is only a demonstrative. You're not seeking to
It's a
admit it.
demonstrative, Your Honor.
There's a PowerPoint, Donna. Did you take your glasses off? Why'd you do that?
Where I put my clicker, but if you'll just tell us when to advance the slide, we'll do that.
I will.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the two exhibits that you compared as we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, let me move me out of the way.
Okay, the question handwriting sample, next slide. Okay, go back one.
This is chaotic. What's happening?
Okay, so what does this show?
This is the third page of the 3 pages of question writing.
And do you select certain characters or words for comparison? How do you start?
I look and examine every handwriting characteristic that is available for me to examine. I notate as I examine the question and known materials. So whenever I find a particular characteristic, I may note where that particular characteristic was found within the known writing. However, I compare all of the question individual characteristics within the handwriting to the known characteristics within the known.
So you're saying it's
You're not just picking out like, oh,
pattern
she makes her
recognition?
S's this way. You're looking at every single character.
Every single handwritten character, yes. I examine all of it and compare it to the known writing to see if each individual characteristic is present, that is present in the question, is present in the known or not, and if it's it's a similarity or if it is different in any way.
And all of that funnels into the totality of your conclusion?
That's correct. At the end of the complete side-by-side examination of all of the question handwriting with all of the known handwriting, I then evaluate all of the observed characteristics, and then I make a conclusion as to the authorship.
Okay, next slide, please. And let's skip to the next one. All right, tell us what we're looking at here. I'm going to look for the pointer while you're talking.
This is a demonstrative court chart. It has some of the words and letters from the question documents.
And the known documents.
So I have looked through the question documents, of which there were 3 pages. I found certain words and cropped those words digitally and placed them on this chart. I did the same thing with some of the words and letters from the known writing. And I have put similar words and letters so that I can better explain how it is that I am able to, first of all, choose an individual handwriting characteristic, and then how I'm able to show that it is found within the known writing and that it is similar.
And does the next slide indicate the points of comparison on these particular characters?
Yes, the next slide has some arrows and other markings which are pointing out some of the individual characteristics that I found in my examination and showing how they are similar between the question writings and the known writings. Oh, I apparently clicked it.
I clicked it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody's getting clicky.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to get me out of the way.
Would you like me to describe each of the characteristics?
Yeah, thank you.
So beginning with the first word in the uppercase W of the word Y, we see the overall structure of the uppercase W has a very small tick at
Tail,
the bottom near
yeah.
the baseline where it appears that there's a little bit of an upstroke and then a very small tick and then a downstroke. That kind of makes the bottom of the W. And that particular shape of it being sort of flat on one side but pointed or angled on the other side of the W on the side that's next to the H, the right side of the W has a bit of a curve, whereas the left side does not have that curve. So I observed that similar structure in the word wall within the known writing. So you can see on the left side very flat, but on the right side a very sharp angle up to the top. And then the top ends with a bit of a tick to the right.
She's so excited
And that's
about her work. I
pointed
love
out
it
in
so
both
much.
The red arrow, the first red arrow in the uppercase W of the word Y in the question column, as well as in the uppercase W of the word Y on the known column. In the question column in the word Y, I have also pointed out the lowercase y, the structure of it creates almost a loop. It's not entirely connected, the U of the Y and the staff of the Y, but it almost is. But that pin lift where the stroke stops, lifts, and then comes back down onto the piece of paper, that whole structure and then the two separate strokes, that particular lowercase y was found in the word they. And you can see that in the known column, the second row, where you see the lowercase y, the two strokes, where there's a bit of a pin drag as it lifts and then forms the staff of the y. Looking again to the question column, the word they, you can see the crossbar of the T moving up towards the lowercase h's staff, and then almost forms a loop again. There's a bit of a pin lift there between the connecting strokes of that crossbar of the T and the lowercase h's staff.
Leonard, I love how nerdy you are about this. I love it too. I love it.
With the crossbar moving into the lowercase h and almost connecting to the staff, but leaving a pin drag or a pin lift in that area. You can see that in the lowercase in the word there in the lowercase t and h combination in the known column. I have also pointed out in the question column in the word they, the lowercase e. The lowercase e was formed by starting in the middle of the letter, and instead of making a loop or an eyelet formation, which is typically how our lowercase e is made, it remains open as if just a tick mark before it begins its overarching structure back to the baseline. So that sort of open loop E was also found in the word ache, which you can see in the known column.
In other words.
See the eyelet of the E is open and not rounded at all. It's sort of a sharp retrace of the E before it forms the circular part. Like I pointed out in the word Y in the question column, I've also pointed out the lowercase y and they in the question column. So this is a second variation of the lowercase y. So one variation of the lowercase y has a straight staff. The bottom of it goes straight. Another variation that this writer had was the lowercase y, in which those strokes, the bowl of the y and the staff, are actually connected here in a loop formation, and the bottom of the staff creates a curve at the bottom, whereas the lowercase y in the word y remains straight. So this particular natural variation, the lowercase y with a loop and a curve, this was found in the word y in the known column on the first line. Natural variations are found throughout people's writing because of our lack of machine-like precision to be able to produce writing exactly the same way every time. Natural variations occur throughout our writing. So seeing different variations of a lowercase y or any letter and seeing those same variations present in the known is additional information for me to use in my conclusion. So going to the next word in the question column, it is the word Miami. The uppercase M
like welcome
in
to.
Miami has an interesting structure. It's the
staff
Drina,
of it has an
Miami.
open loop formation. So it looks like a little bit of a bubble in that staff.
I know she needs to slow down and
on
just
the
breathe.
left
That's
side
okay,
of the
ma'am.
M. This
Testifying on TV is weird.
formation of that uppercase M was found within the known writing, and I have it pointed out in the word me in the known column. One of the other things that I wanted to point out in the word Miami is the height difference between the lowercase I and the lowercase a. This particular writer, when writing the I-A together, tended to make the lowercase I lower than the lowercase a, whereas you can see it's sort of floating above the baseline. That particular characteristic was also found within the words Miami within the known writing, which I have pointed one out on the right side of the column in the second Miami, but it is also seen in the first version of Miami as well, just not pointed out with an arrow. The lowercase a in Miami, I'm pointing out two different characteristics with that lowercase a. I'm pointing out the structure of the lowercase a, kind of having a bit of an open top. There's a space between the top of it and the staff of it, kind of leaving a little bit of an open circle. And the structure of it being kind of having a bit of a hat to it. That particular characteristic was found in the lowercase
Oh my
a
God, I love it.
of the word tenants, which is about 8 lines down on the known column. One of the other characteristics I'm pointing out with the lowercase a in Miami is how the ending stroke of the a sweeps under the lowercase m in Miami next to it. And that particular characteristic, which was found in the word Miami in the question, was also found within the word Miami within the known writing. And you can see it in the first version of Miami on the 4th line in the known column. Moving on to the word and in the
She's
question
just like,
column.
go,
The
go,
uppercase, the overall uppercase structure of the letter is formed with only one stroke. So beginning on the left side and moving up from the baseline, creating sort of a triangle. But whenever that stroke comes down to the baseline, the right side of the A, it causes a retrace that forms the crossbar of the A. So it is actually one stroke, almost like a triangle, except the bottom, instead of meeting the left staff, comes up and forms a curved crossbar of the A. And that particular letter formation was found within the known writing, also in the uppercase A. You can see in the known column on the 6th row.
The known writing is a huge part of
the
this.
Lowercase n and the lowercase d is the next characteristic that I have pointed out within my demonstrative aid. So the fact that the n is sort of diving into that lowercase d is found within the word dividend. You can see at the end how at the end of the word dividend, the lowercase n is sort of piercing through the loop of the D, the bottom of the D.
Don't pierce
and that particular spacing
Damn it, Emily, stop it.
characteristic was found within the question as well as the known.
I'm not judging.
And I also wanted to point out the open loop of the D. So the bottom of the D, the bowl of the D is open. Whenever that character was created, it started at the top, went towards the baseline, then created a counterclockwise curve, but instead of coming and meeting the staff, it stayed open and just stayed at the baseline. So pointing out that particular characteristic of that open bold lowercase d can be found in the word card in the known column. The next
They
word
had lots
in
of
the
Donna's
question
handwriting
column
to work
is
with.
the word once, the lowercase NTS is where I'm going to focus on, although there are more characteristics that I have not pointed out. The lowercase
She's like, we can't get to everything,
and S
folks.
are nearly touching, which is odd because whenever you're taught to learn the copybook style, you're taught to leave an even amount of spacing between each letter.
I definitely don't do that.
So the S touching the N, which is 2 letters outside of the word, was an interesting characteristic that I found in the word tenants on the 8th row on the known column. You can also see it in the word comments, though I don't have it pointed out with a red arrow, but the N and the S look like as if they are touching.
The combination of the crossbar T to the lowercase s to the formation of the lowercase s in the word once on the in the question column, that particular characteristic was found within the word comments, where you can see the lowercase t's crossbar continues out to the right and then forms a loop as it makes a counterclockwise loop around and then comes closer to the baseline and then kind of goes underneath the lowercase t to touch the lowercase n. That particular combination was found within the known writing in tenants as well as comments. The next word in the question column is the word whatever.
Whatever.
The lowercase w in the word whatever, there's a line underneath it. That is indicating is that the left side of the W is
shorter?
actually lower on the baseline than the right side of the W. And that particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the known column 8 within the word once. I didn't use this laser the whole time. The lowercase w in the word once on the known column, the left side of it is much closer to the baseline than the right side.
Yeah, it kind of ticks up.
Moving on to the next characteristic, it is the spacing between the lowercase t and the lowercase e in the word whatever. The t crossbar is touching the lowercase e. That particular characteristic was found within the word after. And the formation of the V is a very blocky shaped with the left side being lower than the right side. The bottom kind of creates more of a square rather than a curve or a V shape retrace.
Like a point.
That particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the word deliver. Another characteristic within the word whatever in the question column is the combination of the ER. The lowercase e, as it ends, creates the beginning stroke of the lowercase r, connecting the e and the r.
I connect
and that
half
particular
of all my writing
characteristic was
together.
also found within the word deliver
Half
and the
print,
word
half
after
cursive.
in the known writing.
And do these examples comprise all of the characteristics that you looked at, or are these just a few examples?
These are just a few examples.
She's like, I spared you the rest of it.
Some of the question characteristics that I examined and found to be similar within the known writing.
And what conclusion did you reach in reference to the question, did Donna Adelson write the script contained in State's Exhibit 62?
I identified the known writing purportedly written by Donna Adelson as to be the writer of the question handwriting.
And is that the highest level of conclusion that you reach in your reporting?
Identification is the highest level, yes, ma'am.
1 minute. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
A number of you have asked about handwriting analysis in court. Handwriting analysis is allowed in court. It still has to meet the standards for expert testimony and analysis. It has to be reliable. There has to be a methodology. All the things you saw at the Daubert hearings, so much in the Karen Reed case. What they can't do is take unknowns, like all unknowns, and say this person wrote it. They need to have a sample and an unknown, and they can say or not say if the sample and the unknown are likely written by the same person. You can also have analysis in, did somebody sign this paper with ink, or was this traced, or was it stamped, things like that. So there's different types of document analysis. This case, we're not looking to see if something's a forgery or altered in some way. In this case, they're trying to see if all the handwriting in Donna's day planner essentially indicate that the person who wrote that planner is the same person who wrote the letter recovered from jail. So it's not taking all unknowns. It's also not giving like personality characteristics like, oh, the T is slanted this way, and that means that this person's this, that, or the other thing, and attributing characteristics to them. Did the person who write this thing that we know likely write this thing that we are trying to prove? So that's what it is. And they have a ton of samples in this. All right, let's continue. We're getting into cross. Makes you want to jump, jump. Daddy Mac will make you jump, jump. Sorry, it's a deep cut crisscross reference. I'm curious to hear the cross-examination.
We've never contested that our client wrote that document. No questions.
You may step down.
Well,
The comment is struck. Members of the jury, you are to consider.
Donna, fix your face. The prosecution, it was hard to hear, but the prosecution asked to strike the comment.
You may step down.
Move to strike the comment, Your Honor.
The comment is struck. Members of the jury, you are to consider what came from the witness stand as the evidence. You may step down.
Thank you.
Also, if they truly never contested that their client wrote it, the state might not have brought in somebody to say that they did. So I think they perhaps are not contesting it now that it's been proven. But that was the comment.
Have a good day. You are released.
All right, this witness is done.
Please call your next witness.
Maybe we have a short recess to set up for the next witness.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We'll resume at 3:35.
The court is like, I'm taking a moment. All right. I think that was fascinating. I hope you do too. It was really interesting to look at the way that they evaluate the handwriting and then the excitement of the witness in talking about letter and letter formation. Living. All right. I'm going to zoom past this court break and get to the next witness. They are trying to set up tech for a presentation. So as they are coming into court, we have zoomed past the break.
Everyone can be seated. You may call your next witness. Sergeant Corbitt, you remain under oath.
Oh, welcome back, Sergeant Corbitt.
Remind you to testify truthfully. You may examine.
Yes. Thank you, Judge. Does your second presentation in this trial today contain text messages from Donna Adelson?
It does, yes.
And were these text messages ones that were from her phone that was seized in Miami Airport in November of 2023?
Yes, they're from a forensic examination of that phone that was taken from her person.
And does this present?
Y'all remember a few days ago when I was just like screaming, yes, Emily, often, where I was displeased that the prosecution had won their objections about Donna and Wendi texting about Charlie's trial, and they won the objection, and then they came back up and were like, no questions, and I was like, I want to hear all the tea about Donna and Charlie, or Donna and Wendi texting about Charlie's trial. Well, now the defense has introduced what Charlie's defense was about the extortion. And now we've seen the two cellies of Donna come in and say, this is what Donna was asking us to tell you. So now we're going to get into, I assume, what Donna and Wendi were saying while Charlie's trial was going on. And I wonder if the prosecution determined it would have more context after the other two witnesses testify. And I really think that it might have more context, showing now that the script was not something that the last informant knew, and that it's something Wendi and Donna were chatting about.
Presentation also contained messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
It does, yes.
And were the amount of messages in both that iCloud and from that cell phone voluminous?
They were, yes.
Your summary that I've labeled 73B, and for the record, I'll make the summary from his first part of his presentation 73A, and this one will be 73B. Do these include some of the text relevant to the specific things I'm going to ask you about today from those voluminous records?
It does, yes.
At this time, I would move State 73B into evidence subject to the court's ruling.
Any objection?
So this is a summary exhibit.
Subject to the court's ruling, Your Honor.
73B, you said?
Yes, sir.
73B will be admitted.
And I'd also make 73A, please.
Any objection as to 73, or were those already admitted?
73 has already been admitted, so I'd just be amending the name of the exhibit.
Go ahead, you may continue.
All right. Just as you did in your first testimony, did you create a PowerPoint of your summary that will go into evidence with the jury as a demonstrative here in court?
I did, yes.
And does this demonstrative contain other evidence that maybe the jury's already seen in this case, such as State's Exhibit 62?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. Permission to use a demonstrative, Judge?
You may.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 62, this first slide, does this appear?
It's the script. The entire script. This order makes a good amount of sense.
To be a question and answer session here. There's a part that says Q, followed by a question, and a part that says A, followed by the answer to the question.
That's correct.
And when a witness is on the stand in a trial like you are today, does your testimony have to be in a question and answer format?
It is, yes.
All right. If we could go to the first page of State's Exhibit 62. Looking at this first bit of information here, what does this writing say that Kay said?
Kay's Katie
It
McBanawa.
says here in the highlighted section that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder.
Defense is objecting. I was moving the, I was trying to move the closed captioning. All right, let's continue.
Testimony is cumulative to the other evidence that's already been admitted.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
Defense said it was cumulative. The court said, nah.
What does it say that Kay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. The next sentence, does the next sentence say, she asked him to give her the $350,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law, not to kill him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so according to this story and to Charlie Adelson's story at his trial, no one hired these hitmen to kill Dan Markell, right?
That's correct.
They just did it in their own in hopes of getting paid.
These are all leading
Correct.
questions.
All right.
I don't know
looking
why
at
the defense
next
isn't objecting to
page,
that.
Is this the bottom part of the first page combined with the top part of the second page?
It is, yes.
Okay. Looking at the next sentence, does it say, he threatened me that he was going to go to the police. I told him if he went to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom and dad, exclamation point. You should have seen his face, exclamation point. He turned white, exclamation point. He was scared shitless, in quotations.
Yes.
Okay, looking down at the next paragraph, does it say that she convinced him that the murderers think that a woman is paying for this? They don't know Charlie, and she told him she would tell her friends, she wouldn't tell her friends who he is, she can keep him safe. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to this, the men who killed Dan Markell are not the ones giving him the information the night of this murder. It's Catherine McBanois. Is that right?
That's leading.
Correct.
And was that consistent with what Charlie Adelson said in his testimony? He said that McBanois came over alone the night of the murder and told him that he was being extorted by some people she knew.
That's correct.
All right, looking down at the next section, does it say he opened his safe and gave her stacks of money? I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Yes. It does, yes. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money.
That's not what happened.
And what does the rest of that paragraph say?
Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out for a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $350,000.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Approach.
Oh, boy. All right, the defense is approaching. This witness needs to explain the context surrounding this, not just reread it. So we will see.
Let's continue to stare.
Okay. In Charlie Adelson's testimony, did he say that he paid Catherine McVanois $3,000 a month because he did not have $350,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say he gave her, I think it was $138,000 that night or the next morning, and then the rest was $3,000 a month over time?
That's correct.
And was that paid, he said, from $1,000 a month in her paycheck from Adelson Institute and $2,000 in cash?
Yes.
And in his testimony, did he say that McVanois assured him that none of the money would be going to her? She was giving it all to the extorters, including the money from her paycheck?
Yes.
And did he testify that he told his mother, Donna Adelson, about the extortion in September of 2014?
That's
Yes.
not what the bank records said.
All right, can we move on to the next paragraph? I have a couple of questions about that. Okay, in this middle paragraph and in this final paragraph,
what a
is the word
stupid
extort
fool.
used twice?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, often when people are extorting someone, they don't call it extortion. So the fact that Katie, jumping through the hoops to get to the fact that Katie is sitting in custody, having this chit chat, and the word she used was, he was so easy to extort. No. This dumb motherfucker's an ATM. He's just giving me all the money. Come on now. She's never going to say extort. Nor is Katie McVanois going to say, that stupid fool. Ugh.
And then at the bottom, haha is written out.
It is, yes.
Dave Matthews is competing for attention in my brain space because the devil's not going. Ha. But where's the lol? Where's the lol? Where is the lol? He believed her, lol. Come on.
Looking at the word, the first time we see the word extort on this page, is that underlined for emphasis?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, when did Donna Adelson first learn of the meaning of the word extortion?
Well, we know that there was a
know?
search from the web history of that forensic examination. I can move to that now. That was in October of 23.
Oh, she was Googling?
That is reference to extortion versus blackmail.
She was Googling what's the difference between extortion and blackmail? What else did she Google?
Okay, and what date was that search made?
Again, October 16th of 2023.
Was that about a week before Charlie Adelson's trial began?
It is, yes.
That she's looking up the difference between extortion
1
and
week?
blackmail?
Correct.
And that would be even though, according to his testimony, he and his mother had been being extorted since 2014.
Correct.
All right, after Donna Adelson's phone was seized on November 13th of 2023, were we able to extract the data through a Cellbrite report?
We were, yes.
And from the phone in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson were talking about Charlie's trial and verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Tell me everything. Tell me everything.
What date did Charlie Adelson's opening statements begin on October 24th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the first day of the trial when there was an opening statement and the state started calling their first witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what day did Charlie Adelson testify in his defense in that case?
November 2nd.
Cue all of you getting algorithmic
in this
hits of Charlie's testimony after this.
Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson, did Donna Adelson agree that Charlie Adelson's testimony about being extorted was the truth, that he was telling the truth?
She did, yes.
Okay, can we see that exchange?
Yes.
Now, right before this exchange, did Wendi Adelson send a prayer hands emoji?
Yes.
Okay, and then
Not
what
a
was
high
Donna
five.
Adelson's response to that?
That we shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years, differs through this, and now what? Prayer hands.
And then does she clarify?
November 6th, 2023. This gives a lot more context to that post-conviction call, doesn't it? Wendi sends prayer hands. Donna says we shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth. Protected his little sister for years. Talking about Wendi. Suffers through this. And now what? Prayer hands? Oh, Donna's popping off at Wendi. Fucking send me prayer hands. That explains the post-conviction conversation so much more.
That she meant suffers, not differs?
Yes.
Okay, so what date was this text sent on?
Again, November 6th of 2023.
So this would have been about 4 days after Charlie Adelson's testimony.
Correct.
But before a verdict was rendered in the case.
That's correct.
It says that he's telling the truth. Protected his little sister for years. Was Robert Adelson a witness in Charlie Adelson's trial? Was he called by either the state or the defense?
He was not.
Okay. So the only person that Wendi Adelson was a little sister of who testified in Charlie Adelson's trial was Charlie Adelson then.
That's correct.
That's
And here
interesting.
she's saying he's telling the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that the only time that she said that Charlie Adelson's defense was the truth during that trial?
It is not.
Okay, can you show us all the messages where she's letting people know that it's the truth?
Yeah, this is, I think, while they're waiting for the verdict, right?
She's sending these messages to different friends or family members saying, finally, the truth is out?
That is correct. All of these messages were sent in a relatively short time frame to various friends and associates.
Okay. Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Jesus.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching.
All right, Dan, she's texting all the group texts. All right, I'm going to read some of these. They're all from different conversations. The top one, Donna Sue Adelson, have you been watching the last 45 minutes? Finally, exclamation point, the truth comes out. Donna Sue Adelson, Dan just proved extortion. Dan Rashbaum was the attorney that, in my opinion, Donna wanted her son to have. He had been Donna's attorney and then was going to be Donna's attorney again until he got yeeted off the case for conflict. It's easy when you're telling the truth. Thumbs up emoji. Thank you. Listening to what really happened, finally. And then at the bottom here it says, but his attorney will speak for him. And finally, the truth comes out. Continuing on.
More about it being the truth, is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
Besides these things, I mean, what else did Donna Adelson say? Or did she say anything else to Wendi Adelson? Okay, thank you.
Next slide.
Okay, here is she asking someone to watch opening because the truth is out.
That's correct.
All right. What else does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson about this extortion defense?
I want to know.
She says that she's sorry this has been our life for so many years. It has been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened.
Lies.
I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a jury does to him and to the rest of us. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
What date is that?
You did not. You did fucking not. You did not. You did not. You did not.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Oh my text message. November 1st, 2023. Tell me that flight was a vacation again. Tell me that flight was a vacation again. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that. Tell me again that one-way ticket was a vacay. Well, I had no idea this existed. Because none of this would have, while this was going down during Charlie's trial, none of it came in. You know I'm next. I'll take care of that.
I'm
What
sorry.
date was that sent?
November 1st of 23.
Damn.
So she's saying she hasn't told Wendi about this extortion defense because Wendy's attorney didn't want her to.
Correct.
And it might affect their relationship.
Yes.
Get to the flight, though.
Did we look in the cell phone reports and records to see whether there was any phone evidence of Charlie Adelson being extorted by Magbanois or Garcia or Rivera?
We did, yes.
All right, looking at the day after Dan Markel's murder, which would have been July 19th of 2014, would that have been the day after Magbanois would have told Charlie Adelson he was being extorted? Per his testimony and this State 62.
Yes.
Okay. What did Charlie Adelson and Magbanois, what were they saying to each other in text messages that day, the day after this alleged extortion?
So he speaks of heading to the gym, asking her if she's taking her children to the beach. She replies that it's beautiful, probably the pool, and he encourages her to have a nice day.
Okay, so then this would have been after Magbanois left his home that morning that we saw in your first presentation and is headed south toward Rivera's. Is that right?
It's a beautiful day.
That's correct.
Okay, and Charlie Adelson reaches out to Magbanois first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's headed to the gym?
Yes.
Any mention of extortion, bad guys, money in these messages?
No,
Does it appear that there's any anger or fear in these messages?
it does not.
Yeah, no, when he's mad.
What about
he texts, call me. ASAP.
And in the what about in the week following the murder? What did they talk about that week?
Well, there's additional messages from the 19th, later on in the afternoon. And
Hope
then,
you're doing
yes, we
okay.
have messages from the next week.
And what were their conversations that week like? So here they're talking about the weather and how late it is in the day.
Yes.
Okay. What about the next messages? She wants him to get Jerry to call in some prescription shampoo for her.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He says sweet dreams.
Yes.
What's next? She's complaining about a headache, migraine.
Yes.
Okay.
And
what's
migraines
next?
suck. Fair.
He's saying laugh out loud.
Yes.
All right. Any more after that? Here she says, have a good day, smiley face, and he says, you too?
Correct.
And is that all we have from that week?
Yes.
Did they ever discuss extortion, bad guys, money?
No.
Okay. Does it
God, I
seem
don't
like
know
pretty
if Jerry's
mundane
Dr.
things?
Obad. I don't know.
It does, yes.
All right, from 2014 to 2016, those 2 years after the murder, do Charlie Adelson and Catherine McVanois stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, from the messages, do they appear to have a close friendship?
I would say yes.
Can you show us some examples of that?
Katie at one point did work the front desk at Dr. Obad's office, though, right?
Here is she giving him some
he's a
relationship advice and saying
dermatologist?
he'd make a great dad?
Yes.
All right, and what's next?
Wait, no, damn it. I wanted to read the rest of that. Hold on. On October 6, 2014, it seems that Katie is lying to Charlie. That's just my personal opinion. She says, you would make a great father, but don't wait too long to have them or else you really won't have patience for the crying and whining. Love you. Have a great day. P.S. Oh, bitches be cray. We got to the bitches be cray. All right. P.S. All bitches are crazy. You just have to learn to deal with one if she's worth it. Kissy face. Continuing.
Great dad?
Yes.
All right, and what's next? Does Charlie Adelson tell her he loves her in October of 2014?
You know who to
He does.
call to set her
Does he
straight.
say, it makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life.
Oh,
Okay,
girl.
what's next?
Let's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you go back?
No, don't. We don't
Does
have
she
to.
respond that she will always care about him?
I
Yes.
will always love you.
What's
Just
next?
she phrased it differently.
And here they have an exchange. Is this in February of 2015?
It is.
And here she says, I always know how to make you smile. And he says, yes, you do.
Did you send him a picture
Correct.
of?
What's
Never
next?
mind.
What do they say here?
It's February 24th of 15. Good, I love you. And he replies, I love you too.
Okay. What about later that year? Are there more friendly exchanges?
October 27th of 2015.
And she's maybe wishing him a happy birthday and thank you for helping me and I love you?
Yes.
And what does he say back?
Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best. I am lucky to have you as a friend for life.
Smiley face?
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
Yeah, Charlie. She's not a ride or die for you, though, right?
All right, here
That
are
was
they
for
kind of
Sigfredo.
calling each other names. It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says,
Yeah. Look. What's an affectionate fuckface between friends? I mean, fair.
I miss you.
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are there any messages in the next month? Okay, maybe some sort of inside joke here.
Well, she called him fuckface.
Yes.
Okay.
The response is fuck
giving
you.
Laughing, crying emojis.
Yes.
All right, what's next?
She's real for that, though. He just said, fuck you. And she said, oh, yeah, I couldn't. You talk about the same thing over and over and over, crying, laughing emoji. And the jury is just like, I mean, that's facts. Accurate.
Is she giving laughing, crying emojis?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Is this the same day?
It is.
And how does he end this exchange?
LOL, you're the best.
So laugh out loud, you're the best?
Lol. Wait, no, they're talking about Charlie being chatty. Like, you said that story already, and you would always get mad when I cut you off in the middle of the story. So I just let you repeat it because I love you, Lamau. Charlie, I loved hearing my own stories. We know. Lol, you're the best.
After maintaining a close friendship for years, according to these texts, at what point did Charlie Adelson and Catherine McVanois no longer have any contact via phone again?
When she got arrested?
Is it after the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. I'm trying to recall exactly when that ended, but it was well into the time of the arrest, yes.
Okay. Now, in all of these messages from the records between Charlie Adelson and Mag Banois in those 2 years, are there any messages where they discuss being extorted?
No.
Are there any messages where they discuss Dan Markel's murder?
No.
What about Mag Banois knowing people who wanted to hurt his family, or anything like that?
Nothing.
In fact, when Charlie gave her money in like a
When Donna Adelson's phone was
Publix
seized
bag,
and
she wouldn't even
cell-rated,
look
was
at
there
it.
evidence inside that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson had communicated for several years over WhatsApp.
Yes.
And what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is just a communication app, multi-platform. You can use it on iPhones or Androids or other devices, and it is just another platform which people can communicate, voice, text, and it is what we call an over-the-top app in that it does not go through the carrier traditional infrastructure. So it's not using their text message service, it's using the data side.
They
So we
got
don't
your
see
WhatsApp
records of that.
convo?
Those communications in the call detail records that we get, and it offers the security of encryption, that those messages are encrypted for the security of the senders.
Well, it doesn't work if you have the phone.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because maybe they're somewhere internationally and that's the easiest way to communicate internationally.
Yes.
Do sometimes people use WhatsApp because, as you said, it's an encrypted service and maybe those messages could be harder to find as opposed to a regular text message.
Please approve.
There would need to be,
I could ask a different question, Judge.
Please do.
What does an encrypted message?
There would need to be a foundation laid for whether he knows why, because it's speculative, but he's an expert, why people would use encrypted messages. Because encrypted messaging can be harder to subpoena, not impossible, but it doesn't really matter because they have her device. But after the wire, I think it's pretty clear that after the wire and after the arrests, the way that Charlie and Donna communicated moved. And so I think the chain of pattern or the pattern of behavior is really what's more telling. Using WhatsApp is neither here nor there, but shifting from the way that they were communicating after the arrests is more telling.
Mean?
So encrypted means that the message content itself is encoded in a way that it cannot be easily read or decoded in transit. So if there was an interception or someone were to get hold of that text message because of the encryption, you're not able to actually see what's in there. And so that provides, again, for the security of those messages and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this WhatsApp thread between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson.
It also doesn't show up on phone records.
Were some messages seen in 2023 that law enforcement did not previously have?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn our attention to the first one from July of 2016.
Did Charlie wipe his phone before he got arrested then? Because they found these on Donna's phone.
Okay.
Charlie must have wiped his WhatsApp before he got
You wanna go into
arrested.
the next thing?
Or they didn't crack his phone.
All right, so they're talking about some good
Interesting.
news.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, so what does Charlie Adelson say here?
He says that the information he got, no, it's in the paper from yesterday, and I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but it's looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
Okay, and when was that message sent?
July 21st of 2016.
Okay, was David Marcus, spelled with a K, was that Charlie Adelson's attorney at the time?
Yes.
So according to this text, Charlie Adelson's attorney was talking to Garcia's attorney, and he's letting his mother, Donna Adelson, know that in this message?
Yes.
Why?
Who did Marcus run into when he met with Garcia's lawyer?
Katie.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
I believe 73A and 73 have been admitted at this point.
Yep.
They're in evidence. The objection's overruled.
It's in the texts.
What happened when Garcia's lawyer, Charlie Adelson's lawyer met with Garcia's lawyer? Who did they run into?
Miss Magbanua.
Okay. Now, how do we know that Kaddie is Magbanua?
That's how he had her listed in his contacts within his phone, Charlie Adelson's.
Okay. So throughout their relationship, Catherine Magbanua's phone number and all of these messages are all to Kaddie in his phone. That's how he spelled Katie.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
Wait, how did Catty Heron spell her name in Mean Girls? Was it Kaddie? Because he's spelling Katie, Kaddie. I'm just curious. Thank you, chat. Oh, hold on. There's the text. No, it's in the paper from yesterday. Oh, Cady. Thank you, chat. I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but is looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney BT Dub. He went out to meet Garcia lawyer, and walking out of the building, he runs straight into Katie. What a small world. Thanks, chat.
And how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
What a small world.
To the small world comment, she replies that it is, and then he goes on to discuss the meeting.
So does he say that his attorney said they said hi to each other, they shook hands, he introduced himself, and she is nice and beautiful?
Correct.
Okay, and how does Donna Adelson respond?
Like all your girlfriends.
Okay, so this is July of 2016. So is this about 2 months after Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan? I'm sorry. Yeah, Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes.
Okay, and Katie's his baby mama?
Yes.
Okay. Did Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson express any anger here or four-letter words for Garcia, the man who shot Dan Markel and had been arrested for it 2 months earlier?
No, their lawyers are all playing nice.
No.
Or for Katie, the mother of his children?
No.
All right. Looking at the next month in August.
Their lawyers are all playing nice. This makes Rob Adelson's testimony all the more interesting because Rob is like, somebody was arrested for shooting Dan Markel. Why isn't my family calling me? Well, my wedding anniversary is in 2 days. Maybe they'll call me. And then when he brought it up, his mom was like, gotta go by. I bet you Rob didn't know these texts existed. Because they didn't come up before. Because they came from Donna's phone, not from Charlie's, but showing that Donna and Charlie's lawyer, not Donna Ann, but Charlie's lawyer is meeting with Garcia's lawyer. Why would Charlie's lawyer want to meet with Garcia's lawyer if Garcia is accused of killing Dan Markel if they are not, I don't know, co-conspirators? I just have to wonder if Charlie's lawyer was like, hey, does your client need any money for his defense? We'd be happy to help. Just let us know what we can do. Because you know what I would be worried about if I was Charlie and Donna's lawyer? Is that dude going to flip on them? I would want to know. So, interesting.
Show us this WhatsApp message. Now, is it between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, can you read us the message from August 2nd here?
Charlie Adelson says, did you see in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny did not pay him for his drugs, just like he stiffed everyone else he did business with. This whole thing is just crazy.
So at this point in August, you said Garcia and Rivera, they
Charlie's
had been
throwing out
arrested
ideas
for at least 2 months, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Charlie Adelson, according to Charlie Adelson, and according to him, he and his mother had been extorted for almost a year and a half as of a couple months ago.
That'd be correct.
Charlie's trying to come up with excuses, it sounds like
this
to me.
message from Charlie Adelson, though, does it appear to spitball another theory of Dan Markel's murder besides the extortion, that they've supposedly been extorted for the last 2 years by the killers?
It does, yes.
And when law enforcement
Wow.
investigated, did the hitman actually hang out with a local cocaine dealer who the police interviewed, and he gave them information about the men he sold drugs to?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the paper.
I'm sorry?
And they're talking about the fact that that was in the paper.
Yes.
Okay. And that maybe that coke dealer was
Garcia's
the guy that
contact.
killed Danny.
Yes.
Maybe Danny was buying drugs from him, stiffed him, something like that.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What's next after this? After Donna Adelson says, I did not see that, which paper?
Charlie indicates that it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and Donna that she has stopped reading everything.
And does she say, wow, exclamation point, I've stopped reading everything?
Yes.
And we know that Donna responds with the wow.
Does she say, what are you talking about? You told me that they've been extorting us for 2 years.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Yeah, it is.
Is there anything about extortion in these messages?
There is not.
All right. Last thing we saw from, or at the beginning of the presentation, we saw that in Donna Adelson's phone, she said that he was telling the truth in his trial, and the truth is out. Was there another message to Wendi Adelson after she told Wendi Adelson?
What is happening?
Sorry. Is there more messages here?
There is, just the end of that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
His face was speaking loudly. He's like, why are we moving on? I wasn't sure what he was looking at. He's like, why are we moving on? There's another slide. The guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging out with them. Donna, OMG. So a convicted felon who is selling drugs is their star witness. I don't think it's their star witness, but yeah, Garcia had connects in Tallahassee. It seems that is the connect.
Can you walk us through these, and then I'll move on?
Certainly, it's just the conclusion of that the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging.
This is cumulative.
Sustained is cumulative.
Okay, is this the end of the conversation that we just saw?
It is, yes.
Okay. And do these messages mention extortion?
They do not.
All right. Going back to November of 2023, did we find messages in Donna Adelson's phone from November of 2023 when the verdict was announced between Donna and Wendi?
I wanted to hear about these so badly.
Okay, can we see that message?
Yes, please.
Or maybe this, okay. She says there's a verdict. This is on November 6, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was a verdict delivered, meaning read out loud by the clerk or by the judge, sometime between 5 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. on that day, November 6th?
Yes.
Okay. When does Wendi send her next message?
At 5:27 p.m.
So this would have been after the verdict was rendered?
Yes.
All right. And she says, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Is that right?
I just read down the page. 5:27, after the verdict. I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your law lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Oh my God, Donna. I'm going to just let it roll.
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond? Can you read that message?
Your brother protected you for
Damn,
years.
Donna.
Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
And was that sent at 5:31 p.m. on November 6th?
It was, yes.
So about 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
That explains Wendi dropping by and saying, I will put you on a hold.
All right, so now we know the time of the verdict, sometime between 5 and 5:15 p.m. on November 6th. After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
Yes.
There's more?
It's argumentative.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone?
Yes,
from after the
please.
verdict?
So there is a conversation, again in WhatsApp, between Donna Adelson and a representative from Vietnam e-Visa regarding getting a visa for herself and for Harvey.
Okay, and are we going to go through the entire visa chat here today?
We are not.
Okay.
It's quite lengthy.
Are these just some excerpts from the visa chat?
When's
They
the
are,
chat
yes.
start? That's what I want to know.
Before today, did you have an opportunity to look at States 58, the visa chat?
I did, yes.
Okay, and are these true and accurate depictions of the chat that was found in the Cellbrite between Vietnam e-Visa and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
At this time, I move 58 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
States 58 is admitted.
Thank you.
Popcorn History
All right,
said also
if you
Wendi
could walk us
immediately
through a
said,
few excerpts.
call if you can, and Donna still whined that Wendi didn't reach out to talk to them. Very fair point.
From this chat.
Yes, again, we can see that this is between Miss Adelson and the Vietnam visa. And the first message in this
That's what I wanna know.
conversation starts on November 7th at 3:55 p.m.
Okay, so is that within 24 hours of the verdict?
Yes.
Can you go back to the last one? What does that first message say in this chat?
It's an automated message in the WhatsApp group, and it states that messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. No one outside of this chat, not even WhatsApp, can read or listen to them. Tap to learn more.
And the only way we're reading them is because we were able to
Donna's
seize
phone.
the phone and get the information off the phone.
That is correct.
Okay.
The information from WhatsApp came out of the phone due to a Cellbrite extraction because they had the handset and Donna hadn't deleted these. If Donna had deleted these chats, you wouldn't be able to find them anywhere.
All right. Can we look at the first messages sent in this chat? Can you read this to us?
Sure. Hi, Daisy. I'm trying to get a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
Objection. Same objection that we talked about sidebar.
Overruled. This has not been published before the jury. This is the publishing of the evidence at this time.
For the first time.
You may continue.
I'm sorry, you left off at fast track emergency visa for Vietnam.
I filled everything out on the online application. I filled out the visa option. I wanted the fastest I can get it, put in the applicant details with our photos approval. It's for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. Yes, that is the site we applied for online. I just do not see how to pay for this.
Okay. And what's next?
Like literally, what's the fastest we can get this done?
She says if I do not get there until the 12th or 13th of November, is that a problem? If I am putting down November 11th as the date to arrive.
Okay. And then did they talk a little bit about how long her visa will be for?
Yes, she indicates I would like the 90-day visa and clarifies 90-day multi-entrance.
Okay. What happens when she finds out there isn't enough time to get a 90-day visa? Because it's an emergency fast track one.
So her reply is, if we get a 30-day visa, can I extend it while I am in Vietnam?
Okay, but then the chat says we can arrange for the 90-day.
Yes.
All right, if she were to, let's say that, and I know that they didn't get the visas till a few days later, but let's say she got the visa on November 7th and it were a 90-day visa, that visa would extend to February 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the choice that they gave her, the 90 or the 30? 30 and extend?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now eventually in this chat, does she send she and Harvey Adelson's pictures?
She does, yes.
For the visa?
Okay, are they letting her know all the things that she'll need to provide?
Yes.
Okay, and does she say 90-day multiple entry is what I would like as fast as possible, and that next Monday, as in next Monday to receive the visas will be fine?
That's correct.
Okay, what's next?
If only those visas came a day faster.
They've received your email.
They wouldn't have heard your call.
Correct.
And she sends her picture. Does she send Harvey's picture as well? Okay, thank you. Now, at some point in this chat, is it getting close to
That's
her
not the
flight
same
date
picture.
and she has not yet received her visas?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to the photographs, she also sends copies of their passports.
They will probably fast forward that.
Okay, and this is the flight information as far as where they're flying into, the date of arrival, the email, and the type of e-visa it is.
That's correct.
Okay, she gives them her flight information. Is that right?
Correct?
Okay, now we're 5 days later, and does she say in capital letters, now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. We take our flight tomorrow at 8 p.m. That is 30 hours. She's afraid that she's not going to get it in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what happens next?
So the response is that we will send e-visa to you within 21 hours from now. It's fine for your flight. Please don't worry.
Okay, and does she actually end up getting her visa?
She does, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through the rest?
Yes, so this is November 13th, 5:28 a.m. She receives a
I mean, I
visa
get why
for
she's
herself
stressed, right?
And for Harvey Adelson.
Okay.
If you're Donna, would you be stressed if you didn't have your visa in hand yet? Donna wants to get out.
Was there other evidence that showed that the Adelsons did not have plans of returning home anytime soon? What was found on her phone as far as her Amazon deliveries?
So there was a message to herself, kind of as a reminder, and this was on November 8th, to stop Amazon deliveries.
Okay, and was there
Stopping her Amazon deliveries, huh?
a note left in their apartment to sell a belonging?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate that
What does this indicate
is who
to you?
Wendi should call to get the paperwork so the gun can be sold if it is to be sold?
Yes, as it needs to be sold with the paperwork.
All right. What about, we've heard about Donna Adelson's planner. Was there some entries in the planner for the week after Charlie Adelson's trial that indicated they weren't planning to come home anytime soon? What's
Ooh.
the first entry here?
I want to know.
So the first entry we see is sell and list jewelry, dishes, implants, comics.
Okay, and what date was that?
I'd have to go back to the top to see the date of that, which we actually don't
Sell
have
and
on the
list
top of that.
jewelry.
Okay, I think we do have it in evidence, so.
Okay.
What number is that? Okay, so the first entry you're pointing out here, though, I'm sorry, if you could go back to the highlight.
Oops.
Chat. Harvey's dental office would have had implants. They're talking about dental implants. Sorry, I realize that that's not the first thing y'all are thinking of in this case, which is completely fair. Dental implants are expensive, and if a practice has paid for them, they can, I would imagine, sell them back to whoever the implant rep is. Like, we're not going to use that, but it could also, and then dishes. So that's for the practice. But you don't sell off the supplies in your dental practice and your dishes and your jewelry if you're on vacation. So he's never coming back to his dental practice if you're selling off your supply of dental implants.
And so that was to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics?
Yes.
All right. Did they have a note about packing for Vietnam? Okay, was there also notes at the bottom of...
Okay, anybody who wants to screenshot the notes for packing for Vietnam so you can go through all of this later, now is your opportunity. Go right ahead. They've highlighted a few things, but they have questions to lawyers, who to call, and what to do. The date on the bottom corner of this is November 12th. So this is leading up to November 12th. It is full of writing. So Wendi, tell something Vietnam. He must tell Charlie on his private line. Oh, to tell the lawyer to tell Charlie that they're going to Vietnam on the private line, so it's not recorded. Donna, you told Wendi to tell Dan Rashbaum to tell Charlie that y'all are fleeing to Vietnam, so it'll be on the private line, not the jail recorded line. And then your whole conversation is on the jail recorded line. Interesting.
About canceling disability insurance.
Yes.
Oh, for the dental practice.
Two, in fact.
Yes.
Was there a note for, I'm looking in the middle of the screen here, for Wendi to tell Dan regarding Vietnam, and he must tell Charlie on his private line. Is that right?
Yes.
Would Charlie Adelson have been in custody at that time?
Yes.
And if the Adelsons were to call
The
Charlie
check
Adelson
marks.
and tell him they're going to Vietnam, would that call be recorded and available to law enforcement?
Yes.
Yes.
If Dan, Charlie's attorney, calls Charlie to tell him that information, would that call be private and law enforcement cannot listen to that?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there some more entries in this planner?
You don't cancel your insurance
Is there
and
an
your
entry
disability
regarding child support at the top?
if you're still working.
Okay. If they were paying child support for Charlie's child, does it show that they intended to pay, or they have a note about this child support through November 2025?
That's correct.
So they're making a note of that for the next 2 years in advance.
Correct.
Because at this point, we're in November of 2023.
Yes.
All right. And then looking down, we see that note's on Saturday, November 18th. If this planner was collected by law enforcement in Miami on November 14th, would this have been like a note of a reminder to yourself in the future that you've made here on the 18th?
It just speaks
It
for
could be,
itself,
yes.
Okay.
counsel.
And is that reminder, tell Wendi, do October expenses for 3 properties and enter in computer?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you when the first entry was. We see the end of the week is Saturday, November 18th, so I think you can probably see what week we're on, but I'm going to show you.
Donna definitely went, Dear Diary, don't forget to tell Wendi to do the things I can't do while I'm away. All the other times Donna was on vacation, she seemed to handle the finances in advance.
Looking at this first entry here that we saw of selling the jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics, what day was that?
That was Thursday, November 9th.
Okay. So that would have been 2 days after the visa chat and 3 days after the verdict?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't sell all your stuff if you're just going on vacation.
Were there text message on Donna Adelson's phone where she is trying to communicate her plans to Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to those messages?
Yes, please.
Here in these messages, is she letting Wendi Adelson know they need to talk to her?
Counsel, you're going to continue to ask really leading questions. Defense is going to continue not to object, and I'm going to continue to pause to read all of the WhatsApp messages. November 7th, 2023, from Donna Sue Adelson to Wendi. Okay. We have, this is what Donna was retelling to her friends on the jail call. This is what she was saying that she told to Donna, or Donna told to Wendi. Okay. We have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. I mean, isn't that how Rob felt when everyone got arrested and nobody called him? We are your parents, period. We are and have always, all caps, been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I wonder if Donna was reading this as she off her phone while she was talking to her friends. I just wanted you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie. We will be able to give you some information shortly and need some business assistance. That must be the properties they're talking about. Please let us know if you can be of any help. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people for help. Donna must have been reading that directly. And then the next one is don't get nervous. Again, nothing, all caps, about the case. Just would like to show you business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand it has nothing, all caps, to do with the case. There is no more case. As my cat chimes in. I don't know if you heard him meowing, but there we go. Continuing on.
It's not about the case. They need business assistance. They need to help her with personal things and business stuff. Please respond to them. Please talk to them.
Yes, that they need her to help them, yes.
Okay. What do we have next?
November 10th.
Does Donna Adelson, I'm sorry.
She provides 2 contact cards to Wendi, stating that you need to have this info.
And is one of those for an attorney and one that looks to be for a property, a condo in a certain tower?
Yes.
All right. Were there other messages to friends where she's trying to convey information?
Yes.
All right. Looking at this message on November 7th, is Donna Adelson saying to her friend Annie that she can't say why, but
Are you okay?
they, the Adelsons, may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more.
Don't make plans.
Stand by.
Don't make plans. I'm going to pause it if she's not going to read the rest of it. We will. Don't make plans till I contact you in a bit. Thanks, Annie. Stand by. Heart. Don't call me yet. Annie. Whenever you need us and whatever you need us, we'll be there. You don't have to ask ways. Love you. Hi, Fred. Yes. Fred the cat. Donna loved the message. Donna then said, Ron may have some work to do here. Continuing.
Is that right?
Hi, Fred.
Yes.
All right. And then at the bottom, she says, Ron may have some work to do here.
Correct.
All right. What's next? Does Donna let her know that she's copying her on different emails and things? She'll explain everything. She's holding off talking to her.
Correct.
Okay. And then was there evidence in Donna Adelson's phone of why?
Hold on there. There's something interesting in that message that counsel didn't cover. I'm copying you on different emails and things that you may not understand, but just check with me later and I will explain everything. Please check if there's any chance you could get down here by possibly Thursday, but don't book a final ticket. Please, there's so much we have to go over with you. Hey, Dr. B.
Why they chose Vietnam, why Vietnam was chosen as where they were going to go.
There were searches related to extradition, which would have contained Vietnam as non-extradition.
Okay, can you show that to us? Okay, and when did she Google list of United States
Google
extradition
searches.
treaties?
It would have been on November 7th.
Okay, so the day after Charlie Adelson's verdict?
Correct.
And the same day that she got she first started the chat for the emergency fast track visa.
Yes.
One second. No further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right, we're on to cross-examination. Sorry, yes. Dr. B came in, Fred's heading out. The Google searches regarding extradition are the least of Donna's problems right now. I've lost one of my in-ears. I don't know where. Oh, there it is. And cross-examination. And cross-examination. And cross-examination. They've got to be close to the end of the day.
Why is no one ready?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We meet again.
We do.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit.
As long as you go somewhere,
agreed
counsel, we're
that
fine.
WhatsApp is used internationally, correct?
It is, yes.
And
WhatsApp's not the
in
issue.
your presentation, you indicated that in my client's planner, there was some notations to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
My client, at the time, was 72 or 73. Did you believe she had a comic collection?
I'm not sure that she did.
And what about implants?
Well, other than the fact that Donna or Harvey Adelson was a dentist.
Right.
I'll show you.
We thought they were dental implants. Also, knowing Charlie,
See, this is.
I wouldn't be surprised if Donna had a hold of Charlie's comics. Also, girls can like comics, counsel.
You may.
But I bet they're Charlie's. I think my grandparents had my dad's baseball cards until I was like in high school.
Looking at States 155. Picture that's on my screen, is that the same picture? It's just that's narrower?
Yes, it's a different perspective, but yes.
No, it's not the same
Zoom in
picture
on
then.
this.
It's a different perspective.
My mouse. Can you read what that says? Or you want me to turn it?
It says implant motor.
And looking at 152, 153, and 154, that's a closet, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And is that, can't see it there, but let's go back here.
Okay, it's a closet.
That's the bedroom closet where that implant motor was, correct?
The hell's an implant?
I'm not aware of this being a bedroom. It does appear to be a closet.
This is not the right witness for this. This witness was not at the search warrant. This witness did not do the search warrant. That witness was already on the stand.
That picture indicates that there are dishes in that closet, correct?
There are dishes in the closet, yes.
Keep those for me, please. Do you agree it'd be unusual for dishes to be in a bedroom closet?
I mean,
possibly, yes.
I guess it really depends on the circumstances and the storage and the type of dishes.
Several minutes, but I'll show you from my laptop. And approach.
I'll have to clarify my last answer too. There are dishes in my spare bedroom closet, so.
I did not know that to ask that of you, but.
I just want to be honest.
I will have this printed, Your Honor, this next picture, but it's identified as RTC_002.
He's like, that's where we store the special dishes. The holiday dishes are in the spare bedroom closet.
9, would you agree that that depicts a bedroom?
That does, yes.
So he's like, it's not weird to have dishes in the closet. For me, it's storage.
Are those the boxes that we saw in States 155?
Cal, that's
they
so
appear
cool.
to be, yes.
Same paper, and you have the coffee maker.
Yes.
Okay.
What kind of coffee maker is it?
So we're still in that room.
Is it a coffee maker? Is it an espresso? Is it an espresso? Is it an espresso maker? Would it?
A different perspective here.
What are we?
Would you agree that they didn't do a very good job documenting this search warrant?
Keurig? No, he's not going to agree to that.
It is a little hard to figure out from the smaller pictures. I don't necessarily disagree that this is the bedroom closet. I just wasn't personally there.
Okay, so you have that small piece of luggage.
Yes.
In this picture, that's 155. And then in this one here, it's 0043.
Counsel, if we're going to just spend this time, we'd love the
That's the
deets.
same piece of small luggage in the same closet with the dishes.
Yes.
Okay. Take this from me.
So are we going through the things
During the
that
course of your
we
investigation,
agreed Donna was
Sergeant, are you
selling?
aware of the fact that my clients sold their home in Coral Springs and moved into a condo?
I am aware of that occurring at some point, yes.
And so merely because my client is selling some kitchen items or some jewelry, does that indicate that they are fleeing the country?
By itself, no.
Not alone is what I was going to say. Counsel, it's late in the day on Friday before a holiday
Someone's going out of
weekend.
town. Would it be unusual for them to stop Amazon deliveries?
It would not.
Canceling the insurance, though, is a little strange, no?
Merely stopping Amazon deliveries, that does not indicate that they are not coming back, does it?
Not by itself.
He's going to keep saying that. No, there's a totality here, counsel. Yeah, there's a lot of other things.
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the trust that was set up for Roman Adelson, Charlie Adelson's son, took care of child support for a certain period of time?
I have no information about that trust.
Would you agree in looking through that calendar that Mrs. Adelson, my client, constantly updates it to give herself reminders?
I would agree, yes.
I mean, fair.
Is there any evidence that you discovered in your investigation that indicate that my client moved assets overseas?
None that I am aware of.
That's a no?
That is a no.
None that he is aware of.
There's no evidence that you were able to uncover that my client was moving out of the country as opposed to obtaining a 90-day tourist visa.
I would say the evidence that I observed from the messages, the business that was being taken care of, it was at least a lengthy time to be away.
So a 90-day tourist visa?
That could be, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what it means for a tourist visa to be multiple or multi-entrants?
I do not specifically.
Would you agree that a fair definition of that would mean that the person who holds the visa can enter the country, leave the country,
He
and
keeps
return
trying to
the
get that on.
country?
He's like, I don't know.
Yes.
It makes sense.
And a tourist visa, if you know, is just that. It's for a tourist, not for a resident.
Correct.
Now, one of the slides that you didn't go over, I believe it was at least in one of the versions, slide 328.
Would you like me to go to that?
Sure.
Oh boy.
See which way is faster. Well, that would be the new 328.
See, I haven't been provided with the full new version.
I don't think that's
slide
true.
328 with the Sun Sentinel article.
Because they said they gave it to him.
With that article?
Yes.
That is not in here.
That's no longer in there.
That's correct.
Okay.
They were talking about things taken out of this presentation a few days ago. I'm going to zoom a little bit. He told the court he was going to review and say if he had any objections. It seems like he hasn't done that.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in your...
It's not in here.
It's not in that one. Do you still have it where you can display it?
I can get to it, yes. We'll probably, yeah, as long as I stay muted.
Yes, thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Zellman, this is the version not in evidence, but you still wish the witness to place it on the screen.
Yes, it was in evidence, and I guess the state
No.
changed
No.
the present.
No.
It was not in evidence. The one in evidence does not have it.
The one in evidence was not changed, counsel. Did you see how fast the prosecutor cut him off? The words in the brain
Just that.
tired.
Yep, just
Prosecution cut him off. He's like, oh, I guess it was in evidence. It changed. No, the one in evidence did not change. They removed a few
Says,
things.
I think it's going to be a speedy trial, Weinstein said. Who is Weinstein?
Attorney.
One of Charlie's attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you.
All that for this?
Now, throughout your review of the text messages, the communications, was there any evidence that my client was aware of the friendly texts that Charlie had with Catherine McBanola?
There was no evidence that your client was specifically aware of the content of the communications between Charlie and Katie. No.
Do you see how he clarified that answer? He is not letting the broad questions change his answer, but he's also not adding anything, which some witnesses do. We've seen it with experts where then they want to add more. He didn't. He clarified his answer and narrowed it, but he didn't say,
And you put
but
on
I
a
do
bunch
know.
of slides where it's
blah, 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 blah,
just
blah.
another instance of Charlie Adelson just running his mouth. This time in writing, so his thumbs.
Yes, there are a lot of communications.
There were a lot of communications. What is counsel doing?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I guess just a moment, Your Honor, is the new what if anything. And honestly, the just a moment, Your Honor, at the end of a cross wouldn't be a thing if the rest of the cross wasn't like this. Checking with the client to see if there's anything else to ask, fine. But everything else.
Yes, sir, quickly. Can you put the Sun Sentinel article back up? Thank you.
Take me just a second.
Sure.
We're on redirect.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the text earlier where Charlie Adelson says to Donna Adelson that, did you see the good news in the paper yesterday? Something along those lines, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Donna agreed, it is good news.
Yes.
Okay. So did we try to find some papers from the day before those messages? I think that message was on July 21st of 2016 to see if there was a local paper in Miami that maybe published some, or
good news,
in Florida, that published some information about this case the day prior.
We did, yes.
Was this the closest in time article that we could find that talked about Dan Markel's murder?
It was, yes.
Okay, and was this from the Sun Sentinel?
It was.
Which is a big paper in Miami.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and in this paper, was this article published on July 16th of 2016?
Yes.
So not the day before, but I think it would be 5 days before.
That's correct.
Okay. And, but we don't know necessarily looking at those texts, was it published or did Charlie see it in the paper the day before? Is that right? Charlie says, though, it was good news in the paper yesterday.
He does, yes.
Okay. And in this article from the Sun Sentinel, does it talk about the murder of Dan Markel and that Garcia and Rivera have been arrested?
Yes.
Okay, and what you've got highlighted in red here, does Weinstein, who was Weinstein an Adelson family friend at that point? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Weinstein says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. I don't think there's going to be any more arrests. After it talks about the arrests of Garcia and Rivera. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay. So, if Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson are referencing this paper, then they would be saying that it's good news that there's not going to be any more arrests. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the reason that it was of interest to us?
It was, yes.
Okay. But ultimately, it isn't the day before, right?
It is not.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
All right. Looking at, defense asked you about, I think ultimately you said, from the totality of the evidence in this case, not just one thing or not just one other thing, but a totality of the evidence, it looked as though the Adelsons were planning to have a lengthy time away.
That's correct.
And quick, right? I mean, wasn't Donna Adelson asking for an emergency fast-track visa?
Yes, there was urgency in all the communications and getting things done, getting the visa. There seemed to be a sense of urgency to that.
And did Donna Adelson specifically look for non-extradition countries in her phone before?
Objection asked and answered.
The rule does the ask and answer, but we have covered this subject. Let's do it.
Okay. And was Vietnam the country she chose?
It was, yes.
Obviously.
You may step down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Will he be recalled during the trial?
Potentially.
Remain under your subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Thank you, sir.
Your wife says those are the holiday dishes.
They are.
I'm curious about these plates, but I have things to...
Attorney Kappelman asked her, are they holiday dishes? As he's walking off the witness stand. Hold on, I'm going to gain that up just a little bit.
Thank you, sir.
Your wife says those are the holiday dishes.
They are.
I am curious about these plates, but I have things to do.
They're in very nice protective cases.
Judge, one matter, State's Exhibit 72.
He's packing up his laptop and stuff, and the court's like, your wife says those are the holiday dishes, and I'm very curious about the dishes too, but I have things to do, and he's still packing up. You can hear him zipping up his bag.
They thought it was admitted as a Experian GPS with certification. The clerk does not show that item admitted.
I did not check on my list item.
Could we omit that item at this time, Your Honor?
Is there an objection to state 72?
No, Your Honor, we thought they had admitted it as well.
State 72 is admitted at this time.
Judge, with that, let's take rest.
Well,
Really?
members of the jury, we are going to take our break in the trial at this point for the weekend.
The
Once
state's
again,
done.
I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with each
Damn.
other or any other person. You are also not to seek out any outside information or news reporting on this matter as well. We will resume with the trial on Tuesday morning after the Labor Day holiday. Please report at 8:30, and we will
they're
try to
starting
get started by
fast.
8:45 on Tuesday. Enjoy your holiday weekend. I think football is back. You have something to watch that does not concern this trial. Have a good weekend. 8:30.
Football
on
is
Tuesday.
back.
Nobody will be here on Monday.
The court said nobody will be here on Monday. The state rested 6 days.
Defense have any motions to raise at this point of the trial?
Your Honor, I thought, my understanding was that we were going to do that Tuesday morning.
Well, that's if the state had rested its case as of Tuesday morning.
I would request to reserve until Tuesday morning so that I can organize my thoughts.
Very well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All mid-trial.
Okay, so what the defense is going to do is bring a motion to dismiss or judgment of acquittal. I think they're JOAs in Florida, judgment of acquittal, but it is the state hasn't proved the case. The state has enough to prove the case. He said, I thought we were going to do that on Tuesday. The court said that was only if the state rested Tuesday. The state has rested now, so now is the time for motion for judgment on acquittal. To be fair, it is the end of a very long week and the end of a Friday. So the motion for judgment of acquittal will be the first thing they do. The thing that's probably annoying to the judge is he told the jury to be back at 8:30 on Tuesday already. So if they're not going to argue this, I don't think the court's going to want to push into the day on Tuesday. I imagine he's going to say, you know what? Be in here before the jury then. Because this now is the time to do this. But, okay.
All motions will need to be addressed on Tuesday morning before we get started with the jurors.
Right.
With the state having rested its case at this point, the defense needs to make all necessary arrangements for the defense case in chief and all witnesses that will be called.
There will be no gaps, I'm sure he will.
Concerning the defense case in chief, how many days do you think it will take starting Tuesday morning?
Will you let me know Tuesday morning, Your Honor?
I believe you know who you intend to call, but we can discuss it Tuesday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party have anything to raise?
The court's face and my face are facing the same way. I believe you know the witnesses you're intending to call. Can I let you know on Tuesday? And the court's like, the court made the bruh face. Bruh. Believe you know what witnesses you're intending to call. If you were the defense attorney, the way to handle it is, Your Honor, I would like to confer with my client over the weekend to give you an estimate of the numbers of days. Because if Donna testifies, that's a different estimate than if Donna doesn't testify. Because I imagine Donna's testimony will take an entire day. But then you just say, I need to confer with my client and give you a firm estimate. And then the court will know it depends on if Donna's going to testify or not.
Tuesday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party have anything to raise before we go into the break for the weekend?
Thanks for the state.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Please report by 8:30 as well on Tuesday. The gallery can remain in the courtroom for right now.
Okay. Well, they are going to finish up their Friday in court, and they are done. On day 6 in the trial of Donna Adelson, I can't even talk. We're going to do that again, chat. Hold on. Let's just hold on. All right. Go again. Day 6 of Florida versus Donna Adelson, and the state has rested. It was a very interesting day in court. After a full day of the wiretaps and the recorded phone calls and Charlie Adelson talking about everything, today we got a lot more into conversations. Donna Adelson, and we saw the 2 jailhouse informants, and we saw Donna Adelson's script. The Q&A she wanted her jailhouse daughter, who she called her sunshine, to testify to. That script included sentences that Katie McBanawa never would have said, but the script was supposed to be for Donna's jailhouse daughter, which is what she called her, to say that she had been in jail at the same time as Katie McBanawa, which was true, right? Records can prove that. And to say what Katie McBanawa told her. And that script seemed to align very closely to what Charlie Adelson's defense was at his trial. And amongst the wildness of it all, at one point, the answer was supposed to say that Katie told the informant that Charlie was a stupid fool. Donna. Katie McBanawa might call Charlie Adelson everything but a child of God, but what she is not calling him is a stupid fool. Like, that is absolutely 100% not what she's saying. And then, as she was continuing to write, it doesn't say LOL. It says haha. There are some things that just do not ring true in the script for things that Katie McBanawa ever would have said. And the strategy of the prosecution of spending an entire day, and it was an entire day of those calls, is I felt like I got a sense of how Katie interacts. Like when she is just having conversation. I feel like we got a sense of how Charlie interacts when he's just having conversation. And then we also got to see how they interact over text. Katie McBanawa doesn't spell out the word you. She uses letters. I mean, she's not saying what a fool, and she's definitely not saying ha ha out loud. And if she had laughed, then wouldn't it have been she was laughing about what a fucking idiot he was. Because she's not saying the stupid fool. Ha ha. That script was one of the wildest things I think I have ever seen. And then they even brought in a handwriting analyst to talk about the known handwriting, which was Donna's entire day planner, which was really telling them everything. Donna's whole day planner. And then they compared it to the jailhouse script. And then when it was time for cross-examination, her defense team got up and said, "We've never contested that our client wrote that." What? Okay. Sure. What a wild day in court. And then they are going through Donna's planner the week of Charlie's conviction. And Donna's making lists. She's checking off quite a bunch of them, but she's making lists of what she needs to do, including what she wants to have sold from her home. Dishes, comics, jewelry. She also had left a note about a sale of a gun and where to get the paperwork because the gun needed to be sold with the paperwork. She was also canceling their disability insurance, among other things. Her text messages to Wendi Adelson as Charlie's verdict came down were really illuminating as to why she was popping off on the recorded call. And at one point on the recorded call, it became clear that Donna was reading the text she sent to Wendi, because then we saw the text. How did we see the WhatsApp text? Because those were WhatsApp messages, I guess. I shouldn't say text. How did we see the WhatsApp messages? Because they were still on Donna's phone when Donna got arrested. Maybe that's why Donna was just like, you can't have my phone. Because her WhatsApp messages were still on there. Yeah. Those text messages were chilling. And in part, Donna said to Wendi, I'm next, but I'll take care of that. Very interesting text. Oh, and then one of the analysts, no, I read the chat. My brain just jumped to it. Wendi, I see your text. Yes, yes. I see your chat. Yes, yes, I love it. But my brain also just joined chat for a minute. One of the informants that was in custody with Donna Adelson said she asked Donna if she did this, if she did what she was charged with. And Donna's answer was yes. I wanted to have my grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far. Interesting, isn't it? So, at the end of this trial, we will see how long the jury is out. But next week, because this case is supposed to be done by Friday, next week, Tuesday, we start with the defense case in chief. Is Donna gonna be on the stand on Tuesday? Maybe she will be. Because the defense has said Donna's going to testify. And the prosecution will still have the option to put on a rebuttal case if they need to. So, for all of you wondering, is Charlie going to testify? He's a potential rebuttal witness. It's really going to depend if Donna testifies and what she says as to if they're going to bring Charlie in. I didn't mention how frequently Donna said in her text to Wendi, Charlie's been protecting his sister. He's protecting his little sister. We protected you. It's quite a number of statements like that. So I guess we'll see next week. You know what we're going to do now? We're going to get to some questions. You've got questions. I've got questions. It's been a long week. You guys have great questions. We're going to get to some of those now. And then we've only been streaming for like 8 hours today. So I'm going to try to not stream for 10 hours and go from there. A lot of you are asking, do I think Wendi will be arrested? Well, the thing about conspiracy is the government has to be confident in the overt acts. So it's really going to depend on how they feel about the overt acts. So we will see. And I'm curious with what's going to happen. Jen K says, it feels like the defense is running on vibes. And not good ones either. Not good vibes. Michelle said, did Charlie's son's mom testify at his trial? I have no idea. I haven't watched Charlie's trial. I don't know, so we'll see. Outside the Box says, I know what I'm going to do on Monday in place of live trial, watching Charlie's testimony. That's what. At some point, I will probably watch Charlie's testimony with y'all after this case, but we'll figure it out. Kirst Diamond said, ineffective assistant of counsel in the future? I don't think so. Being disorganized is not ineffective. They have made arguments. They have argued to keep evidence out. They have made objections. They've had objections sustained. They have a strategy. We might not know what that strategy is. We might not agree with the strategy. They have a strategy. Neither of them has fallen asleep at counsel table. It takes a lot to get to IAC. And it takes even more to get to IAC with counsel that you hired. So no, I don't see that. But Donna was sworn in to say that she agrees with the strategy about the cross-examination of these witnesses. So yeah, Donna was there. Let's see. Wait, Donna is talking to Wendi's lawyer behind her back. Is he having conversations about his client behind her back? I have questions about that. However, I can see a situation where Wendi tells her lawyer, just tell my mom this. But them saying, oh, Wendi's lawyer said he never said that to her is wild if Wendi didn't give permission for that. Really wild, because a lawyer should not, it doesn't matter. A lawyer should not tell anyone about the conversations with their client without their client's approval. I didn't tell her that. Would be a violation of that. But we just don't have all the circumstances. Thank you for the super chat, Bree. In Celia versus Alessi said, my heart just breaks for the poor boys. I agree. The struggle, feeling, realizing that grandma you loved so much, who babysat, who came right away when dad died to comfort you, participated in this. I hope that Dan Markel's children have support whenever they explore all of this. And I don't know what that even looks like for them, because it's incredibly sad. And if Donna is convicted and the case against her is a strong case, if Donna is convicted, then they've lost their father, their uncle, their grandmother, and we'll see what continues. And truly, they've lost their grandparents because the family has kept the grandparents estranged. Dan Markel's side of the family estranged. It's incredibly sad for them. And it really is the kids that suffer. And people are like, we did this for the kids. Miss me. It never is. People say it is. I can't say it never is. There are cases. This is not one of those cases. It's just not for the kids. Christy said, thanks for being you, EDB, sober 15 years. It's vile, all the judgment out there on this topic. I hear you, Chrissy. I have obviously very strong feelings about Donna's behavior of trying to manipulate somebody's sobriety. Again, Donna is accused of the murder for hire of her son-in-law. It's behavior that you can't really wrap your head around. Why would someone do this? But to see all the other manipulations after it really become building blocks of who Donna is in front of this jury. Because as much as they want to put her in a cardigan and be like, she's a loving grandma, you see the building blocks of who she is when she's not in court with her behavior. And you see, I think, if the jury believes the informants, that Donna will do anything to make sure that she takes care of it. Incredibly sad, and real frustrating. Margie asked, how would she know the doctor's name? Yeah, how would she know what doctor to ask for the prescription? How would she know that? It's a great question. Let's see. Allie B said, Wendi knew how effed up her family was. I don't know, but she definitely stepped back. And she was trying to set some boundaries in those texts. Rob has to just be heartbroken. I mean, the testimony of Rob Adelson was so heavy and sad. You could just feel how much this weighed on him. And then to have Donna on the call after Charlie is convicted going, I have one son I don't speak to. Ma'am, you hung up on him and never contacted him again. Who's that on? It's not on Rob. He contacted you. His testimony when he talked about mom calling and saying, oh, the lawyer said we shouldn't talk to the police or whatever, that the FBI might be around. He's like, no, I already talked to them. And her response was, well, you don't know anything anyway? It's a strange thing to say, isn't it? And then when someone is finally arrested in the murder of his brother-in-law, his former brother-in-law, and everybody at work is like, oh my God, did you see there was an arrest? Because it's a relief. Do you see that there's an arrest? His family didn't call him. They didn't seem relieved. And in the 2 years between, they didn't seem curious, were his words. And when he started asking about the subject, she cut off communication with him. I'm not surprised to find out she was afraid of his testimony. I'm not at all. I'm not at all. Thank you to all the chat that gave me grace for breaking the rules. I know the mods give chat grace. I appreciate that you guys gave me grace. EDB, you just said what you were thinking. Thank you for letting us break the rules through you. I very rarely break the rules, and I have a very strong no name calling policy. I was real mad. Yeah, I was real mad. I still don't want to name call anyone, but the behavior is deplorable. And that I 100% stand by. It is rare that I get that mad at a defendant in trial, but it's gross. So, Casey Cat, you are asking the question that many asked. Can Rashbaum be in trouble for having this info of an impending flight? Many of you asked. And here's the thing. Somebody, it seems, called the state's attorney's office and asked, are there any travel restrictions on her? There was no warrant for her, or they were told there was no warrant for her. She was not notified of one. She didn't have travel restrictions. So the attorney's not telling her anything that's not true. It's true. She was not restricted from travel in any way until she was, right? Until they scooped her up. So no, he's not obligated to go to the state's attorney because she was technically one of his lawyers at the time too. Now that is a very confusing situation because of the conflict. However, that conflict isn't as bad at the time because he had worked with her in the past, was a family friend, but technically I think at the time that's the mom of his client. He's not obligated to say anything to anyone. And she hadn't hired him yet because she hadn't been arrested yet and she hadn't been indicted yet. She hadn't had charges yet, so there's no case for her yet. So he's not technically her attorney yet, even though he had been her attorney in the past. So no. Does it feel ick? Yeah. But there are things that lawyers do that are perfectly within the bounds that don't feel like they're right. Especially when you see like a vigorous cross-examination, you're like, ugh, I hate everything about those questions. They're within their bounds and they're within what they are supposed to do. So no, he's allowed to do it if he has his client's permission and understanding. If Charlie said, yeah, you can talk to my parents, I just have to wonder if Donna really wanted Charlie to be with the attorney that she trusted the most for a reason. We will see. We will see. A lot of you were asking questions. This is a good question. Panda said informants were wearing jail scrubs. Doesn't that signal to the jury that Donna is actually in custody and potentially hurt her presumption of innocence? They testified that they were in custody with Donna. It does not indicate that she's in custody at the moment, but that she had been in custody with them for a period of time. After an arrest, people are in custody, but the jury doesn't see Donna every day in jailhouse outfits, and the prosecution might have wanted to neutralize that as much as they could, and the defense wanted to ask more about it. So there's not much they can do with that. It's evidence. It's relevant. It was coming in. If Donna hadn't done it, it wouldn't have come up. It wouldn't have been relevant. So it's, yeah, it's a lot. A few of you were asking about the extradition. If she had gone to Vietnam, no grandkids, unless they come to visit her there, which they would have been allowed to do. But I think that Donna was ready to save herself because she said, I know I'm next. Isn't it telling that Donna was telling Wendi, I know I'm next. Charlie's going down and I know I'm next. But after all this testimony, I mean, Donna's got to be watching the same trial we are, right? Does she still, I mean, I guess we can't really rely on her decision-making process, but do we really think that she's going to watch all that and be like, no, I can explain? I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Ella B asked, please share your Supernote review. I bought mine just a few months ago, but got laid off, so I haven't gotten to really use it, but I love how it writes. LB, I'm sorry about that. I'm sure that you will get to use it for more, write about other stuff. I really like it. I will tell you after this trial how I feel about how I organize it because I like some of the program. I like the writing on this. I like the writing on the Remarkable 2. This one's so far been a little easier for PDFs for me to get them on and off device because it syncs more easily for me. So it's just today. Ella said, I ran errands, went to 2 stores, bought road snacks for my trip this weekend. I was hoping Cross would be done. My road snacks might be open now. It's fair. It's fair. Everybody was ready for some road snacks today. All of us were. Heather P. in the chat asked, do I think Harvey will be charged next? I don't know if they have overt acts for Harvey. I would need to see what overt acts, what did Harvey, other than having conversations, what thing did Harvey do? With Donna, dropping off the money is a big thing. And everybody said Donna was dropping off the money. Was Harvey with her? He might have been. But what did he do? So I don't know what those overt acts might be. We're going to have to wait and see. There is also a lot of conversation, or at least some conversation between Donna and Charlie saying, I don't want your dad to know this. We're trying to keep your dad out of this. We're trying to keep your dad away from this. And then there's the day that they're talking about Harvey being up till 5 a.m. and being sick. I don't know what Harvey knew, and I don't know what Harvey did. So I don't know. It's really going to depend on what Harvey knew, when he knew it, and what he did. But so much of that conversation, Harvey's defense would use and say, look, they're trying to keep Harvey out of it. But Harvey did go and have lunch with Charlie. We're not going to know what was said. Harvey was there when the 3 of them were putting their heads together. But did Harvey do anything to try to keep this concealed? Is he on any of these calls talking in code? Is he moving things around? Or is Harvey like, you know what? I'm just going to keep going to work. I'm going to keep going to work. I'm going to keep going to work and making the money so that people can write the checks and do this and do this. I don't know. We'll have to see. So we'll just have to see. Yeah, but it's, I would really need to know more with that. Let's see. I'm just looking at chat to see if there's anything else. Lori and CT, I don't know this. Did Rob stop talking to his dad? I don't know. But Wendi, I think, gave him a kiss on the cheek when she was walking out of her testimony. Why did the judge get Donna's sworn agreement with the cross-examination strategy? Well, it was getting into Donna being in custody, among other things. So it was making sure Donna was well aware of what it is. So I think somebody asked me, would I put Donna on the stand? No. If I was a defense attorney, I 100% wouldn't put Donna on the stand. I don't think there's anything she can explain. I don't think there's anything that she can explain. But again, that's not my client. And I don't know what Donna wants to say. I mean, a lot of what I saw her say at her bail hearing, it gave me a big old eye roll. I was like, ma'am. But ultimately, I don't know how defense attorneys have these conversations. The defense attorneys can answer better than I can. But I just don't know how Donna's going to come across. Well, ultimately, though, a defense attorney can tell their client, I don't think you should testify. I think here's all the ways. Let me count the ways that you should not testify. And the client can go, yeah, I'm testifying, though. It's ultimately their choice. Their lawyer does not get to dictate it. And the judge asks the client the question directly. So even if the lawyer's like, I want nothing to do with this, I think this is a terrible plan, it is absolutely the right of the defendant to testify. Now, am I fascinated to see that testimony? Sure. I'm riveted. Do I think it's a good idea? No. Would I be happy to be here with y'all? Yes. But, all right, Law Nerds, Team EDB has reminded me that I was supposed to tell you all this earlier and completely forgot. It's been a riveting day of testimony. I'm sorry, Team Baker. But we have had incredibly long trial days. The team reminded me that we had a few oil slick tumblers that we found in the warehouse that are on the Law Nerd shop, and we marked them down at 50% off. We need to have them not in the warehouse. So Law Nerd shop at lawnerdshop.com. Our oil slick tumblers are on sale. When they are gone, they are gone. If you're a member, you would have already gotten notification about that. So if you are ready to stay hydrated with, I refer to, they're oil slick. I refer to them as dark unicorn, but they are oil slick, but it feels like dark unicorn to me. They are custom etched. I love them so much. We created these custom for the Law Nerds, but we had held some back the last time we sold these to make sure that we didn't need to replace any and things like that. So there are just some of these left in the Law Nerd shop, and we marked them down to 50% off. So those are, while supplies last. And if you go to lawnerdshop.com, you can get those. If you were in our member spaces, you already knew. I think dark unicorn is a better descriptor too. OHG, thank you. Did you guys just crash the Law Nerd shop? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, it totally did. It totally did. Give me 1 second. Let's see if it comes back on my end. What is going on? There we go. Nope, that was user error. We do break things though. We do. We definitely break things. So if you guys are on the Law Nerd shop, you will see those Law Nerd oil slick tumblers marked down. If you want one, go get the dark unicorn tumblers. They're great. Stay hydrated with me. If you want to pick any of your other stuff up, you can. Are we working on a new drop for you? Yes. But if you want to pick anything else up, you can. Yes, including our other tumbler. I mean, just in case you need all the accoutrement, it's fantastic. So those are up there. We've got some of our original pins. These pins do not get restocked, and we are going to release new pins with each new line, each drop. So if you want to collect them all, we do not have as many of the Law Nerd Love pin left. So if you want all of them, now is the time. I know we have lots of restock requests. We're working on it. Don't worry. So Law Nerd shop at lawnerdshop.com. Shit that I love that we made for you. It's up there. Thank you, Law Nerds. It has been a very, very tough and long trial week. Angela said, my kid put mine in the dishwasher with the straw. The straw melted. The Starbucks straws will fit in these if you need to put the Starbucks straw in, but the Starbucks straws will fit. But yes, if you need another one, yeah, the straws are definitely not dishwasher friendly. It makes them like bend or melt depending on how hot the dishwasher is. I hand wash all of these. Law Nerds, it's Friday. I am just so tired. I'm sure you are tired. It is absolutely time to roll. It is. You guys are the best. I love watching trial with you, but after multiple 10 hours days, I am just tired. Lisa, we will have a fax hat restock coming up. We will. Just not ready yet. They're not done yet, so we don't have them yet, but they will be coming up. I also do not put things on sale that we don't have in our warehouse to ship. So they are not done being made yet. But once we have them, we will put them back up in the shop. Y'all always surprise me with your love for the law nerd stuff. And what I love, is seeing you guys in the wild with them. Yes, I have seen law nerds in the wild in their law nerd gear. It amazes me. But I love the messages and notes that we get about y'all running into each other in the wild with your law nerd stuff. Because like if you know, you know. And you get to have a lovely conversation with a law nerd who you've maybe met in the chat, but not met IRL just yet. I hope you guys have a good weekend. I am going to be resting this weekend. Members, I'm going to be setting a members only live for this weekend. I just need to talk to Dr. B. He came in at the end of stream to remind me that we needed to chat before I set a date, but I will let you know in the members places. It will either be Saturday, Sunday. I am taking Monday like offline, off everything because I am just, woo, your girl is tired. So we're going to have a little bit of a family day. So law nerds, you're the best. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your grace, as I got, I think, more mad than I've been in a trial, maybe ever. Like, I don't know if I've ever been quite that mad. This whole case makes me mad. I let you guys know that coming in. Just the little things we knew about it. But there are just those extra things that just put me right over the top with some of Donna's behavior. So, law nerds, you are great. To all the law nerds that are impacted by this case, a lot of you have dynamics that are triggering watching these dynamics, things in this case that really hit differently. Take care of yourselves. Take some breaks from this. It's hard. And if you've been through dynamics like what you're seeing in this trial day in and day out, it's really difficult. Make sure you are taking care of yourself. Trial days are long days, but also if you have not seen this case before, it's all new. You're not desensitized to it. And it can be incredibly triggering. So take care of yourselves. Take a step back for the weekend. There's no problem stepping away from this case. Aren't there new episodes of something out? What are we going to watch? I'm so behind on all my housewives. That's what I'm here for. And to any of you up at the Gorge this weekend, I'm going to be scrolling my DMB Hub app, looking at the playlists, watching the live feeds, and thinking of all of you having a wonderful Labor Day weekend. I might even get a treadmill and just put it at like 10, so I feel like I'm walking up out of the pit at the Gorge. I might just need some visceral pitness. You guys have a great weekend. Take care of yourselves, law nerds. Thank you, Team Baker. You guys are the best. It's time. EDB out. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a law nerd.